Hello, and to whom this may concern. Cheer up. I would have some of the coffee, but I'm going to test this water first for coldness. Good. Pretty cold. Not cold enough to make your teeth hurt. Excellent. The lights come back on? Yeah, they did. Good. While I was waiting, some of my LED lights were updating firmware. Just randomly. It just decided to. Whatever, go for it. All good as far as I'm concerned. Kind of warm tonight. The fan's not adding as much cold as I'd like it to. I was hoping for a bit more chill. Not chill enough. What is it today? Oh yeah, Sunday, obviously, because we're chill streaming. Damn right. Sunday the 5th. Alright, I know what my next schedule is going to be. I gotta get Moonlighter done tomorrow. But finally. I keep coming back to Moonlighter. I keep playing it, doing other stuff, and then coming back to it, and it's still going. It's annoying. But I should be able to get it done tomorrow. I'd say one more stream I can get it done. And then Wednesday, Those Who Remain, which is a horror game. Friday, a game called Anucard, which is sort of like a isometric pixel Zelda type thing. And then next week we do Brotato, which is yet another Vampire Survivors clone that I'm going to play without even having played Vampire Survivors. But this one's got potatoes in it, so that's my argument. I stand by that. Oh, hey, Sham. What are you saying? You have a scary video. What do you mean by scary? What?
The rush of adrenaline I felt with masterclass works like Toby Hooper's Poltergeist, David...
Wait, who the fuck is this? Spickama movies. I don't like the word spickama. Sounds like a slang term for, like, the drool that comes out of the head of your pee-pee when you're sick. You got a bit of spickama there. And for some reason the captions are on Korean. The fuck? Okay.
Cronenberg's The Fly, or John Carpenter's 1982 classic The Thing was more than enough to pull me into the world of cinematic horror, and I watched hundreds, if not thousands, of horror films over the years.
What did I just touch?
Of course, the more you watch, the less you get affected by the repetitive formula horror films tend to have, and I myself don't get scared as much as I did before.
Ooh.
The recent addition of directors like
I saw the
Ari
boogeyman
Aster,
in his laptop.
Robert Eggers, and Jennifer Kent, to name a few, has without
I've
a
seen that
doubt
movie with Ethan
revamped
Hawke.
the horror genre to a
Pretty
certain
sure everyone
degree,
dies.
but as someone who has grown up with Asian horror, I always felt like something is missing in these recent films. Then one night, while going through my old watch list, I stumbled upon a film I had watched as a young kid, so haunting that I had refused to watch it again for years. The film itself is far from being perfect.
It's not the rig, is it?
There's a scene that is so well done that even now it blows my mind. This scene is from a 2001 Japanese horror film directed by Kiyoshi Kurosawa called Kairo, and it goes like this.
I think we've heard enough about the ring.
An apartment unit sealed with red tapes on his way back home. Attracted by its odd energy, he decides to take the tapes off and have a look inside. The place is dark, hollow, and cold. He carefully walks around,
the back
examining
rooms.
the empty space surrounding him.
He found his way into the back
reaches
rooms.
a dead end with red markings
Fucking
all
liminal
over
spaces,
on a couch
man.
in front. Something
Creepy ass
feels
shit.
off. He's too far in, a vulnerable state. What if there's
Hey,
something
Persona.
behind it?
What's this? I have no
As
idea.
we hold our breath,
Sham just
an
sent it to
ominous
me.
piece of music enters the scene, and we see a woman standing still, barely visible. Of course, you might say, but what's interesting is that this woman is framed as a part of the background, off from the center, away from the lights, and far from the camera, like the walls, the stairs, the column. Not only is this a brilliant way to force the audiences to discover the unknown woman, but it also makes her that much more threatening because she stands as if she has always been. But this isn't the climax of the scene, it's what she does next that's truly terrifying. She walks, and she walks like this.
Okay. I don't know why I found that so funny. She's jamming out. She's listening to some MJ in her head. She's giving us the Shimona.
Now, of course, this scene works better within the context of the film, given that you are invested
Probably.
in the plot leading up to this moment. And everyone is.
It's probably
different,
also
but
the
for
fact that he
me,
also,
this
like-
was one of the most terrifying scenes of all time.
Hang on.
But
He also, like, oversold it a bit leading into it. Like, he was talking about the angled framing of the background and how she was part of the scene as if she ever was. Or some, like, you know, like, film snobs tend to get a little wanky with that stuff.
why
And then she
is
starts
this so
schmooving.
scary? Everything from the framing to the coordination of the ghost movements are all counterintuitive, defying the conventions of a horror movie. There are no jump scares, no jump cuts, and no over-dramatization.
I mean, that's normal
It's
now.
locked in, quiet, and
She
truthful.
starts to boogie.
It shouldn't scare us, or should it?
Oh, she
Many would
boogies down
think that
hard.
This way of showing a ghost would result
starts
in
hitting the,
appearance feeling dull and boring.
She starts hitting the old
but
noodle.
understand that being frightened by a loud noise or a sudden appearance is a temporary sense of surprise.
It's like this guy just discovered that horror movies can do things other than jump scares, which is also something that's been common for a while now. The cheaper
Not
ones
fear.
still tend to lean on jump scares,
Fear
but still.
comes from ambiguity, the uncertainty of the opponent's motivation.
There's
its
plenty that
identity,
play with
unsure of our
psychological
safety,
horror.
perplexed by its entrance.
With tone, with
Take a look
vibe.
at the way she is portrayed on screen. She's not wearing a white gown with long hair. She's not transparent. She doesn't create any statics. She's just a woman in a dress, openly human in her appearance. Where she's different is in her presentation. Now, she could have instantly transported across the room or crawled extremely fast toward the camera, but we've seen that a million times, and more importantly, that would be so inhuman that it would overpower and nullify her human
It's kinda like-
characteristics, taking the tension.
This
out.
one scene is kind of like the
So what
entirety of
Kurosawa
it
did
follows.
instead is to expose the audience
follows
to
is all
the
about
perfect,
things walking slowly towards
uncanny
you.
valley. That creepiness when we encounter an entity that is almost, but not quite, human. So again, instead of a teleportation, she walks in slow motion. The horror augmented by its inhuman gestures, flowing like water, but in the form of a person. That's creepy enough, but the peak of the scene, in my opinion, is when she wobbles and almost falls down. There are a number of things happening here.
I don't know if she was
First,
wobbling and
the
almost
lighting.
falling down.
This exact moment is the only time we see the
I
ghost.
feel like she was serving.
as she ducks at a precise angle that sinks her face with the only source of light in the scene. And what's beautiful is that her
She's hitting you with
face
them
doesn't
flames.
have to look scary at this point to create suspense. It's the unexpected
Styling on 'em.
reveal itself, paired with her bizarre movement that shocks the audience. And on that note, the second thing is the movement. There are stories that Kurosawa actually casted a ballet dancer for this scene.
Considering
Carefully
she's so
crafting
wobbly
each
on her
movement
feet,
so that it would look as unnatural
kind of makes her
as
seem a little
possible.
less
The
intimidating.
logic behind the peculiar
Like,
motion
if
of
I
the
run
ghost
up and
is
just kick her in the
impossible to
shin, I'm
grasp,
sure she's
and
going down
we're
hard.
left with a sense of dread. Is it trying to mimic the human walk, or is it trying to
Hey, streamer.
see us better? Last but not least, what adds to the overall experience is the sound design and the camera work. The sub-bass sound effect that accompanies the ghostly melodies deafens the environment, demanding us to focus on the figure in front, almost as if we are in a nightmare, locked in position, like the camera that stays still through the course of the walk, refusing to let the viewers escape the frame. Everything is freed only when the man finally makes a move and anxiously hides behind the couch, but not without the ghost itself.
This guy
being
sucks.
freed. now invisible to the eyes.
Then again,
This
characters in
is the
horror
freedom
movies
we
usually do
have that causes panic. We can move, look away,
pretty
and
dumb
even
things.
scream, but
Like
we
pretty,
don't know where the ghost is.
like they don't have any
Vulnerability.
actual survival instinct.
And therefore we
They
are
don't
ready
fight or
for a
run,
jump
they just
scare,
kinda, like,
prepared to
fall over
forgive the
or hide.
cliché if it means the end to this haunting dream. But the film inhibits any form of a breakout, not from the scene, and certainly not from the fear we face. When we see the ghost's pale hands over the couch, we accept that there is no hope, no running away. It
No, he
reveals
can run
its
away.
blank face, the same way
He's
it
just not
stood,
doing it.
the same way it walked, as the man screams in terror.
Instead of screaming in terror, have you tried kicking her in the face?
A ghost.
Like, do something. Anything. No one ever tries kicking the
Thank you
ghost in the
everyone, as always,
face.
for watching my video.
So
I
many
hope
ghost
you're all
movies, so
staying
very little
healthy
face
and
kicking.
Safe during this pandemic. Kiyoshi Kurosawa is an amazing director. He's
If
got
it doesn't
this
work, that's
restrained,
fine. That's
despairing
one thing.
atmosphere
But
to
at
his
least
films
try.
that are unique to him and is an incredible storyteller. I'll be dissecting other scary scenes from this film on my behind-the-scene booklet that'll be
This guy likes this
exclusive
film a lot.
to my supporters on Patreon. So
He's probably going to have a video for like every single scene in the movie. This is the scene where the main character eats a grapefruit. Let's look at the framing of the grapefruit real quick. The sound design of how the grapefruit squishes on his teeth. It seems to suggest longing, lost love, the lament of what once was. End scene. Spickama movies. He does have a lot of views. Look, 8.1 million views in that video. But he's only 500,000 subscribers. So that that video made it a lot further than what his actual subscriber count would suggest. It's impressive. Good work. Brrr. What is this? Things keep coming.
Messing around. Nah.
How Hollywood makes flaming arrows.
I ended up sticking with just the straight arrowheads.
Alright, let me guess. You get a sharp stick, and then you set it on fire, and then you shoot it out of your bow.
Heads didn't end up holding enough
How am I
fuel to
close?
stay lit, and just visually it wasn't enough fire. This is the socketed one, and it's got a lot more fuel and fiberglass to get going.
I thought he was going to shoot at the camera.
Negative. Hey.
I actually thought he was aiming at the camera
Just
before.
like in the backyard, it didn't really work the first time, but after this thing.
Wait, this is his
relit
backyard?
and
Is
took
he
some time
serious?
to burn, it got going.
Is this man rich?
Yeah.
Yeah! He's going to set fire to the
There's a sweet
forest
spot in
around his
time
house.
Where too soon and it'll extinguish, but too long and it'll burn through all the fuel on here.
Kinda looks like a
There's
marshmallow.
middle time where it's not gonna go out, and I can't tell when that is. You know that feeling?
I mean,
when
if
think
you-
figured
how old is
something
this
out because
video?
you got it to work?
Hang on. Only 2 weeks. I feel like a video called How Hollywood Makes Flaming Arrows Made Today should just be footage of them firing normal arrows that aren't on fire, and then someone in After Effects dropping a flaming comp on it, and that's it. I mean, I've done that.
Work once, but then you realize you have no idea how you got
pretty
it to
easy,
work
actually.
the first time. Yeah, well, this is that for me. It seemed like only 1 or 2 outer layers of the fiberglass
Who needs to
would
actually
soak
use
up
real
the
fire
grease,
anymore?
And that thin layer of grease would burn off too quickly. There's no more grease on
And if
it.
you want something
So I
more
switched to
realistic than
burlap
an
in
After
hopes that
Effects
it would
comp,
soak in the grease deeper and add
like a
to the
pre-filmed
fire,
one,
allowing it to burn longer and
you
harder.
can
This just
do a
meant it
fluid
wouldn't be
simulation,
reusable like the
so it'll
fiberglass,
actually have the
and you
right
to
physics for
refill
the
fiberglass with grease
speed of the
anyways
arrow.
every time you use it. Okay.
He's getting psyched.
Oh,
I wonder what his wife feels about all this.
Shot it 3 times now.
She looks out the window and her husband is just firing flaming arrows into the furniture,
Really going now. It gets better
with a
the
camera
more it
set up,
burns.
talking to himself. She's like, I could have married the
It
doctor.
worked great in the backyard, but that was only a short distance, and so we still needed to test it out in the field. Ready?
Jesus, that's a lot of arrows.
It's going.
Why is he...
It did it!
It actually makes me so uncomfortable that he's firing flaming arrows at just the grass and the trees. This could go so badly. going to see him on the news tomorrow. Local man arrested by authorities, setting fire to the local district. Oh my god, he almost set himself on fire.
Did it come out of the knock? Yeah, it did.
Jesus Christ. That almost went in his face.
Aware Super's free My Retirement Planner helps Australians get retired.
Oh, does he try and fail for ages to make a flaming error? Whoa, they really stuck in a couple of ads right at the end there. Like right at the last fucking minute. The video was done, but they're like, let's see if he'll watch a 5-second ad real quick. See if we can get away with it. Oh, my ear. Oh my god. My ear is wobbling. Don't know what that is. Might be water from the shower. I had a shower before. I'm a clean boy. Ugh. So this is his whole thing, huh? Tyler. Supersonic Nerf Dart. Deadliest ancient weapons. Extremely powerful slingshot. Whip that crushes bones. He's just a nerd that's obsessed with weaponry physics. Gun piano. I mean, a gun piano is a hell of a thing. Can't think of a single practical use for one, but I mean, if you can do it, why not? Why Hideo Kojima burned his voice actors? What the fuck? Like, literally? Okay, don't get distracted. Don't need to know.
Hey, you. You're finally awake. Welcome back to the road to Skyblivion. With 2025 on the horizon,
The
we
fuck
are
is
nearing
Sky?
our
Oh, are they? Is this yeah, remaking Oblivion in Skyrim's engine? I should have been able to pick up that immediately from the name.
final year of development. Join
Why not
us
Morrowind?
as we break down our progress since last year's
Morrowind's
roadmap
older
and outline
and
the
more
path to our
janky.
2025
That would
release.
benefit more from
In
a
this video, we will show
recreation
you
in
exactly what
Skyrim's
has been
engine.
completed and what remains to ensure a 2025 release. We will also break down the volunteer skills we need to help us achieve that goal.
Oh, they
Always
recruiting.
looking for new volunteers.
We need
We
more
shall
people.
begin with our
This is
largest
so difficult.
undertaking, the landscape. Landscaping and level design serve as the foundation for the rest of the game. It's where you'll discover new vistas and make new memories in our updated world space. We're finalizing the world map with only the Nibene region on Cyrodiil's eastern
It does look a
border
little more
left to
basic than I
complete.
remember.
Massive swaths of the map are ready for the hero of Kvatch to explore.
But it's not meant to look as North
Despite
American
Oblivion's
as
map being
Skyrim
nearly
does.
a third larger than Skyrim's, we've worked to make sure the
a
entire
little bit more
map is
fieldy.
bespoke with handmade details throughout. Cyrodiil is divided into 9 unique regions with their own biomes, flora and fauna, and natural features. Here are each of the regions and their current progress. Starting us off is the Gold Coast, which
Oh
has
my
had
God.
all 526
Wait,
cells landscaped.
There's a region
and
in Oblivion
34%
called
of the region
the Gold
nav-meshed.
Coast?
The highlight of
Like-
this region
like
is
Australia?
the finalized city of Anvil, which has been re-envisioned
I didn't
to
know that,
realize its
and I've played
original
Oblivion.
concept art. The Colovian Highlands also have all 422 cells landscaped, with 81% of the region nav-meshed. Next, we have the Fall Forest and
Nav-meshed.
Heartlands regions.
He says these
which have
terms
been
like we know what he's
entirely
talking about.
landscaped with all 405 cells landscaped, and 26% of the area nav-meshed. Out of all the regions, this is likely the most iconic, and I'm sure you'll immediately recognize the improvements over the Oblivion original.
And that's when the
As we
current
continue
devs
to revamp
basically
the Imperial City, parts
died
of the Imperial Isle
after
will
those
also
three.
require an overhaul
they couldn't handle
to
anymore.
match the new and improved cityscape.
That's why they need more volunteers.
The majestic Great Forest with its towering redwood trees is fully complete.
Nope, there's a
with all
fourth.
460 cells finished, and 58% of the Great Forest nav-meshed, including the city of Coral, which lies in the center of the region. The Gerald and Valus Mountains have recently had all 517 cells completed, with 20% of the mountains nav-meshed. We've also completed all work on the city of Bruma, as well as the iconic
They're gonna drop an
Cloud Ruler
Oblivion
Temple,
remaster
which
remake?
has been expanded and further fortified.
I don't think that would mess with
The
Skyblivion,
West
it would just
Weald
make
is
it
finished
redundant.
with all of its
Like, there's no
284
reason
cells
for this to
completely
exist at that
landscaped.
point.
and about 88% of the area nav
Sounds like an
meshed.
AI voice. It
This
probably is an
includes
AI voice.
Skingrad and the sprawling farms and vineyards surrounding
There's
it.
a lot of videos that use AI
The
voices
swampy
now.
bogs of Blackwood have been entirely
easier.
landscaped with all 803 cells implemented, with its nav mesh progress sitting at around 60%.
Fallout 4 update
Since last
delayed
year, we've
Fallout
nearly
London by a
doubled
few
our
months.
progress in the Nibene
Well,
Valley.
that's different though.
268 out of 300 cells now complete.
That's
and nav meshing
a
progress
different
at
game affecting a
75%.
different game.
The only thing left to
In this
do
case,
here
it
is
would be
finish the city
Bethesda
of Bratton,
beating them to the
which is
punch.
shaping up nicely.
Like,
Currently,
if they do,
Nibene Basin
if
is
they do a
around
remake or a remaster of Oblivion, then that's what these guys are doing. So now they don't have to do it anymore, because the actual the actual dev team did it.
50% of the way there, with
Like, officially.
289 of the 600.
No one's going to want the unofficial if the official exists.
Navmesh is yet to begin.
Nibene.
Outside these specific regions, we have completed 321 cells for the purpose of expanding the map and altering terrain to better accommodate expanded cities and natural formations, and generally improve the experience for players while exploring the map. In total, there are 4,926 cells in Cyrodiil, with 4,603, or 93%, complete. Of these cells,
It's pretty close.
2,198, or 44% of the world space, is
Pretty
nav-meshed,
close.
meaning that NPCs and quests will not
So why do they
function as
still need
intended
help now
outside
if they've
of
done
those
most of the
regions.
work?
The Navmesh team is always
just
looking
tired.
for new recruits to help
They're just
move
really
things
tired.
along. We've been hard at work since last year's update, making progress on our interiors.
Oh, holy
From
shit.
castles and dungeons to shops and player homes, we're getting closer
Oh
to
my god,
total
why would you even...
completion.
Like, this just makes me feel
Under
tired.
our current schedule, we're prioritizing quest locations which require more time and concepting compared to generic interiors, which can be completed
You know, it'd be kind of
substantially
fun.
faster. Additionally, as
Taking
we
a
work to
big game
complete
like
the
this,
Imperial City,
or
which
Skyrim,
contains more
and trying to
interiors than any
recreate the
other
whole
city,
thing
additional
in a
interiors
top-down
will continue to be
isometric
completed.
RPG setting,
We
like
also have a
with
level of
RPG
20
Maker or
of the
something.
unique world spaces completed. These large regions each contain unique areas of landscape and offer more diverse experiences than the general workspace. 3 out of 11 Oblivion realms are completed.
Oh, that really colourful forest, that was the painted world, I remember that.
Diversify the list of random
You go through a
realms
painting
the
and end
player
up in
may
there.
enter when closing an
And you can only
Oblivion
defeat
gate.
the enemies with
In total, 19%
just a
of our
cleric
interiors
paint
are
remover
nav-meshed,
liquid.
with 12% of our unique world spaces nav-meshed. 3D. 3D
Here's two men
objects
bathing
fill
each other.
Skyblivion, from the fallen trees
Why
underfoot
was that the
to
shot
the
they
arm
chose to show?
protecting your adventurer and the trolls obstructing your path. Every object, item, and creature helps to bring Cyrodiil to life. While most object
It took
groups
us
are
6
complete
whole
or nearly
weeks to
complete,
model and animate the
some
2 naked
bottlenecking
men
affects the
bathing each
output
other,
of
but it
other
was worth it.
departments. For example, if we have not yet remade the architecture set for an interior cell, the level design team cannot progress on rebuilding that area in the game. Most importantly, without remaking all 2,508 3D
I bet this is an
objects,
AI voice.
we cannot meet the legal requirements to release Skyblivion. So plants, which at 74 out of 118 items remade represent the least complete of our 3D groups.
Oh, they're
still
probably
need
gonna
additional
just
help.
use all the
If you
same
are a 3D artist interested in
audio
botany
from
and
the original
plants,
game.
we ask that you please apply to volunteer. We need
You know how much effort it would take to re-record all the dialogue by amateur voice actors?
Required to remake or replace all assets from Oblivion. There are some items we have been able to borrow from Skyrim, but many are not suitable for implementation in Skyblivion. This leaves us with a long list of items left to create. Our 3D team is still hard at work, but we are always looking for new talent.
And none of them are probably paid because it's a
Quests.
fan thing.
With a
So they're all doing it in
beautiful
between their
world
actual
space
jobs.
to explore and updated weapons and armor with which to defend yourself against the monsters. It's time to earn your title as the hero of the match. Last year we had over 100 quests yet to be started. Today there are only 6 left untouched, meaning most of Oblivion's near 200 quests have either been
Notice how he
commenced
pronounced
or
Oblivion
completed.
then? He really
Quests
heavily
go through
emphasized the
multiple
O.
stages of testing.
Oblivion.
Those that are untouched and
I think
whose
it's
code has
AI.
simply been automatically converted over from Oblivion are
Oblivion?
untested. From there, they enter the work in progress.
That's what
stage,
that's what makes you
where
think it's
we edit
AI.
and implement the quest.
It's got
Once functional in our
unpredictable
testing, they enter their first
emphasis
pass.
decisions when it
After
says certain
another round
words.
of testing, they are finally in the second pass stage and implemented into Skyblivion. Skyblivion's nearly 200 quests are broken up into the following quest lines. The Fighters Guild quest line is the most complete of all of our quest lines, with 20 of 21 in the second pass.
Cool,
15
man.
Dark Brotherhood has all
Fighters,
20
Mage, Thief,
a
Dark
large
Brotherhood,
portion,
main
16
quests, side
of our
quests,
2 arenas, and
Daedric.
all
I don't know what the
21
Daedric one
master
is.
training quests have
I
received
remember
their
the
first
Thief,
pass.
Mage, Fighter, and Dark Brotherhood. And obviously the main quest, but the other ones I'm not so sure.
Finally, the world space wouldn't be complete without Oblivion's iconic music.
The world space wouldn't be complete without sheep. Here is a pasture of said sheep. They are not woolly, but they are not without wool. They are in between. You need to wait another couple of months to be able to shear them and make a sweater.
All original
Oblivion is
tracks
all
have been
about
carried
sheep.
over,
If you've
as
ever
well
played
as
it, you'll know that sheep are the
24
most
new
instrumental
tracks.
part.
One new track for each of the 9
You want
regions
some
of
lamb?
Cyrodiil, 3 new dungeon exploration tracks, 3 new night exploration
Oh, there's
tracks, 2 new
more.
boss
They're
fight
making their own
themes,
music.
and 3 new atmospheric tracks that can be heard while delving through the Oblivion
Weird.
realms.
Don't know about that.
A note on Shivering Isles and the other big DLC.
The Daedric Princes.
We are
Don't remember that
currently
at all.
focused on the main game experience to ensure it is released on time. Once the main game of Skyblivion is released, we will look into how we can tackle DLCs, and we will be sure to
No
share more
DLCs out of the
information on our
box?
next steps closer to the time.
Ah, fail.
We're less than a year away from our target release of Skyblivion. We hope that this updated roadmap gives you a clear understanding of our current progress.
I mean,
Earnest in
it seems like you kind of dragged this out a little bit, though.
2018.
It's mostly just slowly showing a bunch of almost or completely full bars for everything you've done. You could have compiled that all like more quickly into like a into a rundown
Although we're closer than ever before,
instead of
we
slowly
still
going
need
through
some
all of
more
them.
help.
But most of them are just like, this region we've done all of the forest. Their meshes are complete. This region we've also done all of the coastline. All 556 tiles. Its meshes are also complete. This region, you know, like it just keeps going on like that. I could have just showed like one list and gone, here's all the regions of the game, look how much we've done. They're all pretty much done except for this little bit down here. See how much quicker that was?
We're asking the Elder Scrolls modding community to come together.
It's a
to help us
detailed
complete
description
this
rather than being
final
we're nearly
leg
done.
of our
Yeah, but that's the problem. The actual takeaway from this at the end, after I've gone through all that, is we are nearly done. That's the only that's the only info they actually had. They just dragged out that we are nearly done into a detailed description, which basically doesn't tell you any more than we are nearly done. I mean, it takes like, what, 4 minutes to get through the landscaping section, and all we learnt was every single area was completely done, except for like these 2 areas, which are 90% done. Cool, man. Why did you need to go through that much info?
If you'd like to lend a hand in the final stretch of
It was nice seeing the footage, though.
development, we're seeking the
There's this weird soft focus to it. I don't know what that's about. Maybe it's just like to hide the rough edges.
following key roles. If you or someone you know is skilled in UI vector implementation,
Please help
can
us.
aid in implementing the new user interface.
We're dying
it will
here.
Free up our tech team to work on other systems.
Our
Whether
tech
you've
team,
worked on
our
how-
tech team is Joel and Steve. They're both 17. They're unreliable. One of them is always stoned. The other one's always getting laid. They're not getting much programming in.
mods, new dungeons, or any interior in between.
We need help, please.
We'd love additional support for our interiors department. Have you nav-meshed before? We need
What
your
is
help
nav-mesh?
finishing the navigation
He says that a
mission
lot.
throughout Cyrodiil. Designed, implemented, and released new quests for Skyrim? You're just what we're looking for. Apply to support our quest department.
That
Have a knack for the
armor looks
technical
real
use
heavy
of the
for a
creation
horse.
kit.
That poor horse.
We're seeking creation kit generalists to help throughout multiple departments. If you've ever redesigned how Skyrim's NPCs work with one another and their routines, we're looking for additional specialists who are familiar with AI packages to make Skyblivion's world as living and immersive.
I'm familiar with
as possible.
packages, just not AI
If you
packages.
have any of the skills above,
Do you need me to
consider
model some
applying to
testes?
support the project at skyblivion.com/volunteer.
Emphasis on the word
Can't
volunteer.
wait to
No one's
show
getting
off
paid.
more of Skyblivion over the next year.
You will get nothing for this except for your, like, name in the credits. Hey, they got the full title treatment and everything. Is that the Oblivion or the Skyrim title treatment? I can't remember. I think it's the Skyrim one. Yeah, I think it's a Skyrim title. It's just, if I look at the Oblivion part of it, in my brain I can imagine the Oblivion one looking like this too. But I'm pretty sure that was lighter. It wasn't like all dark and metallic like this one. It'd be funny if they got to 99.9% complete and were like, hey, we're going to release it next week. Oh, wait, here come Bethesda. They released it 7 days ahead of them. And they're like, cease and desist, please. You will take attention away from our legitimate remaster. Everyone basically cries. Their lives have been a waste. That's the breaks. That's happened to a few fairly big projects. There was, what was that huge? There was a huge one. Something was in development for ages. It was like a fan ground, like from the ground remake, and then they got smashed. It might have been something by Nintendo. I really can't remember. But yeah, at the last minute, they basically got shut down, and they'd done heaps of work. Maybe it was Square Enix. Maybe it was something by Square Enix. I really can't remember now. I just remember it was a big deal at the time. You know what I mean? Hang on a tick. But I need to have a look at Spider-Man. Don't be alarmed. It's not the next multiverse. The Disney Plus Spider-Man cartoon that they got coming out. Yeah, Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. That's the title. People have been psyched for this ever since they saw the artwork. We've seen the artwork before. It was like sort of cartoony, cel-shaded, and it's like year one, like kid Spider-Man, still trying to figure the shit out. Several fan projects have failed due to copyright. Yeah, but there was a particularly big one that I remember. That was a huge. I just don't know why. It's on the tip of my tongue. It was really sad when they got shut down. Sky Oblivion had the same copyright issue because the original team was trying to copy and paste Skyrim into Oblivion. So as long as you don't copy paste any of the content, which means the music and the voice acting probably do have to be from scratch. It'd be like the difference between it'd be like if you were just recording scenes from Interstellar and like re-editing them back together in your editing software, versus if you and your friends got a camcorder and just refilmed it yourself outside in the backyard. It would look like shit, but you can't hit them for copyright because they're just like reenacting stuff. It's like not the same thing. But yeah. Copy paste can be a problem. The mods help Bethesda, like with Fallout London, you need to own Fallout 4 and its DLCs to play. Yeah, but that's assuming that major publishers think logically like that. Like, for example, you think Nintendo would think that way? Nintendo, even if it would actually be some... In fact, it's not even an if. Like, they've literally done this. There have been things that in the fan community that literally help Nintendo. And they still fucking sue everybody. Some publishers are just dicks like that. They're just, all they care about is about the hard rule of law, not about the common sense side of it. Likeness is also covered by copyright? True, but to a degree. Like, they're probably not going to get smashed by Bethesda for simply recreating things wholesale without actually copying from scratch. Same way Sony wouldn't sue you if you try to remake Morbius in your backyard with a camcorder and a couple of mates. But if Universal Pictures hired actual filmmakers and spent $200 million on actual CG and brought Christopher Nolan on board and had actors like Leonardo DiCaprio and whatever, and they tried to remake Morbius, then they would definitely get sued for copyright. Because, you know, likeness. Even if it's being remade from scratch, you're officially trying to make money off imitating what they did, remaking their content. Sometimes it depends on scale. It wouldn't make sense for Sony to sue Sham and his brother in the backyard with a camcorder, because Sham and his brother won't make anything from what they're doing because it's too cheapo level, which means it's not worth Sony's time to give a shit. So I think scale can be a huge issue. The second you start getting anything legitimate out of it, that's when people start to pay attention. Like, these guys recreating it from their own, like, blood, sweat, and tears, and then, like, not selling it for money, if they were just giving, like, their take on it away, probably still too low scale. Like, it wouldn't be very sensical to make a big song and dance out of that. It'd probably cost them more to be litigious about it. We might get a few bucks from it. Well, you better hope not, otherwise Sony's coming. The UK had a legal test. If a moron in a hurry would be confused of an imitation being the original. A legal test? Did you mean like a precedent? Isn't that what they call it? A legal precedent? What does this say? All new series streaming from January 29th. What's it now? Okay, 24 days until this comes out. For some reason they've turned off the comments. But it might be because they've uploaded it to YouTube Kids. So this is obviously being aimed fairly young. Compared to something like X-Men 97, which was in the middle somewhere. It was kind of half aimed at the adults that used to be kids when the original was on TV.
You're gonna be late.
Oh, how old is Peter supposed to be? He looks 14.
Petey's always been a bit clumsy.
You know me, clumsy, Petey, Parky.
Oh.
Parker.
The black girls really like Peter, I've noticed.
I remembered I left something in the bathroom. Deuces. Parker out.
Oh, it's the same studio that made 97, except just more CG. Because these are obviously like 3D models.
I thought it was Dan Meat. Check out our next victim in his dumbass costume.
Is my suit really that bad? Ouch.
Is that Harry? You could tell it's Harry Osborn because of the cornrows.
Just consider
Old school.
it a good deed from your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. That's me, by the way. I'm Spider-Man.
Even though he's like starter Spider-Man, he still has the
I truly believe
iris
I have these
goggles,
powers to help people.
which seem kind of advanced. Some random pyromaniac. I'm guessing that was a speedster of some kind. Hey, holy shit. That is a square-jawed Captain America. And Norman Osborn. Also with the cornrows.
You're Spider-Man. With my help, you'll achieve greatness.
Wait, I'm getting it wrong.
Man, this suit's incredible.
Oh, that's really cool.
If you ever need another butt kicking,
What was the
look
deal
to
with the
your
white
friendly
suit in the
neighborhood
comics?
Spider-Man.
I don't remember. We all know what the black suit's about, but I don't know what the white suit's about.
No, you may not be excused from said test.
Ah, nice of you to join us, Mr. Parker. See me after class.
Fuck you, I'm Spider-Man. Don't even talk to me. They're not called cornrows, they're called something else. The waves. That hairstyle. The wavy hairstyle. Because cornrows are going that way. But Norman and Harry Osborn's goes this way. Like in the wavy direction. Just, I can't remember what the hairstyle's called at all. I wonder if we're going to see Goblin in this. Norman seems to be a pretty important part of the plot. It looks like he gets, he's somehow the one that gets Peter the white suit. Maybe the white suit's like a corporate, like branded suit for Oscorp. So it's like he starts funding Spider-Man, maybe? And at a certain point, he's going to turn villain, and Peter's going to have to get rid of the fancy suit and go back to his his OG suit and save the day. All regular-like. You like the technology-based spiderwebs versus the magic organic lore. The organic is not the real lore. That's what Sam Raimi's live-action Tobey Maguire Spider-Man's made up for its version. Like, the comics is always technology-based. The cartoons is always technology-based. Sam Raimi's live-action ones, I don't really know why he made that choice. I guess he wanted to put a little bit of body horror in there. But that's the only time they've ever done that. Like, when Marvel took Spider-Man back and did the Tom Holland version, they went back to the OG tech shooter. Just like the comics did. So yeah, there's only one time the organic ones have ever been a thing, and that was just for Tobey Maguire, and that's it. Unless you count other, if you count other multiverse versions of Spider-Man, there are some grosser iterations that probably would have organic shooters, like the Man Spider version of him. I don't know if his name was Man Spider or not, but he was more spider-like. Like he had like 8 arms. I have a feeling that one might have been like a bit more organic with the spiderweb shit, just because it's more gross. I'm sure there are other examples too, but never like the main Spider-Mans. Not in the comic or the cartoon lore. I wonder who the fuck this is. He glows lime green, and I'm assuming his high speed running, which is why he has to trip him up to stop him. There's a lot of speedsters in Marvel, though. Like, if you ignore the obvious ones like Quicksilver, there's like Speedball. There's one that was in Jessica Jones, I think, as well. There's a couple of them. I don't recall any Spider-Man villain that's based on pyromania. I know Batman's got one, Firefly, but I don't remember a Marvel one. Especially Spider-Man villains. Maybe it's just like a random dude they made up for the cartoon. I could be wrong. I'll look it up later. So Peter's best friends with an Asian girl, an Asian goth girl. And he seems to have all the black girls in the school going after him. He's that, like, Caucasian nerd that all the ethnic girls are into. Speedster is a whole category. Yeah, there's a few too many of them in Marvel specifically. Like, if you look at DC, there's not as many. Like, there's a couple based on Flash and the Flash villains that are speedsters, but in Marvel, there's just all kinds of fucking random speedsters. There's mutant versions, there's superpowered versions. I think, what are the Inhumans? I think in the Inhumans there's also speedsters. It's not quite as smooth because it's based on 3D models. The animation's not quite as smooth and stylized as something like Into the Spider-Verse or even X-Men '97, which was more 2D. Although they did a lot of 3D background work just as a cheat, a shortcut. That is the hippest teacher I've ever seen in my life. This dude's cool as. That looks alright. I mean, the thing, it's not as exciting as something like X-Men 97, but the thing is, it's not based on something from our childhoods they're bringing back that they want adults to member berry off. It's literally made for a younger audience. Like, they are hoping to get, like, kids with this. Which, you know, it's Spider-Man, of course. Something wrong with that at all. A-Train, well, I mean, that's not Marvel or DC, that's Vought. A-Train's a dick. I'm speaking specifically about the comic book, though. I haven't watched the show. I've only read the graphic novel. I have a feeling that the graphic novel characters are probably worse than the TV show ones. From some clips and some stuff I've seen of the TV show, it seems like there's a little bit of maybe here and there's a touch of character. What's that term? There's a slight character redemption with some of them. Like, they start to become better people or make better choices later on. Whereas in the graphic novel, I'm pretty sure everyone is shit. And by the end, basically everyone's dead. With the exception of one of them. Oh, the Deep. That's right. The comic book version of the Deep, I think, might be the only one in the entire 7 that survives the book. Or does he? Because of what happens at the very, very end with the serum stuff. I have to go back and check that, actually. I haven't read that book in ages. I am curious to see how they end the TV show, though. Like, how close it's going to be to what the book does. Because they veered so far away from the books from what I've seen. My prediction is that even though they veered really far away, that they'll kind of bring it back in, and it'll end very similarly, but with, like, some vast differences. But in terms of the grand scope of it, I feel like it's going to come back to the same point, the same general denouement. It's just going to get there differently. Maybe with a slightly different tone even, who knows. I'm just super curious to see how it actually goes down. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I need to catch up on the mix. The mix did a showcase a couple of weeks ago. I didn't partake because we were kind of on top of the Game Awards at the time. So I didn't get to see what they had in this. TV show did a Trump-onology turn. Yeah, I've seen examples of that. It makes sense. I mean, all art reflects life in some way. And the whole thing about the boys and the politics of it and the idea of Vought and what goes on with the government in that story, it's too close to life, especially now. Like, back in the day when The Boys was made, there was no real direct connection, I think, to the politics or what was happening of the day. But now it does. So it kind of makes sense that they would veer closer towards that. You skipped a lot of the talking in The Boy Show. You shouldn't skip anything in any show. If you're going to watch a show, you should get into it. You got to commit. No skipping. You got to take it all in. Understand the text. What is sham sending? How do you say this? Oh my god, this name is infuriating. Piexayoff? Pixayoff. PX. I hate this. Why have you done this? The Pantene stocking and Gardermelt vibes are strong with this one. Oh, okay. Say no more. I like that show. Could have named it better. Good lord.
Hi, Mr. Baka. I'm here, like you asked.
Baka?
It's getting a bit late,
Wait, Baka as in Baka as in idiot?
though, don't you think?
Miss Liv, it's good to see you.
Likewise, Mr. Baka. Mostly because you said you'd pay off your loan in full today.
Actually, you know what this is giving vibes of? Not panty stocking. This immediately gave me vibes of Has Been Hotel. Especially this close-up right here.
Your loan in full today. That makes me so
Does the blob ever move his mouth? Not really.
You're looking real good tonight, Miss Liv. A gorgeous
The fuck?
outfit for such a gorgeous lady. They're gonna be very pleased.
Aw, thank you. I'm trying out a new look and haven't skipped any of my daily workouts yet. Wait, they?
Yeah.
I love how much
Ever heard of the
I love how much work he's getting away with not having to do by just not having to move the mouth of this character whenever they talk.
champs?
Oh, you mean that gang of chimpanzees? Oh, sure, I've heard of them, but with all the crime in the city, it's hard to keep track of what every crook is up to.
We've got some time. Why don't I catch you up? The champs. They're into some heavy stuff. Manslaughter. You know, apes are huge misanthropes. Kidnapping. And human trafficking.
What?
You're also very accessible when it comes to making deals. So
What is he?
I did just that.
A dinosaur?
Yeah. Why do you get involved with criminal groups?
Well, these are difficult.
If a show is A plots, B plots, and C plots, I do fast forward over C plots. I find it relevant to the main plot. Ew. That upsets me greatly. I feel like there is no part of a piece of art that is irrelevant to the greater whole. Like if there's an A plot, a B plot, and a C plot, they all exist for a reason and intertwine for the purposes they were created. I can't imagine skipping anything in any show or movie or game for that matter. Like everything exists to be consumed for a purpose. I don't even like. I know this is pretty popular with anime fans, but a lot of anime fans will talk about filler in a negative light. Like when they talk about One Piece or when they talk about Naruto, they talk about like what are the filler arcs that you can skip to get to like the actual stuff from the manga. And I always disagree with that. Like I like filler arcs because it does exactly what it says in the name. It fills in the world. I want to see when Naruto goes on the little vacation to the tropical island and see what he does there, because that downtime provides some like fill-in character development or aspects of the character's behavior or interactions with other characters that you wouldn't get in a main plot where the pace and the urgency is like different. Because when the main plot is firing on all cylinders and the pace is like high, it's usually paying off character development. It's, you know, at the crescendo of a main plot point, like at the end of like an arc or whatever, you're seeing the action scenes or the great dramatic moments that are paying off a lot of build-up, a lot of things the characters learned, a lot of the interactions had with other characters that have developed a relationship that is now coming to fruition as these characters are now behaving in a way or helping each other in a way that is because of the friendships they've built along the way. You need to experience the along the way part to get the full impact and stakes of the finale, the crescendo of the arc, the actual main plot. I want all of that. You know, I want to embrace like all parts of it. You used to agree? Is it just a time thing now? It's like you're trying to consume more in less time? Because the landscape of TVs, movies, games nowadays is like a lot more saturated than it used to be. And there's not enough time to keep up with everything, generally. You only find it's filler when you have an episode where the characters recount previous episodes. Yeah, that's probably the most tedious anime ever gets, is when they feel the need to they constantly remind and rehash. Like, Naruto, for example, it'll have like a huge like in the main story arc, it'll have like this huge fight between Naruto and Sasuke or something. And then the next episode, rather than continuing on from the cliffhanger, it'll spend the first half of the episode rehashing what we just saw the episode prior. Like flashbacks to parts of the fight we just saw like 20 minutes ago. Just so we can keep hearing the same voiceovers over and over again, smashing home the themes and all that stuff. And it's like, sometimes I feel like anime thinks we're all idiots. It definitely has that vibe. Like, there's so much anime that feels like it was made for adults, but it also doesn't, because it kind of treats you like a toddler that needs to have your face bashed in with every plot point like 25 times. Which is kind of infuriating. Which is what sometimes makes you feel like they're just spinning their wheels, because they didn't have enough time and resources to fill out a whole 30 minutes with new content. So half the episode has to be like flashbacks and rehashing. Which is like, yeah.
Times.
Yeah. Speaking of, where's the money?
Not with me yet. Didn't I tell you we're meeting someone first?
Oh, so we're picking it up.
You can say that.
I know firsthand that getting mixed up with criminals is no good, Mr. Baka. But as long as you pay off your loan, it doesn't matter.
The animation in this short is surprisingly creative. It keeps changing style.
To the old baseball field. Could you move a little to the right?
Like this? Ooh, look! Here's the money! Wow. There's so
The fuck is happening?
I didn't know they actually played. I thought the whole uniform was just like a fashion statement, you know?
Well, it's not just for show. They always play baseball here.
It's very creepy how it's always smiling,
Every night.
even while it's talking.
Passionate creatures.
That's really unnerving.
If you ask me.
You know the Samsung smartwatch music? Of course, everyone knows.
No worries if we lose. Mr.
It's a
Baka will
banger.
End up paying anyway. All of them do. All right, I'll go first.
People wash their clothes more frequently because they want to hear the flames coming from their washer. Are they firing guns? I can't really tell. I think they are. Is that meant to be a mass of monkeys behind her with guns? You know what's so weird about this? I don't know if I like it or not. The music design, I don't feel like is fitting the visuals. It feels like the jazz is too chill for the hyperkinetic action that's going on, but also it's turned up too high for chill jazz, so it's almost like overwhelming, like the dialogue and the sound effects. Which is a shame, because visually it's pretty amazing. But I feel like the audio mix is letting it down a bit. I heard dinero. Dinero means money. These monkeys are actually speaking a language.
Well then, come and get me.
Also, I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Like, why did the dinosaur smiling guy take her to a baseball pitch to fight a bunch of monkeys? Is she a bounty hunter or some kind of mercenary, and that's just a job they were given to go kill some monkeys by some random? That monkey's on fire.
Howdy, Miss Liv. How you doing over there?
You son of a bitch! I could have ended up dead, asshole!
But you didn't. So, shut the hell up. Now, tell your boss to remove
Money
me from the credit bureau and to quit sending those Scarface knockoffs to my door. Got it?
I hope we never see each other again.
Aw, cutie pie. Don't be like that. I tell you what, why don't we have some sushi, you know, to celebrate?
No thanks. I'm avoiding fish for a while.
What? I thought he was like her handler that gave her the jobs. But then she's like, I hope we never see each other for a while. You hadn't actually watched it before? It's a little confusing, but I mean, as a proof of concept for like art and animation, it's pretty decent. It's just I wasn't exactly sure what was going on and why, and I think the audio design was a bit of a letdown. Almost like a placeholder. Voice acting, a part of it was fine. It's just everything else about the audio was like, what the fuck? Da 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 da. Oh, what's this? Hang on. Oh, Earth Girls Are Easy again. We looked at this last time.
She's a brunette from Southern California. And he's not.
I need romance. I need surprise.
What was the context that we were looking at this before? Can you remember? Why were we talking about this on a previous stream? I remember us like looking at pictures of it and stuff like that. And talking about Gina Davis. And the fact that Jim Carrey, Jeff Goldblum, and one of the Wayans brothers with these aliens. And I had no idea when I was younger. That's not the Samsung washing machine source. What does that mean? Wait, Persona, what are you talking about?
A UFO landed in my pool. They captured me. I fed them Pop-Tarts, but you've got to cut their hair. What did you say?
We talked about Jeff Goldblum? I just can't remember the context. Were we talking about Jeff Goldblum first, and then we worked our way backwards to talking about this movie? And then I remember we looked at all the pictures on Google Images.
They may be from outer space.
So, they could still be dates. I think we could just make them look more sort of human.
Hey, come on, everybody. We're doing a makeover.
Yeah, shave them quick, because there's...
more than human.
There we go, it's better.
You're incredible.
The alien costumes are terrible.
Some bodacious chest, just like that.
I can't believe you're printing an alien in front of all these people.
Jim Carrey looks trippy blonde.
I'm going home with him.
Are we limp and hard to manage?
Wait a minute.
You didn't spend channel points with such a links to channel points that show up. I don't know. Oh, did you post a link? Sorry, I didn't notice. Because usually when I'm grabbing links, I'm grabbing them from the request queue, which is where they go if you use channel points so that I never lose them, and I can tick them off, make them go away when I use them. It's an easy way to keep track. Because if I was following along with the chat, it would be hard to know which ones I've looked at and which ones I haven't. So I probably didn't notice that there was one there that wasn't part of the... I can find it though. Yeah, it's only the last one before this one. Yeah, there it is. I see it. Hang on, let me just put it over here real quick.
Are you, like, coming on to me?
Her boyfriend's a doctor.
I've never, ever been unfaithful to you.
Oh my god, that guy always played the dick boyfriend in 80s movies, I swear.
Alienating.
Here comes Dr. Love.
And her new love's an alien who's more than accommodating.
Hell yeah.
Own your own home, or do you rent?
Gina Davis, Julie Brown, and Jeff Goldblum in a film directed
I
by
feel
Julie
like,
Temple and produced
okay,
by Tony
if you're a woman, I don't think it would matter how sexy Jeff Goldblum is in human form. I would still be concerned with having sex with alien Jeff Goldblum, because you don't know what's going to come out of him. Like alien sperm could be like acidic to humans. For all you know, it's going to burn like your entire lower and half of your body away. If he nuts in you, like would you want to take that risk?
I just don't want you to think Earth girls are easy.
Earth girls are easy.
They are, kinda. I mean, if you look like 20-something-year-old Jeff Goldblum, sure. That really depends. It's funny how Jim Carrey is like the biggest star out of all of them from this movie nowadays, but back in these days, I feel like he was the least of all the actors in this. Like his character in the movie was like, I think, the least focused on. Jeff Goldblum was the main character, and then him and was it Marlon or Damon Wayans? Whichever Wayans it was, were like the background alien characters. They were just there to like goof off in the background and do the slapstick. They didn't call out Jim Carrey or Wayne. Yeah, they weren't famous then. Jeff Goldblum was famous like way before them. Somehow. I don't know. There's a lot of cool shit back then. Everyone loves Jeff Goldblum. Wait, the fuck? Schubert composed the song. He made 5 versions of it, and it's based on his Trout quintet. Based on his Trout quintet. What the fuck does that mean? He had a fish? He based the song on his fish? That is so weird. I mean, I can hear it. Someone needs to mod a washing machine to play this version. I don't know if the speakers on a washing machine are designed to be complex enough to play this. I think the whole idea is that it just pumps out like the most basic MIDI sounds so that it like takes up as little space and like processing power on a washing machine as possible. Add speakers. You're going to basically turn your washing machine into half a computer. Just so it can play like music. But if your washing machine could play this, then you could play anything. You could play Smash Mouth. You could play All Star on your washing machine. Hey now, your clothes are done. Please get them out. Hey now, fold that shit. Don't be lazy, you son bitch. And all that glitters is gold. Only washed up clothes gonna get warm. That's also by Schubert. Schombalala Fisch. Suchte Babylon. I wonder if this is like mad copyright or something. Let's have a look. Music. Schubert di Forelli. Op 32 D 550. Okay, it was. You can buy an album with this music on it. It's only going to play the Trout song. You're going to build a computer attached to a washing machine that can only play the Trout song. Can't play any other frequency. Jesus Christ. That's like some mad scientist shit. I don't think I gave you the link, but we talked about it. What, Earth Girls Are Easy? We definitely talked about that a lot.
Now, Australia's colossal comedy hit, starring
Oh god, I remember this.
comes to the States.
You know what's funny? Before I lived in Australia, when I was still living in South Africa is when I saw this movie. And I was like, it's fine. And then I moved to Australia and I saw the movie again at some point, and then I didn't like it at all. Have you ever played Geometry Dash? I think I have.
Powerful scientific theories in history.
I discovered the formula for splitting beer atoms.
Is that blackface?
Only one girl is brilliant enough to understand him.
It's hard to tell sometimes with 80s movies whether the joke is blackface or if the joke is Looney Tunes.
Marie Curie.
Marie Curie.
One man is low enough to steal from him. Albert discovers that there are even worse things in the big city than a cat pie. For example,
An atomic bomb.
if ever the world needed a revolutionary new theory, it's now. At last.
Oh my god, I had nightmares about this. Like, this was in my head as a kid. This bit where he, like, gets electrocuted like this and is all red with the guitar. And you can see a skeleton. That freaked me out, man. There's so many parts of this, like, I remember vividly. Like, I remember the VHS tape, the box art. I remember what the VHS box looked like in the video store.
Last, the incredible untold story of the greatest mind of all.
Hey, Geometry Dash was the one... It's like a platformer, right? Where you are jumping across shapes. And you have to be, like, perfect. And it's like super hard. It's like the Souls-likes of... It's like the Souls-like of platformers.
Lover, adventurer, genius.
I wonder what happened to this man.
Warner Brothers proudly
Oh, he's a Tasmanian. Hang on. Oh, it's Yahoo Serious. I totally forgot that was his name. Australian actor, films like Young Einstein. What happened to him, though? Is he dead? He's 71! And he lives in New South Wales. He lives in my state. Years active, 1988 to 2000. So he stopped acting 25 years ago. He just fucking gave up. For some reason. Young Einstein was 1988. Success in Australia, but critical and commercial flop after arriving in the United States, of course. In 1993, he released another film called Reckless Kelly about modern descendants of bank robber Ned Kelly, who then becomes a movie star in Hollywood. Was also a hit in Australia, but failed outside the country. In 2000, released his third film, Mr. Accident, about the most accident-prone man in the world. That sounds like an excuse for slapstick. Like a really obvious, blatant one. He's the director of the Kokoda Track Foundation, a humanitarian organization focused on Papua New Guinea. In a Q&A in 2019, he was asked what he's been doing, and he said he's been writing and hopes to continue to make more movies. And I guess that just never happened. Oh, God. In July 2020, he was evicted from his Sydney rental in order to pay $15,000 in rent arrears to the landlords. He was unable to pay due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Was unable to substantiate his claim. Holy shit, he's broke. Being a Australian movie star is not cracked up. Is not what it's cracked up to be. That's sad. I feel bad for him. He sued the search engine Yahoo for trademark infringement. The case was thrown out because he could not prove that he sells products or services under the name Yahoo, therefore could not prove that he suffered harm or confusion due to the search engine. That was a money grab. The only reason he sued Yahoo is because he thought he can get away with it and make some cash because he was fucking broke and he wasn't being put in movies or making any films. He should probably get a job. like he should get a job at JB Hi-Fi or something. I think it's over. Okay. That's depressing. That's super depressing. Get him on stream? What, like interview him? Isn't he like 70? 71. You're never too old to work at JB Hi-Fi. Just have to look like an old hipster. What would I even interview Yahoo Serious about? Question 1. Why is your name so stupid? Question 2. Where the fuck have you been? And why don't you have a career? Question 3. Get out of my house. Oh, wait, there's a sham link. Again.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to talk about Video Game Donkeys, videos about video games universe, phase 18.
What the fuck is all this? Star of Providence? I was trying to see if there's anything on here I haven't heard of. Is Mario Odyssey 2 a real thing? I hadn't heard of that. The Gex trilogy being brought back is pretty sweet. Shang-Chi is here for no reason. I think he forgot to Photoshop that out so he can put more video games in here. Kingdom Hearts 3, okay. No one knows what's happening in Kingdom Hearts anymore. Alright.
Hey, I'm breaking down my entire plan for next year's videos. I want to be completely transparent with you guys next year. No surprises. I want no twists, no curveballs, no saying this is Black Myth Wukong and then playing the far superior Black Ops 6. Little Donkey Bro Army.
That's Metal Gear Solid.
The future of AAA gaming, and it is mostly games where you hit people with a sword. And Nintendo.
I got huge leaks and huge news on Nintendo Switch 2.
Trust me, bros.
And it is supposed to release in late
No one has any information on Switch 2.
early 2023.
I'm really tired of YouTube. This is not... I'm not talking about this video, because he's making fun of this as well. But I'm talking about actual YouTube videos and Twitter posts that claim to, like, have the scoop on the Switch 2. Every time I see that headline, I'm like, I'm not reading the rest of this shit. You're full of it.
Ask and you shall receive. Nobody asked me to play Soul Edge for PS1, but that is what you will receive anyway. Is the first video.
I've played Soul Edge. That game was cool.
I like Soul Calibur. And then we're gonna be wrapping things up for the big.
I don't think I played Soul Calibur 1, but I definitely played Soul Calibur 2 on the
Nintendo has already
Dreamcast.
started preparing the mass production for the next gen Switch, which will be launched in 2021. So yeah, just a few months essentially.
All of this
I like
that
his
went
lighting.
around in December was just wrong.
I've heard from very trusted sources that Switch 2 is going to be revealed in January from big time, like the guy on Reddit.
You know what's the only thing I don't like about the Switch? I don't like the combination console and portable handheld device. I'm the kind of person that, like, I'm gonna do all of my gaming here on stream, on a screen, sitting down, console based. I don't actually need the screen part of the Nintendo Switch. It's kind of a waste. If I did need to play something on a handheld console out of the house, Game Boy style, then I would get one of those, like I have in the past. I've had DSs, I've had PSPs. Once I stopped going to school, like university, when I stopped going to uni or film school, I wasn't going places on a regular basis, like on trains and buses. So I never needed one of those handhelds ever again. So, like, my Switch is never going to have that screen ever in use. I'm never going to play that thing handheld mode. So the screen part of it is just such a waste to me. I kind of wish they would have a version of it. You know how, like, the Xbox is the Xbox Series S and the Xbox Series X? I would like it if the Switch had, like, a dedicated console-only version with the screen eliminated on this thing. Which I think would bring the cost down significantly. So it would essentially be the cheapest version of it because it would omit the handheld capabilities of it, which is like a huge selling point. But for those of us who know we're not going to use it, at least we can get it for cheaper and be like, the form of the console will be less, bullshit. Like, I don't need the thing sitting on my desk with this whole fake unused screen on it. It would be like a smaller thing that I could push in the corner and ignore. Stream Deck format is rather popular. I'm never going to use a machine like that. I'm never going to use the Stream Deck. I'm never going to use the the built-in handheld screen version of the Switch either. It's always going to be plugged into a bigger screen to be played console style. Some games have server versions, similar box for Switch.
There is
Yeah.
actually a verified Reddit mod which
So the Nintendo Switch 2 leaks have gotten pretty insane, and
they actually have the Y and X buttons reversed from how Nintendo has them.
Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be a PlayStation 2 level event in gaming. The second this thing gets announced, I am throwing my PS5 Pro directly out the window.
is this Nintendo Switch 2?
Yes.
I always wondered why the XY button flip happened. I know Nintendo came first, but then when other consoles started to appear, like the Xbox, like why did other manufacturers start to flip the X and the Y button? Why did that become a thing? Was it just to be different from Nintendo, so no one got sued? It's weird, man.
Launch lineup for this thing is going to be pure insanity. New Elden Ring, that's a day one launch title. Witcher 4, that's a day one launch title with 4 times as many bugs as Cyberpunk.
Just to be different.
There's a ton of third-party support in the pipeline.
It sounds like a just to be different enough not to get sued issue.
And a lot of different games from major studios.
Nintendo's the kind of company that would be like, we're suing you because you copied our controller design.
Are essentially just sitting and waiting to port their games to the next generation Nintendo console.
So there you have it. Bloodborne is a day one launch title for Switch 2. It's going to be 60 FPS, 5K.
The only thing people care about is where's Bloodborne 2?
Nintendo Switch with the Switch logo, but there's a 2 next to the logo,
which confirms everything that I've been saying.
Jesus Christ, was that content?
Is going to be 2 themed.
Was that someone's idea of content? Describing the logo with the 2 next to it?
2, that's day one. F0? No, F1. But wait, there's more. Donkey Kong's Big Banana Extravaganza, an all-new 3D Donkey Kong platformer made by
Look
the
at that
Mario
Donkey
Odyssey
Kong
games,
fur.
and they're both coming out day
Why does this
one.
actually look
That's
kind of
been
shit?
confirmed.
So
what is
I'll put
this?
both images up on screen for you guys right now.
That's the wheel from Mario Kart 9. That's day one confirmed.
There was a person on Reddit who...
When a person on Reddit said it, it's gotta be true. Either all this is right or it's gonna be like 1, 2 switch.
Fucking Spider-Man Noir is the example of the Redditor posting on the internet.
January 17th, we're playing Dynasty Warriors Origins.
No, we won't.
As a woman hitting people with a sword, which is what I love so much about video games. Finally, we're gonna learn the origins of Dynasty Warriors. And did you
I
know
used
that
to
the
feel
first one
similarly to
was
that.
actually-
When I was younger, I used to think, you know what's great about video games? We get to hit things with swords. And now I'm bored. I'm so tired of hitting things with swords.
A one-on-one fighting game, just like Soul Edge. January 23rd, of course, we're gonna be playing Star Wars Episode 1 Jedi Power Battle.
Oh my god. Is this a phone game?
Different era in gaming where every game wasn't so.
Are we playing this on our
Only
iPhones?
Some of them were very brave of George to do this back then today. January 28th, of course, we're gonna be playing Eternal Strands. This is the
Every
second
good game has
Strand
swords.
pack
That's
game
not true.
You are a woman hitting
A Little to the Left is a good game. That doesn't have swords.
a tree with a sword. I love all the games that this reminds me of, so let's all play Eternal Strands on the beach with Norman Reach. February 4th, of course,
Norman
we're gonna be
Reach.
playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I love games like Skyrim where you're hitting everybody with a sword and dragons are flying everywhere.
swords again.
Dragon Age didn't have any dragons in the
People
party,
did like this
so
Deliverance
February
game.
14th, of
This
course,
Kingdom
we got
Come, whatever.
Assassin's Creed Shadows, where you are a woman hitting people with a ninja sword. I'm really going to be focusing on the quality of the shadows in this game and, you know, how they stack up to the shadows from Shadow Generations. February 18th, of course, I'm going to
What?
have to be doing a video for Avowed. Definitely getting big Skyrim, hitting people with a sword type of vibes off this one. I love sword fighting to be
It's actually kind of interesting how, you know how Avowed is a kind of an Elder Scrolls kind of first-person RPG thing? The last time we saw an Avowed trailer, it occurred to me that, like, there's almost no first-person RPGs where you use a wand. Like an actual, like a stick wand. As a magician, sorceress, warlock, whatever. It's weird that that's an untapped market.
in every game every time, and it's just like Skyrim, and it makes you wonder why they don't do a Skyrim 2, which is coming to the Nintendo Switch 2 on day one confirmed.
Well, okay, wait, there's no way there's going to be a Skyrim 2. It'll be an Elder Scrolls 6, right?
Pirate Yakuza.
Hell yeah.
In this game,
Pirate Yakuza for the win.
Gangster who becomes a pirate captain that can
The Year of
create
Water.
clones of himself, and then he sails
Water
to
doesn't get old.
teams
I always like looking at water graphics in games and judging them.
the giant boxing monkey.
I like when it looks like Mercury.
Fighting, but I feel like it has too much stuff that isn't sword fighting for this game to be successful next year. February 28th, of course we got.
He's really got a boner for the sword thing.
This is a very innovative.
I have an opposite boner of the sword thing. I have a flaccid for the sword thing.
Monsters with a sword. I don't think they've done sword fighting in a game for a while. So
like, can we replace the sword with a guitar or something? That's cool.
Definitely playing South of Midnight.
Yeah, South of Midnight. This is really high on my anticipated list.
Kind of game.
I don't know what she's fighting with. It seems sword-like, but I can't tell.
Witches with a sword, but you gotta use the golden sword for aquatic monsters.
Do you know what Geometry Dash is? Yeah, we talked about it before. The platforming game where you have to be like fucking perfect. But you're bouncing that square across all the other shapes. It's one of those games that makes you want to like rage quit.
Then I'm gonna play Skyrim for the first time. I've never played it yet. I've heard great things. To me, it sounds a lot like Skyrim. Then Fable is.
I'm actually still kind of stoked about the idea of playing Skyrim in VR on stream. I definitely want to make that a plan for the future.
You're the woman from Fable 3 with a sword hitting people with it.
Wait, what does he mean from Fable 3? Does he know something I don't? I've yet to hear any actual concrete story stuff about Fable 4. Like, are you actually a recurring character, like a returning character from Fable 3? Or is he just making that up? I can't tell with Donkey sometimes, because he talks a lot of shit.
To see. Then we got Black Myth Wu Chang, Fallen Feathers from the Butt of a Swan. It's a woman-based game with swords like Bloodborne and Sekiro. Kinda got that ninja flavoring to it that we like.
Ninja flavoring.
Phantom Blade Zero. You are a woman ninja hitting people with a sword. Project.
No, that's a dude. I'm pretty sure that's a dude.
The Perceiver. Now this looks really interesting. You play.
We've seen trailers for that before. That was a dude.
Sword, you're hitting people with the damn thing. It's such an original premise. Where winds meet, you're a man ninja. Yeah.
I think Where Winds Meet is one of the games that Jeannie was listing as her most anticipated.
Hitting people with a sword like Onimusha. And then
I remember the teaser, but I forgot about the game entirely after that.
With Intergalactic. This is the new game from Naughty.
You can't take anything so seriously, that's his whole thing.
We're talking.
I mean, yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying. Because when he said that one little thing, I was like, that wasn't really a joke. There was nothing funny about what he said. So is that actually like a known piece of story information about the game that I just missed? Because I don't remember any characters from number 3 that is iconic enough for it to be exciting that they're returning for 4. But I'm still intrigued by that.
Daxter, Uncharted.
Have you seen how inside the game got and how brain rot it became? Geometry Dash. It got brain rot?
Last of Us, I swear. Every time
I know it got rage quitted on by most people who played it.
Home run, but for some reason, I started getting this bad feeling when I was watching this trailer. You know, we have a woman character, okay, probably a ninja. But
why is it a ninja?
Talking to people like Starfield. And I started thinking, I don't know, man. Maybe gamers were right. Maybe Naughty Dog is losing that magic touch. But then she pulls out a big-ass Skyrim sword and...
Skyrim sword? I don't think Skyrim has any laser swords. It is kind of odd that people will see a trailer like Interstellar and think of it as example of Naughty Dog losing its touch, because it's just a teaser. Like, it's got the same level of graphical fidelity as the best of their games, like Last of Us 2 and Uncharted 4. And aside from that, it's just a tone piece. So there's nothing really to go by to think that Naughty Dog has lost anything, to be honest. Sounds so boomer not getting Donkey's sarcasm. I don't really watch Donkey. I think that's the problem. Like, I watched one video and I got his stick, and then I watched a few more videos and it was like, I felt like I was just watching the same video and over again. He just does that same shtick constantly. And I gain nothing new from it. He seems like an alright dude, though. I respect the hustle when he produced that Animal Well game. I think more people in the gaming community, from, you know, like YouTubers and stuff like that, should take their fame and fortune into like giving back to the gaming community that made them what they are, by like producing or developing their own games that have their own how would you put it? Their kind of own instincts or tastes involved. Because, I mean, they're part of the game. They know what they like in games. They have opinions on gaming just like all of us do. So apply that to, like, developing your own stuff. In a lot of cases, it's going to come out well, I think. Like, I heard Animal Well is amazing. And I'm not surprised at all. Considering it's partly produced by someone who's, like, this entrenched in the gaming community. You want to share your appreciation towards the creator of GD? Geometry Dash. You single-handedly made the most relatable cheap game ever? How cheap? Where do you actually get Geometry Dash from? Is it on Steam? It is. I thought it was a browser game, to be honest. Jump, fly away through danger in this rhythm-based platformer. $7.50. I guess that is kind of cheap. I could have sworn I played an early version of this in a Flash browser, like long ago. I might as well add it to my wish list so I don't forget it exists again. There we go. Donsky? What does Donkey look like? I don't remember what he looks like. Let's Google him. Video game donkey images. Oh, there he is. He's a slightly chunky neckbeard. There he is. There he is being weddinged. I guess he has a wife. He looks nothing like his gamer pic. The actual donkey. There he is again. Gamer Giga Chat. They thought he was black in his early YouTube years. Yeah, the voice. He's got a unique, like, affectation to his voice. Makes you wonder exactly what kind of accent you're listening to. Can't quite put my finger on it. Geometry Dash's level editing tool is the next best next to Roblox? I mean, yeah, people make all kinds of things out of Roblox, but I can't confirm or deny if it's good or not, or if people just like to make things out of it because then it'll make money. Oh, this is somebody making a custom level? Jesus Christ. I could see now why you said brain rot. I definitely feel like I remember this from when the graphics are more basic. Like early alpha of this game, when it was just a web thing.
Feet.
Did you just say feet? What the fuck? That was weird. That was really bizarre. Doesn't actually seem like you can... It's that hard to fail that. It's just meant to fuck with your head. Wait, is this another one? Oh, did someone remake Five Nights at Freddy's in Geometry Dash? Is that what you're telling me? Geometry Dash 2.2 is just a game engine in disguise at this point. Seems like it. I didn't know people were making entire games in this. That's surprising. The graphics have to be a lot more basic. But I mean, I can see what you mean though, because that's basically what people do in Roblox. They just like make random shit that has nothing to do with Roblox and somehow make money from it. I don't really know how that system works. Blah. Blah. What's with that sound effect whenever you change the camera? It sounds like someone's squishing grapefruit with their feet. It seems to function. I mean, this is, from what I can tell, is playing exactly like how Five Nights plays. Oh my god. Shares sound effects from Newgrounds. Man, I haven't been to Newgrounds in so long. I used to look at Newgrounds when I was at CIT, at Technical College, on the computer in the library. That was at least like 20 years ago, 20 plus years ago. It's crazy that Newgrounds are still kicking, because that's like, I think that's pre-YouTube even. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I wonder if it's easier or harder than actual Five Nights at Freddy's. Because it'd be very difficult to get the game's programming and AI exactly the same. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised if it was a lot easier. What's this?
Stuff that'll make you faster and stronger and make the bad guys cry like an anime fan on prom night. Like an anime fan on prom night. Like an anime fan on prom night.
Okay, is this from the actual trailer for Mighty No. 9? You were roasted by a mediocre game trailer.
And I know you like that combo on combo action.
So Mighty No. 9 was being mighty sassy. But didn't that game turn out average? Like, people seem to talk like a lot of shit about Mighty No. 9, even though it was meant to be like a return to Mega Man action. It's a shame. I remember like watching the trailers for it and crossing my fingers that it was gonna be successful. I like Mega Man. That's way too sassy. I wonder if they actually like made any anime / Nintendo fans angry with that, and then they didn't buy the game because they were insulted. You gotta have a little bit of a sense of humor about yourself, though. Like, actually chill. Alright. Let's get into the mix before it gets too late. While it's counting down, I'm gonna have some water. And maybe some sour lollies. I also have some Kit Kats left over. I might have some chocolate. Quick, Sham, drop some bars. Oh, it's too late. I'm hit 0. You had your chance for like 6 seconds to drop some fire on the track. That didn't give you much time at all. Oh, you've got... Okay, let me watch your link just really quickly. Because otherwise, this is going to take ages. But then I'm going to stay on that.
Wake.
Bluey!
The old girl's not very lively today.
These are very bad for you, okay, kids? Only whales.
Oh, is this when the parents are hungover? One of you mentioned that when I was playing the game the other day.
Dad enters the room. I like food.
Thanks for the update.
And stools can't talk.
Yoo-hoo! Hi, I'm your wife.
What's actually... Are they high?
My wife.
Yes, and if you want me to stay your wife, you'll learn about dishwashers.
He's on something. He's taking pills. He's on uppers.
Washer. Wife. Wow. There's just so much to learn. Don't worry about the sun. It's meant to be there.
Okay.
I have a wife.
Alright, so what's it... Is there actually an in-show reason for why he's high as fuck right now? Did he go to Uncle's house? What was that? Uncle with the sexy hair? And they smoked weed together or something? The show wouldn't have said that out loud, but they would have, like, hinted at it. You have no idea.
Ooh, okay.
You better get on that.
On it. C'est bon. Bonjour,
Oh, it's the dad. Thought it was a new character.
Yes, thank you. It's a good size.
Bonjour.
Thank you.
Where's some more?
Thank you.
Is that tomato sauce on pavlova? What is Bluey's obsession with pavlova? Like, I spent half of that game collecting fucking pavlova slices just randomly around the park in the forest. I don't know why it was there, but...
No, he just called you a booger.
What?
Is it because it's like an Australian-specific dessert? It's classic Aussie dessert? I didn't really know it was Aussie-specific. I thought pavlova was just a thing.
Daddy, me go
It's not that
sleep
good,
in
though.
nappy. Thanks, me daddy.
That's gross. Okay, that's gross, Dad.
Of course. What's your favorite food?
Children.
That one was funny.
Feet okay? Arms okay? I think we're good.
Backwards.
Just one thing.
Huh?
Does it seem like the game, I don't know why, but like the game feels like it was skewed younger than the TV show was. Like the TV show seems a bit more balanced in its storylines and humor in terms of entertaining kids and adults. But the game didn't feel like that way at all. I felt like the game was just for babies only, and it kind of omitted the parents part of the equation.
You know how I said you're the most special kid in the world?
Who the fuck's this again? Another uncle?
Yes.
Well, you're not.
Work, peasant.
Good. Let these kids know.
I mean, carry on.
These grass clippings you're talking about.
Got in trouble with the wife?
We have to put them in the wheelbarrow. They don't belong to
The fuck is that? Oh, they have a book fort back there.
Well, you know all that food in the fridge? That doesn't belong to you either. But if you want to keep eating it, I suggest you get to work.
Okay, he's cereal.
She's cereal. Do they say cereal a lot as well? Is that one of their catchphrases? Alright, now we can get back to this. Fucking Bluey. They should make a real game next time. But if they want to make a real game, they should probably give it to someone other than OG. Outright Games doesn't know how to make games, fuck's sake. I mean, Ben 10 was alright. I'll give him that one. But even Peppa Pig was better than the Bluey game. You want a Bluey movie? What, live action? With Kevin Spacey playing the dad? I agree.
What is poppin', everybody? Welcome to the Mixed Fall Showcase 2020.
What's up? Show me games.
We are bringing you some of that heat right before that winter.
Show me heat.
coldness just slaps you in the face.
Slap me in the face. No, wait. Scratch that last one. That got weird.
We are coming to you live.
This is not live. This is pre-recorded as of a few weeks ago.
California, even though there's overcast. Over the
This man
next
lied to
few
me.
hours, we're going to tease your eyeballs and tickle your eardrums with some of the coolest.
Why is this started out so sexually? He's gonna tease and tickle me.
Upcoming games releasing later this year and beyond. But before we get into it, allow me to introduce my friend, the delightful and talented.
I'm pretty sure I've seen both these guys hosting different showcases.
Thank you, Justin. I am Alex.
I like the idea of them hosting the same showcase together, but being like really adversarial, like two alpha lions fighting for control of the show.
The Mix is here to deliver a showcase dedicated to the boundless creativity of the independent game development community. We've got new game announcements, exciting reveals.
You know what would have been funny? If he actually did exactly what you just suggested. Like, after the live show, they re-record the line pre-recorded, and they just, like, put the audio in over his mouth when he says live in a way that's, like, really obvious. Just make a joke out of it.
And even a couple of worldwide
He looks like Nakey Jakey.
from
He's not
dozens
nakey
of
enough.
insanely talented studios from all over
Take
the
off the jacket and the shirt.
insane. And
You can leave the hat on.
Alex. I think this might be one of the early showcases yet, with well over 50 games featured. But
50 games? Oh, shit. Hopefully there's not too many repeats from the last couple of months.
Lifting up the culture and to the
I want to see new shit.
We literally could not do this thing without you. And a big thanks to the companies who provided Steam keys to games from their catalog.
Oh, we get Steam keys?
Not you, son.
Well, no.
Sorry, you're not eligible.
It's if you were here live, I bet you could have got that.
You see the QR code on the screen, scan with your
Games
phone
to add to
for
the
a
wish list.
chance to scan it. You're gonna take
I should add less games to my wish list. That's too much.
chance to add an awesome game to your collection.
I'll never complete the wish
You know,
list.
Justin, the holidays are coming up. I need to be stacking my wish list, and
They should start the showcase like hardcore. The first game should be like something insane.
Once again, we've teamed up with our friends at
To kick off the show, we're gonna take a look at a new trailer for Abortion Simulator 2025.
Head there to wish list the games.
It's like, oh shit. It's kind of intense.
You can also support your favorite developers by following their social
You start
media
cheap and build your way up.
Just
At the
visit
start
our
of the game,
website,
all you have is a coat hanger.
exchange.com. And be sure
Running
to
around in
visit our
alleyways.
Twitch and YouTube channels as well.
By the end, you build your way up to having your own clinic and an actual doctorate.
Okay. Is it time to get into games?
Porn Star Simulator?
Almost.
I own the Playboy Mansion game on I think it was on Xbox, like the OG Xbox, which kind of played like The Sims, a cross between The Sims and like a business management game where you actually had to manage the magazine and take the photos and stuff. That's kind of a Porn Star Simulator.
I gotta
almost.
give a shout out to Experience Studios.
You could fuck the models on the pinball table. That was hot.
Gaming and Games for Games, two amazing organizations that shine a light on female devs and developers of color. Make your calendars clear for the next Black Voices in Gaming showcase in just a few weeks during the Video Game Awards, Monday, December 9th at noon Pacific time. Also, a very special shout out to the following sponsors for going above and beyond: Raw Fury, Forklift, Noodle Cake, Better Gaming Agency, Top Hat, Neon Doctrine, GOG, otherwise known as Good Old Games, and
I'm not a big fan of
their support.
All right,
the Black Voices in Gaming showcase that I have every year. I'm not actually a big fan of watching that on stream, just because that showcase is always done as a interview thing.
You guys are great.
Okay, it's definitely time for the games, right?
Like the entire showcase is basically like tuning in on someone's Zoom call with the different squares and people talking to each other, and it's not exactly very exciting stream content. I'll watch it off stream like a podcast while doing other stuff.
So put down your turkey, check out the info on your screen. The first ever Digi
But the only showcases worth tuning into on stream are the ones where they just throw trailers at you. That stuff's great.
For the actual air date to be announced.
Oh my god, can we get to it?
Before it's all gone. Announcement.
Skipping.
Today, we're opening up the Audience Choice Award.
Audience Choice Awards, got it. Full showcase, let's go. 5 out of 5 games, animes, waifus, right off the bat. Abortion Simulator. That's why she looks so stern. I'm coming to get your fetus, whether you like it or not. That's the theme song. Coming for those ovaries with crazy anime violence. Rip it out of your tum-tum. Sometimes I use a sword or a toaster or an explosive Kameya to your face. Somehow a fireball to the face aborts the fetus. I don't know how that goes from one to the other. Just live with it. So this is like a magical girl superhero brawler. That's kind of cool. Giant monsters can punch you through buildings. An upskirt like. Maitreya. It's a little bit hard to say. Maitreya was pretty cool. World premiere. See, this is what I want. This is all I want. Just show me world premieres. No repeats. New stuff. Let's go.
I will find you. I will kill you.
Goddamn, she angry.
The words kept repeating in my head.
Raw Fury is a good publisher, though.
When I got involved in
Oh, this is Kathy Rain. What the
A
fuck?
big reward was announced.
Cool.
And I was, well, desperate enough.
Kathy Rain is a goth chick detective point and click series on Steam. It's got a director's cut actually that I have wishlisted.
In a bloody case like that,
I'm guessing they're getting a sequel.
I had to accept the risks. But little did I
It's just
know.
that this is Kathy Rain going full crow. Kathy Rain 2, full crow. She angry. She looks older than she did in the first game. She looks like she's in her late 30s, early 40s at least. Cool. Inverted color scheme. Retro game. Where you get to play as cat? Sorry, kitten. There's something about this era of graphics that's kind of unsettling to me. I don't know why that is. It's good for horror though. Scratch-like. Can we play as a capybara? There's a lot of animals in this game. Where's the cappy? Maybe the cappy's the villain. Pulling the strings. Final boss Cappy. He's got 6 forms. Which is even his final form? Nobody knows. Beware Cappy. Graphics look like an instant scratchy. I would have said like OG Game Boy. Like the very first version of the OG Game Boy that added color, but it was like basic single tone colors. The poster for Aurora is like the best graphics than... it's way better graphics than the actual game. Imagine people buying this game based on that poster, like the poster's the box art. Did I play Stray? I wanted to, but I didn't have a PS5, unfortunately. But it's now come to Xbox Series X, so I do have access to it now. Just haven't got around to it. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's a game where you surf on a witch broom. With hella blocky graphics. Witches are kind of in right now. There's so many witchy games. There's that awesome 3D game where you're like a witch delivery service and you have to like fly the broom around like it's a Harley Davidson. Delivering packages. Put Bluey back on. Double cameo. I should actually watch Bluey someday. I've only ever seen clips from it.
It's a game about a bear that can copy.
There's a thumbs up from me. I mean, it looks amazing just because the cat looks real. The cat animations are incredible in that game.
My name is Patrick, and in this video, I'd like to introduce
What is this?
you to Ruffy's magical world.
Look at this graphics. It's full 3D, but the main character is like flat.
Well, depending on who you ask, of course.
Kinda.
Everybody agrees there are treasures to be found around every corner.
What exactly is he?
So keep your eyes open and give things a try.
Is he a bear or a cat or a what?
Swap. You can change the world. Hey, did that tree just move? Well, let's try to swap it.
Swap
With
it?
the fantastic powers of the swap. You can change the world in the most
Oh,
amazing
okay.
ways.
You can steal materials and change other things into the... Okay, yeah, cool.
Use your imagination.
That's pretty clever.
And then just make it happen.
Like, steal the texture of leaves and then turn like rocks into leaves to solve a puzzle? That's interesting.
Fight bosses and enemies.
Lo-fi witch hop, like Paper Mario in 3D World. Oh, this.
Bosses, enemies? That's correct. You gotta save the world, your hometown, and all.
I'm tripping out about the main character. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Sir Adler, Minna, Weena, Pix, Taboo, and this guy. He wants.
I just want to know what kind of creature he is.
Letters, so you set off to faraway lands, and that's when things get wild.
Does it have swords? No, it has punching. I think he punches. The music is awesome. The soundtrack is definitely kicking. I just can't tell what the fuck he is. He's like a big smiley face sticking out of a hoodie. But the rest of him is like a bear, but he's got cat ears. It definitely looks like a weird Japanese import game from like the PlayStation 1 era. You know what I mean?
The lands of Riverside, you will explore wonderful places and make friends along the
Customers
way.
should always be able to understand what is said. Funny
You will
accent sound
experience
comes
wisdom,
second.
bravery, and courage from strong allies.
That depends.
They will help you to bring back those golden letters.
Oh, do you mean for trailers? Like the guy that's talking right now in the trailer? No, I can see what you mean. Like sometimes you can tell that the indie developer basically just voice-overed his own trailer as opposed to hiring an actual voice actor to do a professional VA. Because it's marketing. You got to put money towards marketing. Otherwise, people are going to feel the... Understood him fine. I mean, I understood him fine as well, but I know what streamer means. Because my issue is not so much the understandability, it's the cheapness. Sometimes if it sounds like some random programmer is just telling you about his game over the trailer, it can make the promotion of the game feel cheap. Even if the game is like a low budget indie game, I feel like you still need to put a little bit extra effort into the promotion of it. I don't care like how much the game costs or how cheap the game is. I can get away with a lot of things, but like if I was making a game that was like a no money game, I would still kind of put effort into the posters, the trailer, the voiceover stuff, like all that. I'd put a little bit extra into that. Even if you don't have money to hire someone crazy, you could probably find someone to help you that can do like a voiceover. They could have hired that guy for $10 on Fiverr. Why would they hire that guy? That guy's the reason that you go to try and hire someone in the first place, so you don't have to sound like just some dude. Like normal people can do basic announcer voice acting a lot of times. It wouldn't like Fiverr. You could get someone on Fiverr that could probably do a very normal announcy voice. Welcome to Rough in the Riverside, like that kind of thing. Just put some like pop into it. Like either read it like a newsreader or like a used car salesman, like a little bit of that pep. I still want to know what the fuck that creature is. He did all right. No, he did fine. It's just, you know, it's not something that. It's something that I always feel is a bit of a letdown when it's just some dude. That's not the worst I've like. That guy at least sounded pleasant. He sounded happy to be telling you about the game. So that's about like that's in the middle. That's like a middle situation. The worst kind of trailers are the ones where it sounds like some bored, introverted programmer that hates the fact that he has to do this himself. It's just some guy like, oh, this is Jeremy's quest. You go to a magical realm and you have to rescue the princess, and it's a roguelike, and you know, like, I mean, I'm making it sound worse than it really is. Like, I don't think there's any trailer that sounds as bad as I just made that sound. But you know what I mean? Like, sometimes it just literally sounds like a guy that's talking into his, like, fucking Logitech webcam mic. So it doesn't even sound, like, professionally recorded. And it just sounds like he got to the end of making the trailer, and then he switched on the mic and hit record and just did one talk through, and just one-taked it, and then dropped it in, and then didn't sound mix it, so his voice sounds too quiet and distant. I've definitely seen indie trailers like that, and I hate it. Pixels, more pixels. Except this has got HDR lighting. Blonde lady with purple axe. That's what this game should be called. Let me name the games. This summer, blonde lady with purple axe. Get some. Voiced by Scarlett Johansson. Is this inspired by, like, old PlayStation 1 Final Fantasy type stuff? Is that what they're trying to tell us?
The remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time? The remake of the end
Better than the creator sounding monotone, sleep deprived. Yeah, there's a bunch that definitely sound like that. It's always a downer. This one has no announcer. Yeah, that's fine. You don't really need a voiceover a lot of the time for trailers if your trailer is getting across vibe and tone. Kickstarter Live. What is this? RPG.com. See, that's where you go to find out more. They need to describe it to you in the trailer. Nubs. Look at the art on this one. This is like a Saturday morning cartoon. Pick your nub. What the fuck is a nub? These are nubs. I guess. So, do you fight each other? Is this like an adversarial multiplayer game? Because I might be losing interest. You're gonna nub. I'm gonna pre, dude. I'm gonna pre out of my nub. Battle of the Nubbins. Which nub will reign supreme? Winning nub gets to become an erect nub. Why is the name Nubs sound and look so gross? Like that title logo is gross looking. Like it's made out of pus.
Long ago, in a magical forest far away, there was the perfect couple. Lord Pixie and Lady Goddess.
What the fuck?
The two reigned over the peaceful denizens of the forest. The playful
I've seen
pixies
pornos that start like
and
this.
the diligent gnomes. All was blissful and well until the Lady Goddess discovered an
I can't wait to see what the actual game looks like.
Lord Pixie
It's probably
was
look nothing like
texting
this.
Another goddess. And so her heart was replaced with an unknowable abyss. One she felt had to be filled with
Try to predict what kind of game this is going to be.
her beloved gnomes
I'm going to go
became
with top-down
forever
roguelike.
warped into dark beings of avarice, possessed by a need to pilfer. Hey,
I was wrong. It's not a top-down roguelike at all.
ruined my trailer.
Gameplay footage is not final. In case you think it looks like shit.
Team up with friends.
What the fuck?
Work together.
I feel like the little story intro we got has nothing to do with what we're looking at now. This looks like a bunch of birds. Hobnobbers. Okay. I feel like the game we just watched is a bunch of birds let loose in the mall, wreaking havoc. Hey, the River City girls are in that poster. I don't recognize the rest. Holy shit, cool.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this.
I wasn't, but okay.
situation.
Tell us.
It was meant to be a foolproof, get-rich-quick scheme. These don't always work, right?
Birds Let Loose in the Mall Wreaking Havoc would have been a great name. See, we should be naming games.
Each time I came back stronger, more prepared.
I think this, you know what?
Maybe not get rich.
I think I know what this
Get
is.
rich eventually.
This is a dungeon crawler that stole the end of level idea from Pizza Tower. So you dungeon crawl, and I think at the end of every dungeon crawl, once you get the treasure, I think there's like a sequence where you have to run back through the dungeon while being chased by the dragon.
And underground.
Sometimes good ideas come from indie developers just sort of stealing someone else's idea and sticking it in a different genre.
There it is. Do not make a sound. Shit.
So, does he always wake up, or can you actually get away with the stealth?
Stay shush. Greed doesn't always pay off.
Holy shit.
And finally.
Like, don't wake the beast. Can you not wake the beast, though? That's my question. Can you actually stealth it and never wake the dragon up? Or does it always chase you out when you get the treasure?
Since it was first announced. And congrats to the reveal.
Does it have swords? It has a grappling hook.
I love seeing a world premiere right from the
It was pretty cool,
Justin,
the ability to grapple onto the ceiling
List with you, just so you know you have it.
to avoid enemies. That was a neat
In
trick.
case you want to get me something.
Thank you so much. Thanks, homie.
I'm just trying to make it easy for you. What's next?
Oh god, I'm yawning tonight. I won't stop yawning.
Giveaway time. Pull out your phones like
Sugar
you're
time.
about to switch at a white party and take a snapshot
Don't wake
of the
Mr.
screen
Beast.
for your
That's
chance
actually
to
scarier.
grab them keys.
Someone
Come
should
on,
mod that
let's get
game
'em.
to put like a big
Let's get 'em
animated
going.
Mr.
Come
Beast
on,
in there
let's
instead of the
get 'em.
dragon.
Let's get them on. You know what I mean? Get your phones out.
If he catches you, the game over screen is you in one of his videos against your will.
You're gonna lose out. Thank you. Thanks to the Des for participating in the key giveaway and following
Oh,
us
no,
every
it's Mr.
Friday for a
Beast.
new indie game giveaway.
Run.
With our Freaky Fridays promotion. Up next, we have some rocket-fueled action games and sword-slashing RPGs.
Oh my god, sword
including
slashing.
More exclusives and world premieres.
Fuck yeah.
Roll tape.
Flash that sword. There's definitely a bunch of sword going on. Yay. You know what I would like to see? I want to see swords in situations where swords are not meant to be in. Like, make a game called Grocery Shopping Simulator, where the goal is to go to the department store like Kohl's or Woolworths and get a whole shopping cart worth of stuff off your list and then pay for it at the front. But you also have a sword. That's the gimmick. You can use the sword to shop. You can just wreak havoc. Other shoppers getting in your way? Sword. You need to get something down from like one of the aisles that's too high up? Sword. Just wreck the entire fucking shelf so the thing falls down. Sword to solve all problems. Use sword to pay for shopping.
Hello and welcome to Frontier Paladin, a Souls-like meets tower defense game. You play Titus,
Souls-like
Paladin
tower
apprentice
defense?
on his first quest
Hey,
to a cursed
interesting.
old battlefield to recover long-lost divine relics.
That's different. So it's like a Diablo viewpoint,
With
though.
warlords constantly squabbling, this land has become ruined and dangerous. Titus and his paladin
Since Mr.
order
Beast
have
is
set up
generic
a
and
decrepit
descriptive,
castle, but are immediately
it can't be a
tested by
trademark
neighboring
claim.
warlords. Not the most welcoming and hospitable of
I mean, it's definitely going to be his
class.
likeness.
Paladins are expected to hold
I want it
insurmountable
to be like
odds,
an
and
animated
Titus
Mr.
is
Beast that
no
looks
different.
exactly like he does in real
created
life.
by support members of the order, Titus can lay down
I want his face to look like how his face looks in every single YouTube thumbnail. You know, with that generic cheesy smile and that mustache of his.
turrets and barricades.
He looks like a
to
robot that
stand
only
off
knows
enemy
one
attacks.
only knows one look.
You'll also be able to command other order members onto the battlefield to stand beside you. Sometimes a stout line of defense is insufficient and you need to venture forth yourself to slay a foul beast or two. The new inhabitants of the castle are working hard to make it a strong bastion again. As you progress through the story, the castle opens up to you and the
This does
order
sound like another
members
situation where the developer is just
in Frontier Paladin, your journey
announcing
will
their own
take you through
trailer.
a variety of treacherous landscapes as you press ever closer to the heart of the crate.
But,
a place shrouded in mystery and
this
danger.
Des voiceover is
Each
decent.
environment brings its own challenges and mysteries. It's not
He's
all
got
about strength.
personality, and
Some
he's
gods
enunciating well.
appreciate intellect more, and some of the most powerful relics can be won through
Tower
testing
defense
your
action RPG. Well, they said tower defense rogue Souls-like.
Scattered across these lands are gods
I don't know how
plus armor
Souls-like
and
he
weapons.
looks.
I will help you hone your skills and shape your fighting
Like action
style.
RPG sounds
You'll
more.
certainly need that help as the forces that reside in the
Sounds
crater
more,
are backed by their own malignant powers, and escaping
realistic
the crater
here.
successfully will be a legendary undertaking. Frontier Paladin arrives next year in 2025.
This poster
and we
sucks,
can't wait
though.
to see you on the battlefield.
This poster's generic as hell. Souls-like usually means that's bosses. But sometimes they just use that term when it's like difficult, but that's a lazy use of Souls-like. Just because your sword and shield game is kind of difficult doesn't mean you get to be called automatically a Souls-like. Although sometimes it's because it has a bonfire system with Estus flasks. As soon as it has those two things, it automatically becomes a Souls-like, apparently. This reminds me of Metal Slug for some reason. Don't you reckon the art and animation of this looks like the same team that made Metal Slug? Making something a bit more sci-fi? Yeah. You thought Souls-like meant high skill? There's a couple of ingredients that goes into a Souls-like. It's not just like any one thing. An open-ended approach to story exploration and lore. A high skill ceiling, but risk-reward focused. And a combination bonfire and Estus flask system, I think, are pretty key ingredients. If it doesn't have that risk-reward element to progress, that's a very important aspect too. That's why I mentioned the bonfire Estus flask thing. The idea that you can gain a lot of currency, experience, or souls from your progress, but that can be lost, and you get one chance to retrieve it and it's gone, basically destroying a whole lot of progress. That's the kind of risk-reward I think is important to Souls-likes. That's part of what makes it so challenging, is that there's real stakes to failure. Without that, you can't call it a Souls-like. What the fuck? Guy with frying pan versus sorcerer. Oh, cute. Is this like indie Diablo? Because the HUD at the bottom of the screen with the blue and the red health and mana flask is very Diablo. We'll just call it Baby's first Diablo. Baby's first Diablo. You can be a guy in a cat outfit. It's Anna. Minimal UI? Not necessarily. I mean, there's no real rules to the UI in terms of Souls-like. It's just because they tend to be very atmospheric, dark fantasy type things. They generally move towards minimal UI, just as part of the immersion factor. But I wouldn't say that's I wouldn't say there's any actual hard and fast rules when it comes to UI, personally. Enter the dungeon. Enter the gungeon. Yeah, it does actually feel a bit like that. You know who's going to come running into the chat now that we've said enter the gungeon out loud? What's that kid's name? I've forgotten his handle.
There are myths of something terrible living under our lands. Tales to scare the children.
Are you the one Sham, are you the one he always does that bit with? Whenever he's in the chat? You know, he does that thing where he's like, who's Sham? And then everyone starts pretending that they're each other's alts. That kid. What was his name? He has a VIP diamond. Lemmy? No, that's someone from way back. That person hasn't been back in a long time. That was back when we were having the Plants vs Zombies problem in the chat. The person you're talking about, I think. He also lost his account and then had to make a 2 account. Hang on, let me see if I can spot his name. Where do you go on in Twitch's back end to see followers? Community. Thynan. Who was Thynan? No, Gamer was you. I was talking about Thynan. Sorry. I don't know why I forgot his name. He's currently Thynan2 because of his losing his account thing.
Now, the myths have just awakened.
He still shows up every once in a while. He showed up the other day, actually.
Relic used by a demon overlord.
Always brings up Gungeon.
Is affecting everything. Our enemies, our friends. I'm Xander, the Chronomancer, and this crystal is the key to safety.
Xander.
Our mission is to protect and carry it to the rift. Fortunately, we are not alone.
This looks like a game I would have played in Windows
The question
3.1
isn't if my adventures
back in the
will
day.
die, but how many times?
So much fun arguing with yourself in chat. You mean the Ben 10 stream?
Wish list now.
My most successful stream ever. Over 60 viewers concurrently.
Hello, this is Jesse from Alien Trap Games, and today I'll be showing off some gameplay from Dune Crawl, our upcoming
Ben
online
10.
co-op action game planned for release next year.
I should just become a permanent
In
Ben
Dune
10
Crawl,
streamer.
You and up to 3 friends take to the sand seas on the back of a giant crab.
That was adorable.
crawler festooned with black powder cannons.
Cool.
You'll navigate your crawler across an expansive wasteland.
This is awesome.
Jar-headed invaders, explore bug-infested islands, and delve into trap-filled dungeons.
So you and your mates basically drive a spider tank around a desert.
Titles such as Sea
An
of
open world
Thieves,
desert.
Open world naval exploration, the isometric action adventures of the Zelda series, and the
It's
frantic
kind of a
kingdoms
pirate
of
game.
Overcooked,
It's a land pirate game. This is your pirate ship, the spider
As your
crawler.
crew travels the dunes, you'll embark on various
You can
islands,
jump on other people's spider crawlers like a
defending
ship
cliffside
invasion.
town from attacking raiders, riding acid-spitting scorpions to intercept an armored convoy, looting a dark crypt to find hidden
Most of these
treasure,
trailers have voiceovers from the devs.
or racing on scuttling beetles for gold and glory.
Yeah, this one's a little bit too regular, dude. It sounds like he's talking through his webcam. I can hear the reverb of his bedroom.
Altering effects, then gear up your crawler with protective armor and devastating cannonball types. However, your giant crab isn't the only crawler in the desert. You'll have to work
Sick.
as a team to do battle with enemy vessels.
Awesome.
Load and fire cannons, repair damage,
This is basically
save
Sea of
basic
Thieves
maneuvers, and board
in the
their
desert.
to win the day. Dune Crawl is also designed as a fully single-player experience. While you embark on island excursions as a lone adventurer, a ghostly companion will always be there to help you.
There's a slight lisp. Looks like a Stay Fawn
Keep
game.
an eye out for a Steam demo in February
Dune Crawl.
2025, with a release planned later in the same year.
I wanted there to be a bit in the middle of the trailer where he suddenly stops his voiceover and is like, "What? Mom! Later! I'm recording the voiceover for my game! Fuck! Sorry, that was my mom. Yeah, so in Dune Crawler, Mom! Shut up! Get Maribel out of my room! She's scratching the door! I'll have my spaghetti afterwards! I'm sorry, guys. Anyway, Dune Crawler. She's such a fucking bitch. He's gone full 13-year-old with it. Gets distracted halfway through his trailer VO and is like, "Do you guys like Linkin Park? I was listening to their original album. It's so fucking cool. My mom doesn't even understand. I like to blast it. She tells me to turn it down, but she doesn't even understand. She's a bitch. I hate my stepdad even more. You're not my real dad, Gerald. Don't even talk to me. Listen to Meteora. Cool. Explore errors. Fix timelines. It's Chrono Trigger. It's Chrono Trigger with Animal Crossing graphics. Manipulate time. Punch a dog in the face. Bunch of sticks came out of the road. What the fuck? There's a cat. Punch. Team up punch? Team up punch. Oh my god, this farming. It's Chrono Trigger if it was also like a cozy game. Check out the electric guitar though. Action packed. Say the future. Defeat the Hydra. Stop the Minotaur. Prevent the election of Donald Trump. It got like really realistic there for a second. Malachi, Poison of the Past. That's a very elaborate title. It's a cool title, I just don't think I'm going to remember it very, very easily. I've already forgot it, actually. Malachi something. Looks like poopy. Good trailer idea for an X-Slayer sequel. Oh, X-Slayer, yeah. They should probably do a sequel to... What was that game that it came from? The Internet Exploring one? Do a sequel to that first. Like a proper sequel. And then do like an X-Slayer sequel. Spin-off. This game is very strange. I think it's a Japanese indie title. I saw some kanji. What the fuck? I mean, it's visually unique. Never seen anything that looks like this before. Okay, that's cool. I don't know what's happening in the dark, but that was badass. What lies beyond the horizon? Put on your wishlist, please. Now you are duck. This is Flappy Birds, but it's very fast. Very fun. But you are duck. Also turtle. Oh, you're a duck and a turtle. Cool. So you use duck and turtle's powers in unison to do platformy puzzly things. Cool. I feel like I could see playing this on a Game Boy Advance. This feels very Game Boy Advance. Donkey Kong except duck and turtle. Yeah. Was that a little white dog and a crab? And a bat? This game's got everything. But does it have capybara? That's the real question. And you can play it co-op with a friend. I feel like that's going to make the game harder. If the duck and the turtle were being controlled separately, I feel like that makes it more challenging. Gecko. Windswept. That's cute.
Welcome, traveler.
Hello. Oh my god, man with banjo.
Lead voice actor of Traveler's Refrain.
You got the voice actor for the main character to do the trailer? That's a pretty good idea.
Songcasting action RPG.
Now we're talking. Replace the sword with a banjo.
And help him reunite with his long-lost love as you fight through abominations and solve mysterious puzzles.
And play the banjo?
Ancient conflict unfolds.
It's like Guitar Hero Tunic.
Traveler will discover a magical instrument based off a Greek bouzouki that will allow him to cast
It's a
powerful
bouzouki.
song spells.
Mama Jamma. The mother of all Jamma. That's a good boss.
And gain the upper hand against the amalgamations of the forest.
I wonder if all the bosses are going to be named after, like, meme musical stuff. Mama Jamma.
Of his lost love, and you will choose the emotion these memories
There should be a boss called You Like Jazz.
This choice will impact the music in the game, allowing you to layer and craft your
There's a
own
raccoon.
soundtrack. The world of Traveler's Refrain is bursting with life, featuring thousands
Not at all like the Jack Black
hand-drawn
game.
animations and beautiful
Oh, Brutal Legend. That game was awesome. I had a good time with Brutal Legend. What a bizarre combination of gameplay genres.
Traveler will find himself interacting with compelling characters, venturing into treacherous dungeons with wickedly crafted
And playing his
puzzles,
bouzouki?
taking on ruthless multi-phase bosses with punishing skill sets.
What's his name? Damn.
Utilize your collectibles to upgrade Traveler's
I want to see the
arsenal.
boss's name. Mama Jamma got me excited.
Overrun by the enigmatic robot denizens of the forest, and meet other adventurers who are drawn to the forest by their own strange quests. Perhaps there are many mysteries.
It seems like he's mostly playing the guitar
left behind by the ancients.
to activate, like, environmental stuff, like ruins.
Experience a twisting, mystifying narrative and defy the mecha goddesses of fate in the world of Traveler's Refrain. For those of you who have given up on a dream, thanks for watching. Check out Traveler's
Interesting.
Refrain on Steam and Wishlist.
Oh, it's on Indie.io as well. Ooh, that's super indie.
Teeming with giant monsters and mecha.
Definitely a U game. I'm a bit worried about how often you get to play the bazooki. I want to play the bazooki as a combat mechanic, not just activate puzzle ruins in the environment.
Synergies and combos to outwit your enemies. The Frenzy. After each mission, recruit pilots from
Is this
and befriend them to unlock their full
FTL?
potential.
If it was also Slay the Spire?
Construct
Is this Slay the
mods to
FTL?
strengthen your battle suits and ship. Hunt across the galaxy to uncover the mysteries of the relic suits. Can you and your crewmates awaken their power before it's too late?
No, we can't.
Battlesuit Aces. Wish list now.
Do I have to?
Alex.
Yes.
Right up your alley. Big Helmet Heroes, surprise.
Why did that sound like a roast?
So great. Fun experience.
The way he said right up your alley sounded like he was talking shit.
Such a clean animation
Like he doesn't
style,
actually
and
think the game
Prime
looks good and he's
Studio
making fun of his friend.
brought you Battle Chef Brigade.
Can I bang my crewmates? I mean, you better be able to.
Tap in and donate to our charity
Ever since Mass Effect established that, all sci-fi games
fund
need to have that mechanic.
entrepreneurial indie developers and give them opportunities to create sustainable businesses.
I wish they'd make a Brutal Legend 2.
What is your take on horror games?
I want to see a sequel to that Jack Black game.
Well, I'm a big teddy bear. You know, I mean, look at me. I mean, the only thing that I like about Halloween is the candy and baby oil.
What?
That's mad interesting. That's mad interesting.
What was that second one?
You may want to skip this next batch of games altogether. But for the
FBI.
rest of you, get lathered up so you
Arrest
can
this man.
slip past the killer, because here's some horror and suspense games that'll chill and thrill your bones.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just be
Horror
hiding in the
games, let's
closet with a
go.
steak.
And a fork.
And a fork.
I'm gonna take a bite of some Kit Kat. Oh my god. Lo-fi horror. This is definitely lo-fi. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. What happens if you don't follow these rules? Is Slender Man gonna come get you? Oh, it's very liminal spacey, isn't it? Even the neighborhood feels like a liminal space. Analog horror? Yes. Oh my god, it is a liminal space. It's a backrooms game. We've literally gone into the same liminal space concept designs that are in all games that do this now. There's at least like 50 of these on Steam. With the underground pools and stuff. Does it have swords? Hell no. It won't have anything. Alexa, stop. She started talking to me for no reason. Here be monsters. Parking lot simulator. Not quite. A building under quarantine. Residents isolated. It's COVID if COVID was a monster. They should have stayed hidden. Now their wonder changed. Oh wait, is this one of those games you walk like on a grid? In right angle turns? Like old school first person games? Because the way this camera view is moving... Yeah. Turn-based combat even. That's unique. I mean, I've never been massively into those kinds of games, but this one's dripping with atmosphere at least. Parking lot simulator sounds scary as fuck. I've actually got that wish listed on Steam. That's real. Is this Terrifier the game? What the fuck? Really? Where you play as Art the Clown? There ain't no way. That movie series is twisted. I'm shocked that anyone would make a game out of it. I mean, they made a pretty basic game out of it. It's a Streets of Rage clone, which I guess is easy. Terrifier, the arcade game. Get it? Arcade. Ah. Kill me.
The Urban Myth Dissolution Center.
It's more of a mime. Oh, they call him a clown, but he does look mime-like.
The video was taken at a shady property, one with a dark history. As
Cool.
the investigation deepens, the case's tragic past and shocking truth is revealed. Urban Myth Dissolution Center,
Retro anime
Episode
horror?
2, Death from the Reflection.
Cool. Awesome art style. In 6 hours you'll be dead. I remember this. Yeah, we've seen a trailer for this before. This is like so stylized. I don't really know what the deal is. Like, is she in purgatory or hell or something? Is that why things look so trippy? They call him a clown, but he never talks and always silently emotes. Yeah, and I mean the choice of outfit and makeup style is a bit closer to mime than straight clowny as well, but it is weird how all the visual and behavioral features of Art the Clown would suggest mime, but they literally call him Art the Clown in the movie itself, so it's like, alright. I don't think they really give a shit. Like, they're there for the gore. Those movies are an excuse to basically do extreme gore, and that's it. This game is cool, man. This game has vision. I think that's what I like about it. It's very unique. Unless mime is a type of clown. Well, it probably is. That's probably exactly the reason. We tend to use those words like it means different things, but a mime is probably a type of clown for sure. But then there's probably other types of clowns as well. The time I have left. Kickstart me, please. Oh wow, that's so indie it's even kickstarted. I didn't even realize that.
An alpinist trying to reach the summit of a deadly mountain.
Did he just say
With
alpinist?
survival, encounters, and the mysteries of the mountain.
We've been seeing lots of trailers for this lately.
It's also a story about obsession.
This is exactly what I didn't want to see from the showcase, is repeats of stuff we've seen tons of times before.
The climbing controls are very simple.
I feel like they've gotten most of their world premieres out of the way though.
And grab with X. The game detects what limb is the most natural to move so that the controls stay simple. The challenge is about keeping your balance and managing your stamina. You can start climbing absolutely anywhere.
There is also a mechanic to have a wank. You get extra points for having a wank in very dangerous places. High risk, high reward. Can you hang from cliff and get wank? We will be rewarding.
The efforts and stamina
Good luck.
are all calculated by the simulation.
Build up the nut meter, but do not lose the grip meter. Both on the cock and on the mountain.
When she's too tired,
It's like a jerky
the timer
spider.
breathes
Yeah, the
slowly
animation
and the
system
camera
is
zooms
very strange. But I think it's meant to be like... I think it's a somewhat procedural animation system where the limbs are just finding their own purchase. So it's like... It's got that little bit of jank from being like largely automated.
In addition to climbing,
It's too free a climbing system to be able to control the animations like smoothly all the time.
the content of the bag is messed up if you fall.
Oh, cool.
In camps, you can rest and manage.
I like the inventory system, actually having to put physics objects in the
It's
bag.
very basic. You just warm up stuff in a pot.
Oh,
Here
can
is
you
a
nub?
preview of one
Nub
of the
is like
many routes
the word of the
you
week.
can take in the demo.
Nubbins.
When reaching the top, you finally see the mountain you will climb in the main game.
Are you ready for Cammy?
That was just the tutorial that we just saw.
Doesn't look so bad, does
That's
it?
the real game over there.
Thanks for watching.
We are going to
And
die.
wishlist the game to stay tuned.
Bachinam. Oh, this again. See what I mean? I feel like the world premieres are all over. Now we're just seeing games you already knew about from the start of the year. This game's pretty trippy though. Character is British. The mechanic I remember from seeing from this in the previous trailer was the ability to like hot swap with things around you. So you would be running at high speed away from obstacles and then be able to instantly hot swap with something else. Like that. You just hot swap with those objects to avoid the bullets. And you have to do like some pretty clever stuff with that mechanic to avoid some of the deaths. Like one of the gameplay trailers, whoa, that was close. One of the gameplay trailers had a bunch of chase scenes in it where he was doing some pretty crazy hot swapping. I don't really know how to wrap your head around it. Like how would you think to do half the stuff I've seen him do in the previous trailer? Like on the fly. Mid-chase. Should have got her to do the trailer. Oh, the climbing chick in Cannes. How they got the loot guy in that one RPG.
Definitely caught my eye from the get-go.
The voice actor to do the trailer as well.
Did not expect a brawler.
They should do that more often, indie games. You're already paying a voice actor to be your character. Get them to do your marketing voiceovers as well.
Everywhere else, GOG, PlayStation, Xbox, you know what I mean? They're all good. Our next category is what we call stimulating simulations and strategy. If you got a scientific
The next category is what we call
gonna
the
wanna
shit
pay
games. These are
attention.
the games that look bad.
You're saying,
We're gonna put them all here together to get it over with.
It will make your dome piece hurt, your back ache, and your cankles tingle under pressure.
Cankles?
I don't know if I can take it, man.
I don't think.
I don't got cankles.
All right. Well, we're gonna be saying hi to Forklift Games, all right, and which will have you cleaning your cache and automating your factory empire, and introduce you to
Automating
some
my
other
factory
fantastic
empire.
games in the
You have me
simulation
intrigued.
genre. Let's check them out.
Check it.
Oh, it's that truck packing game. Yeah, this is a lot of stuff we saw a trailer for this at the Game Awards. It's all physics based. There's other games you have to do stuff like pack a car, but this one you actually have to pack it in a way that you can drive this thing on this janky road and not lose anything out the back. You're still confused why he mentioned baby oil for Halloween. I think it's because he's a pervert. And don't let your kids go to his house for candy. They will be the candy. Run over the sheep. Or turn around. Oh my god. Hope you pack right of that truck real good, Dad. This could be one of those like secret horror games like Doki Doki, where you perfectly physics pack the truck, but when you go off-road to avoid the sheep, something evil happens, like what appears to be happening right now. I don't trust this game suddenly. I think it's a secret horror game. Spray paint simulator, fuck yeah. Now we're talking. Power wash simulator what? Spray paint the kitchen, spray paint the bridge, spray paint your car, spray paint your kids. Spray paint your wife, spray paint the dog, spray paint a twig. Spray paint your dick, slightly smaller than the twig. Should be easy. Spray paint some shit. Some literal shit. Drop a deuce on the street, then spray paint that shit. It'll stink less. Cause now there's lead-based paint on your shit. So it smells twice as bad. Cause it's poo mixed with lead. Why the fuck did we do this? This game's kinda cool. Holy shit, he taped up the entire kitchen? I feel like it's gonna take just as long to tape everything up as it is to spray paint stuff. Spray paint simulator, yo.
Hi, I'm Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul. I'm not
We're
Paul.
the developers of Mars Attacks. The game won't be out until
Fuck
next
yeah,
year,
Mars Attacks.
but
This
here's
game
a
is
really quick
awesome.
Look at what you can expect in the alpha playtest in a few
This
weeks'
is
time.
the Zoo Tycoon game set on Mars, where you're an alien species capturing and displaying
If you're not familiar with Mars
different
Attacks, it's a park
types of
builder where
humans
you
from
play as the
different
aliens
time
from Mars
periods.
Attacks, building an amusement park on Mars and abducting humans to serve.
So you've got like a Roman exhibit, you've got like a Wild West exhibit,
In the alpha, you can play through early versions of 3 of the game's missions.
and aliens come to
including
look at
a
your
tutorial
humans.
to help you get ramped up.
It's pretty cool.
You'll meet a cast of quirky Martian characters, each of whom has unique objectives and
Mayor
challenges
Brack.
for you to complete.
I think that's what they sounded like in the
The
movie.
foundation of any park is building facilities and amenities for your guests to enjoy. You can also build a wide range of human-themed rides for them to experience.
Human-themed drives. A roller coaster that goes inside a
We're
human
really
skull.
trying to go all out on the design for the rides, like this Helter Skelter based on a giant human toe.
Ew.
If there are any wacky creations that you can think of, then let us know. They might just end up in the game.
Doesn't make me nub. That makes me nub so
In addition
hard.
to rides, the core of the gameplay really centers around abducting humans from different points in human history.
How fucking
and
cool is that,
imprisoning
though?
them Within enclosures.
You can have a
for
Viking
guests
exhibit,
to observe them in their natural
kidnap and collect some Viking humans. There's probably going to be a samurai one. I wonder what the humans in the exhibits think
Place,
about
you
what's
can also
happening to them.
recruit Staff. For example, security guards, who can stop the humans from breaking out and killing your guests.
Yeah, good. Humans going to think they're going to be heroes and shit. Stop this man. Why are they so much bigger than the
Guards
aliens?
fail in subduing the humans. You can also recruit janitors.
The
to
human
do
just
mess.
body slammed an alien. Imagine being that hero. You break out of your prison cell and just
You'll
start running
start
around
with the
body
backbones
slamming
of the park,
aliens.
But build it up over time to become one of Mars's top tourist attractions.
Cool.
So there's a really quick look at some alpha gameplay. You can head on over to marsattracks.com.
Hey
and
Steve,
register
why are you
to
in that
play.
little box in the
alpha will be
corner?
launching in a few weeks' time, and we'd love to hear your feedback.
Looks great, Steve. Clever name too. Mars Attracts as opposed to Mars Attacks.
Hi there, Tucker here.
Good
from
work.
Forklift Interactive. Forklift is a publisher of endlessly replayable games with deep systems. And we've got 3 we'd like to show you today, all launching in the first half of next
No
year.
swords?
So let's
No,
get
there'd be
started
swords.
with the first one.
The Viking
Triumph
exhibit, the Roman exhibit,
Force
they'd all have
Interactive.
swords. Probably the samurai one too.
Ah, I see you founded a new town. You're awfully
Did I?
far from Rome, aren't you? Then you'll need my help.
Speaking of Rome,
I'm Ceres, goddess of field and farm.
Ceres is
My
gorgeous.
blessings will see your crops
So this is
flourish
a
from the
small
soil.
Roman town cultivator?
Go on, build me a temple.
That's cute.
Hold on a minute, Ceres. The fields aren't the only thing.
Oh
that
my
needs
god,
to be
all the
fertile
female
to grow
gods
this
are vying for your
village
attention
into a
as a
fine Roman city.
town
Make
architect.
sure you
What the
leave
fuck
room
is
for a
happening?
temple to Venus. If you don't,
There's nothing
I'll
sexier
be
than a
angry,
Roman
and
architect,
with
I
my
guess.
anger comes disease and weakness. And yours wouldn't be the first settlement to fall to ruin from the plague.
Ah, I see things are coming along well in the farm.
Oh, there's the god of war.
You've got walls around your people at last. But if you really want to protect them, honor me, Mars. I can strengthen your defenses, empower your
So you have to worship, pray to, or honor different gods for different boons, maybe?
Mortals are so industrious.
Roman-themed harem.
Fine city you
Unfortunately, the harem now contains boy
always
gods as well.
There is no wall nor weapon that can withstand the wrath of Jupiter.
Stop
Very
it, Jupiter.
good.
You're being a
A
dick.
fine temple for the god of gods. But don't get complacent. You'll need the help of all of us to truly
Is that a
earn
fucking dragon?
Roman
Oh my god, a
triumph.
Hydra. This got silly very quickly. I was hoping it was just going to be like town building. Without the military stuff. Cozy Roman game.
Hi. I was just building stuff by hand, like a Roman plebe. But you know, there's a better way. You
Plebe.
can automate it, which happens to be the name of our next game. From South Blue Moon, we hope you enjoy this one.
Is it a forklift simulator? Oh. Oh, it's one of these. What's the one with the conveyor belts? It already exists. This is like a direct ripoff. Not satisfactory. Something else. 120 years ago, the local zoo had rotating exhibits of other cultures, Indians, Africans, Somals, attracts as roots in reality. I wonder why they stopped. Like, why only 120 years ago? Maybe it became too hard. Oh, this is turning into Factorio. Infinifactory, that's what I was thinking about, not Conveyor Belt Simulator. There's a game called Infinifactory, which is basically all factory conveyor belt based puzzles. Like, how do you lay it all out so it makes and combines things in the right way for the order that you've got for the level. Factory or automation games. I don't know what Infinity Factory is. I always thought of it as a puzzle game, but I guess you could call it an automation game. But it's level based. Every level has a different requirement, and you got to build the conveyor belt system.
Today. Cash Cleaner Simulator, a game where you literally
a la
clean
carte.
cash. I feel like no one can understand me. Cash Cleaner. It's called Cash Cleaner.
Cash cleaner? Is that money laundering?
Help wanted. Cash Cleaner.
That's how you try to avoid the cops catching on that you're a money launderer. You just change it to cash cleaning, and hopefully they're too stupid to put two and two together.
Job responsibilities.
People consider it inappropriate to have humans in cages next to animals. I don't find that inappropriate at all. I feel like I'd rather see humans in cages than animals.
Identify any opportunities.
Why do animals deserve it but humans don't?
Package and deliver all products to stakeholders.
You actually are laundering money.
The candidate for this role should be able to carry a variety of objects repeatedly.
What the fuck?
Have the ability to juggle a large number of tasks at the same time. Be
This is kind of awesome, not gonna lie.
Highly organized. Be proactive and focused on goals.
Nice.
Mindful of time management. Not wasteful.
Holy shit.
My God.
Why?
Be serious about safety. Oh, come on.
Real phone.
And be ready for any challenge.
A lot of money.
Ready for a greener future?
That piggy bank is directly out of
Apply today.
Squid Game. Cash Cleaner Simulator. I'm so
That's
into
all
it.
for us. We hope you enjoyed the trailers and that you'll join the playtests, try the demos, and follow along with development.
Spin-off of Payday?
If you'd like to know more, go to forklift.gg.
Isn't
and
Payday
join our
a
Discord.
bank robbery
Thank you,
game?
And see you next time.
This is the guy after the bank robbery's already done that has to clean the money. Different part of the job entirely. Good Girls, the game. More like Bad Girls. Speaking of money cleaning simulator, I really want to play crime scene simulator, where you're the guy who comes in and cleans up crime scenes. That game looks fun as. Clean all the blood and gunpowder off the money. Is that what the devs actually think money laundering is? Ah. Cute little pixel robot. Whisper of the House. So is that like a cozy game where you're a robot butler? Looking after a human's house?
And cozy all the time.
Except for when things start to get a little bit chaotic.
What the fuck is this?
Don't worry, citizens. I got this.
Oh, dope.
And nobody told me
Sword.
that when you're the ruler of a kingdom, you actually have to do your job. And with the help of a magical soul-stealing crown and a few friends,
Soul
I
stealing.
can do whatever I want.
This actually reminds me of Little King Story on the Nintendo Wii. Holy fuck, she threw the house into the sun. What? Was that lady carrying a tree? What is happening? She did it again. She picked up and threw an entire house. She keeps doing it. This is the worst king ever. Absolutely worst ruler. Imagine the king of your town just walks into town one day, picks up your house and hawks it. I wouldn't know whether to be shocked or impressed. Literally house flipping. Oh my god. Kangaroo volleyball. It's animal volleyball. Of course. Why would you make any other kind of game? Just make it a bunch of polar bears. Do a whole team of polar bears. You can call your team the Polar Express. The frog. Wait, is this turn-based? I think it just occurred to me that this is actually turn-based. Yeah, they're definitely fighting on a grid. Bummer. Smash It Wild. Smash It Wild is a pretty cool name, actually. Thumbs up to that one. Did that bus just run over that bear cub's legs? What is this? It looks like this is taking place on a desktop. There's computer, like, desktop windows everywhere. The system wasn't made for bits like us. It is a desktop. It's a computer. This whole adventure is like a computer inner world analogy or some shit. Bit exit. Right. It's a code like. Oh my god. Let's build a dungeon.
Hello. I am here to talk to you about
Oh,
Let's Build a Dungeon.
this is the guy that made Let's Build a Zoo.
That explores the highs and lows and the horrors of working in the video game industry. In this sequel to Let's Build a Zoo,
Yeah, I thought
your
so.
customers won't
That was on
be
Game Pass, by the way.
crustaceans and huggable hippos because these customers are players, and you are trying to make them get as addicted as possible to your new MMO RPG.
That's hilarious.
What can thou do in this game? You can build a vast overworld that sprawls out far beyond the imagination, and thou may populate this overworld with hundreds of buildings, each of which has their own carefully crafted interior. Then you may construct the darkest, most terrifying
I thought that
dungeons and fill their bowels
that
with
well,
the most ghastly
the rope with the
monsters
well
and bosses.
thing, I thought that was a
You
stripper
must fill
pole.
this world with quests and adventures. Will you craft a story of perilousness?
This one makes
or
me numb.
downright laziness?
It's
But
pretty cool.
This is only the start for the true
It seems
monsters
more
in this
interesting
game
and
are
original than the Let's Make a Zoo version they did before. Which is basically just Zoo Tycoon, except you can genetically engineer the animals and combine them with each other to make new animals. That's probably the only
move your business to a country with a
unique
low
thing about
tax
that
rate,
one.
all in servitude of the mighty demon lord known as Prophet. As an evil corporate overlord, you might find yourself with time on your hands as the endless cash flows into your bank account. Why not use some of that time to drop in and play your game, or engage in the wonderful sport of hunting gold farmers and cheaters? But if you are really bored, you can use the game's inbuilt game engine to create entirely new games and share them online. And if you're as lazy as
Every
most
other
video
game comes
game
with like some game creation tool
why
within
make
them
anything
now.
at all? Just download games
Like Geometry
created by
Dash
other
earlier.
people and marvel at the productivity and creativity of humanity. But don't forget to undermine and
IRL
devalue
loot
that
boxes is the easy way to make money in
because like
MMOs.
all video game
It is.
CEOs, the real value is in you.
IRL
You
loot
deserve
boxes.
millions of dollars in salary and bonuses, while the tiny people creating art and writing code are your servants, lucky to even have a job at all, unless they don't, because you fired them all to boost company profits. Let's Build a Dungeon invites you to be a video game mogul. Wishlist to fulfill your dreams now.
No. Pretty cool concept. A bit like Dungeon Keeper or that other ripoff of Dungeon Keeper, Dungeons, where you're making dungeons specifically to be fun for adventurers to come in and tackle. You want it to be hard, but not too hard. They would need to be challenged, but not actually die.
Come out and support the devs.
I can hear my gift list growing. Let's grow yours too. With Freaky Friday giveaway!
Check out the QR code on the screen. A new key
No, it's fine.
gonna go. Your is at
I don't get to win. Don't show me your QR codes. Another isometric game? Wait, did they just throw an anchor? Surfpunk. I think the weapon in this is like an anchor that you throw.
play as seafaring raiders who take on
Cool.
contracts to raid ancient
Oh no,
island
there's swords.
ruins and scavenge the precious materials to be found there. Using your rush boards to travel between islands,
Sweet.
you'll have to work as a team to collect the most loot and get out alive before getting overrun by the Sumo.
Yeah, the anchor thing is awesome.
Race of ink-like
You
monsters
can throw an
and
anchor and then pull things towards you or pull yourself
don't have a
towards
team,
things that you
don't
threw it at.
worry. You can totally play solo as well. Okay, so here we are heading into an archipelago. In each run, there
This
are
doesn't
tons
seem
of
like a game you'd
randomized
want to play
islands
solo
discover.
though.
For this particular quest type, the goal is to locate and extract Everest, the precious energy source that powers the Raider way of life. Along the way, we'll want to grab any resources we can find. It's important to stick together while exploring, as enemies can quickly overwhelm. And the longer we stay in the run, the more they'll spawn.
I want to see more from that anchor.
Most islands have loot
That
to
anchor thing is
scavenge,
so cool.
But the best stuff requires a little ingenuity to reach. And that same ingenuity can sometimes be handy against enemies too. Now that the area is cleared, we can head back to the beach. And now on to the next island.
I think it'd just be fun to cruise around on the surfboards with your mates.
As some islands hold special points of interest that can help you in your run. Looks like we've detected some Everest. Let's go for it. Weapons are really powerful, but can quickly get used up, so you'll need to call in supply drops to replenish them.
A la Helldivers.
Found an Everest well.
Don't stand where the
Now
supply
it's
drops gonna land.
crucial to coordinate and work together before time
Dungeon Keeper
runs
1
out.
and 2 were great. Yeah, I played I had Dungeon Keeper 1 and 2 back in the day when I was younger. And I played Evil Genius 2 on the stream, actually.
Time to bail.
Because I'd played Evil Genius 1 like back in the day as well, but only briefly. I didn't really get to
Close out
play
each
enough
run,
of it.
You'll get to surf out on a giant tsunami wave.
Oh, sick.
Surfpunk is loaded with
That's so
multiple
awesome.
quest types, player classes, enemies, and islands, so no two runs ever feel the same. Each quest will have you surfing, shredding, and scavenging.
So you need to
after which
anchor
you go back
yourself
your
to that
ship
big
where you
circular,
customize your raider and craft new weapons before going out again.
that flotation
And
raft.
of course, you'll be able to pet the otter rabbit things.
Maybe that's like the inventory for the whole
That's
team.
Surfpunk.
The treasure.
Please wishlist us on Steam and join our community on Discord.
Made in Quebec. Go Canada. Moomin! It's Snufkin. I'm not really familiar with the Moomin brand, but I know it's like big outside of gaming. Like it's got comic books and cartoons and stuff like that, like kids' books. I'm not exactly sure what the appeal of Moomin is, because I don't really know much about it, but people seem to swear by it. Maybe for the similar reasons as Bluey. Butler's courtship. No sword, only Moomin. Only big old naked pasty white Moomin.
I would like to talk to you today about a subject.
Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at this man's name. Look at this man's name. Michael Knob Grinder. That's even better than a sword. He's got a knob grinder.
That is dear to me. Very dear. It is something that we use every day. And yet, it grinds my nerves.
See, this is what everyone's been using their trailer voiceover mic. It's the headset microphone.
Think about it. How would we get in or out places? That'd be crazy. Right, Lucy? Lucy's my office door. Great door. So when I saw my company published a closed game a while ago, Doors of Insanity, I had to do something about it.
When Michael first came to me and started talking all about these crazy doors, I was like, whoa.
Ben Broke,
chill.
friendly
And he's like,
CEO.
Let's put Doors back on the map.
I don't trust any CEO that calls himself a friendly CEO as a title. That sounds like someone who's probably definitely not a friendly
My
CEO.
granddaughter used to say, always keep your back door open.
Ew.
The new ideas. Apparently, opening doors was not enough. So, card battler, deck builder, kill some monsters.
Oh my god.
some cards, synergize.
It's Slay the Spire
kill
again.
Some bigger monsters. Classic. We added a little bit of a twist on top with the RPG flavor. Pick some equipment and boost your stats, which in turn influence your card powers. Open some more doors.
Well, there's the gameplay loop. He really spelled it out for us. You're dead, bud. The game over screen is so good. It's skeletons doing the coffin carrier meme.
Alright, Tia, but I get to choose the name. Doors of Insanity. Reopen.
Shh. Damn it. I was hoping to leave out the reopen part.
You get it? Right, because the game is about doors, right? And it's closed, so no, it's reopening, right? So it's, you know, Lucy, I know your door, so for you it's easy. You're adorable.
It's going on a little bit. Kind of looks like a phone game. A little bit. That's fair. I need to wee. Exclusive. Oh my god. What's happening? Well, why'd that happen?
No, we had...
It skipped backwards. Okay. While it's doing a little exclusive thing, I'm going pee-pee, and I'll come back. Ah. So I'm guessing this is worth it then. Let's get rid of Biker. Oh no! Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Fuck! He's a squirrel that can tell the time 'cause he wears a watch. Time squirrel. Time squirrel. Hell yeah, squirrel. There it is. Here we go. Nailed it. Rolly bouncing. Be terrifying seeing a squirrel in a dress running around with a double barrel shotgun. 45 people left. I haven't actually seen a people yet. Oh. Now I have. Would you like a fish? That was a very cool backflip. I have a fish for you. Here you go. He doesn't seem to appreciate my fish that I offered him. That's very sad. I thought I made a friend. Oh shit. I got snuck up on. And now there's buff owls coming at
We
me.
need more data.
These owls have got some cum gutters on them. Thank God they don't have genitals as well. This place is annoying, man. This place is silly. The Axis Mine Palace is a silly place. Okay, I've got the vase. Inspect, hold right mouse button, rotate. Well, the lilies looks perfectly fine to me! Note to self, clicking the mouse button makes things explode. Open drawer. Fuck my ass. This actually is scary. This is it's actually fucked. Getting hammerheaded up the ass. Why did my ice wolf come out? He's very intrigued by what's happening right now. Hey, buddy. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, fuck. I came in your house. Why are you outside? Hi. You avoiding me? How dare you? Look me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes, damn it. No one, you don't treat a woman this way. He's actually fully shunning me right now. Oh my god. Even up on the bed. Oh. And he just walks out of his own apartment not to listen to my shit. Are you seeing this, Ice Lion? Are you seeing this? My heart is broken. I thought we were going to be together.
Looks a little tight.
Hey-oh. That's what she said. Hey! Zing! I'll drink some coffee to that. Also air horn. Better to be a fuckboy than to be a priest. Diddling the kitties. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, Tamagotchi. Any second now. There it is. He should be shit. Oh my god, it's coming out of his asshole. That adorable gorilla actually shat an egg out of its asshole. I don't know how I feel about this. Is this your child over here? Watch this.
Oh my god!
What did you just do?
I'm sorry.
My baby!
Why would you do such a horrible thing? Why?
Oh fuck, oh my god!
You fucking monster! You absolute demon!
My sweet child!
I mean, your treasure chest, that's what you're for. Oh, that's actually pretty fucked up.
You're going straight to hell!
Oh no. The dad's crying is hilarious. Do you want some more trauma? There goes your wife.
What kind of hellspawn are you? You sick fucking fuck!
Whoa.
You just killed the love of my life!
Oh my god, this is awful.
Yeah, it's pretty old. Wait, her eyeballs are still moving. It's a jetpack. I saw it. I saw you. Wrong screen. Do you ever stand up from your chair and then for some reason the way your stomach goes from bent in sitting position to standing up straight just makes you do like the loudest, longest burp? like it's been trapping gas in there. That's gross. I'm not saying it happened to me, I'm just saying, like, wouldn't that be crazy? Ah, Soul Mask. And a Sham Link apparently drifting around in there. It's an interpretive dance in the river game. Gather in the river in on your full feathered coat. Do a sexy little dance. And then a man on a boar will come and see you. And he'll go, that was a nice dance, please do it again. And then we will mate. What the fuck is going on? I can't quite figure out what kind of game this is. It's a little bit sci-fi. There's magical arrows, there's hang gliding, there's interpretive dance. Just interpretive dancing again. I told you. What the fuck is this? They didn't even explain what game this is. Like, what do you do? Aside from dance your life away. Oh, the Pizza Tower ripoff. Boo. We've seen it. I heard it's decent, but whatever. Anton Blast, right? Anton Blast. Get some.
Lately, there's been a satanic aura all over my different businesses, Anton. As long as you make good on clearing out those satanic pests.
There's more going on with Anton Blast than I realized. This trailer's doing a good job of showing a lot of the variety in the game. I thought it was just sprinting through linear levels like Pizza Tower was. I think there's more story going on here than I thought. Why is he red? Is Anton a demon?
They say the devil was handsome when
To make
he
you
was
nub?
young.
This one? No, not really.
I say he still
It definitely is going to make somebody nub because people love Pizza Tower and it's basically that.
Bonjour, my name is Stein.
Bonjour.
And I was an animator on films like Alice in Wonderland 2 and Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Today,
That's so random.
I'll talk to you about Sacre Bleu.
One of the animators from a bunch of movies was like, I'm going to make a game about a little Frenchman.
Years ago. Sacre Bleu
A sword fighter.
is a swashbuckling
Here you go, swords.
action game with bullet time combat set in a steampunk version of Paris. After being imprisoned on false charges, you must
So
sign
it's
out
Three
to
Musketeers,
friends
but
to cover a grand
you can
conspiracy
slow down
to
time
maybe even
to be
save
epic.
all of France. To do this, you will need the help of your trusty steam blaster.
Cool. That was very Monty Python of the game.
Down walls, deflect projectiles, and propel you across dangerous situations. Combat can be frenetic.
Too much French?
Your finely tuned senses allows you to slow down time, plan your attacks, and
The
slash,
slowdown
shoot, and blast
mechanic
your
does
way
actually
through
look
any
satisfying in a Max Payne kind of way.
For those of you who
Where you
like
can
to
set
go
up pretty
fast,
stylish kills.
Each combat encounter is graded, and the better the grade, the more time is shaven off the clock.
Shaven?
Don't fret. Speedrunning
Shorn
isn't required,
off the
and
clock.
you can play Sacre Bleu at any pace.
Noodle Ryan came
Your
5th.
prison is
You can do better, Noodle Ryan.
an expansive castle full of both dangers and secrets. Finding secrets unlocks new gameplay modifiers that will change how you approach each level. And if you are a streamer, it allows your audience to directly impact gameplay.
Oh, it's got stream interactivity. That's cool. Not enough games do that.
Be sure to wishlist the game after this video. And vive la France!
I want to know what kind of stream interactions it's got. What was the last game we played that had stream interactions? Was it Riftbreaker? I remember that game did it. I think I might have only ever played 2 games on here that have ever had stream interaction.
To show you our cozy woodland survival game, Winterboro.
It's a red flag when people talk about their CV.
You might ask. We believe.
I do find it interesting when the CV is not what you expect. Like if they go, here's a new racing game from the maker of these other good racing games, it's kind of boring. But in that case, the fact that it was a animator / artist from a bunch of Hollywood movies like Into the Spider-Verse that's making a little side-scrolling 2D action indie game, like that's a weird leap. That's a weird career tangent. Like that actually does fascinate me slightly.
Contrast enhance each other and creates interesting gameplay experiences.
The British spin-off You What Mate? You what, mate?
In Winterboro, you play as a small
What about the
mouse
Australian
who
spin-off?
return home to their childhood burrow only to find it broken down.
What would the
and
Australian
neglected.
spin-off be?
To bring the burrow back to its former glory, you explore the surrounding wilderness.
The Australian
looking
spin-off
for
is just Yeah
resources
Nah.
and materials.
Why isn't there an Australian game already called Yeah Nah? Fuck off, guy.
But watch out for the freezing cold and the insect wildlife.
The Australian version's called We're Not Here to Fuck Spiders.
When your backpack is full,
All the enemies are
freezing
spiders.
Stiff, return home to knit woolen sweaters to keep you warm and bake delicious pies.
We have
to
seen
fill
this
your
trailer
stomach
before.
on the road.
This is very similar to the
By the fire,
Summer Game
and
Fest
make
trailer we
sure
saw.
to get a good night's sleep.
It's an adventure game, but it's
Now
also a cozy
you're
game.
Ready for a new adventure to the outside. Pack what you need and make it a little bit further into the wild this time.
It's adorable. Stream interactions are hard. Yeah.
Here, you can meet
I mean,
locals who will give you
if you keep
valuable
it simple,
survival tips.
in a way that the delay doesn't really matter that
And you will
much.
discover new areas with resources and creatures.
Like in Vermintide, the chat can vote on whether to send like a care package to help you out of like health and items, or whether to activate like a troll boss or something just to try and fuck you over.
While you wait,
The chat can decide whether to help or hinder you.
and play our demo
For fun.
on Steam.
I don't like the way he walks. The animation of him bobbing up and down because of his weird mouse feet. It doesn't seem very comfy to me. We're the Capybara games. It's definitely not enough.
Folks, I'm Sean from Bellbrew Productions.
Let's see if Sean is a
I'm
Capybara
the CEO
game.
and creative director. And last year we released a title called Cuisinier, which is an action roguelite dungeon
Cuisinier.
crawler with a restaurant.
Restaurant
So
roguelike.
Bellbrew is based in Singapore.
I remember that trailer.
And we love food a lot, so we wanted to celebrate the food that we love in game genres that we love. So happily, Cuisinier had a great reception on PC. Thank you.
I
very
think his
much.
t-shirt is a
And, we're proud
Cuisinier
to announce
t-shirt.
that it's coming to consoles.
So odd name to have to say out loud.
We're going to do a deep dive into the features that we've saved for this release. So for those that don't yet know Cuisinier, you
Oh my
play as
god, look at Pom,
an
she's cutie
adventurer
pie.
who's forced to return to a hometown, Pyle, to save her parents' restaurant.
I know you have to run a restaurant,
Her adventurous
and I
quest
think the
serves
rogueliking is to get the
guide
ingredients to cook
directions
with.
for rare ingredients, then brings them back to cook into epic
Yeah, there you go.
dishes to serve her customers.
2 genres successfully combined.
Now with the console
Still no
release,
capybaras.
We get to expand on things we didn't get the opportunity to do for the PC release.
Look at her
First
tomato
up, we have
plushie.
more ways of vanquishing enemies in dungeons. Introducing
Character's
the
name was
Big Weapon
Biscotti.
Class. We have the salt and pepper shakers.
And then all the names of the characters in this are good.
They both
The main character's name is Pom, and for some reason that's just super
We
cute.
also saw player requests for more ways to improve their fighting.
This guy's name is Darth
So we
Forte.
expanded on the variety of buffs available to them in the dungeon. You can now eat food
Cool.
in-game, which affects your
His
mood.
mum definitely didn't call him that.
Different dishes
Little
give you
Darth
different buffs,
Forte.
such as health buffs or stronger elemental effects.
Like Moonlighter? Oh yeah,
We wanted
true.
to add more flavor into the
Damn
town
it.
as well, so we added more.
For some
special
reason that made me less
events
excited.
So during the events, the town is fully.
I was intrigued when it
renovated
felt
and there
original,
are
but
new
then
surprises to
it is
come,
actually
as well as
surprisingly
new
similar to
attractions specific
Moonlighter's concept.
We have
It's
also
just
added
you're not
in
just selling
customable
stuff in a
food
store, you're
furniture that you can
you're
purchase
cooking with
from
your
Alder, and to
your
decorate
ill-gotten
your
dungeon gains. And then running the restaurant.
as well
It
as
does look like the
exclusive
restaurant
space
gameplay
for
is
the different events
more
that we have.
involved than the
Collecting outfits in
the
some
Moonlighter store
feature.
gameplay.
Originally, Palm wears only one.
They had to blur the loot anime on the wall.
However, with
This is what happens when you're dealing with a bunch of indie developers. They're gonna end up being weebs
with any of the new
and
costumes
coomers.
that we've added into the game. One more feature we want to show is the gramophone, which lets
It's
you
like
change the music to
they're talking about the
extra
cutest, most
vibe.
wholesome indie game, but the guy's gonna have like fan art of Tifa's tits on the wall, just
And that's
full
it for
topless
today.
Tifa.
We hope you like what you saw, and we'll check out.
Oh, look at
Cuisinier
Palm.
when it
She's so
launches for
cute.
consoles on January 28th.
Cuisineer is still a clumsy
How are
name to
you?
say out loud.
Yo, coming from San Diego and digging.
Yo,
the
I want that
nostalgia
naked
game
Tifa
style,
poster, bro.
I cannot wait for Surfpunk, man. Play
Slap that down on me.
It is so dope. Make sure to check out that game
Alex,
and
bruh.
other games on the storefront of your
Can't wait for the
choice
Rule
and wish
34
list the
of
games
Palm.
on Steam
Oh,
or
no.
wherever else they are available.
Ruining the wholesome.
And the Cuisinier looks mighty tasty too. I can't wait to
Yeah,
fork
tasty.
around that delicious morsel.
Word life.
Okay, that was
Back
creepy
in the
again.
day, it was all
Alex is
about
being
what
creepy
was
again.
Jumping off at the arcades. Some of the games in the next segment have that same.
You're still waiting on his oil.
delicious vibe.
Yeah, and some of the others have that.
I love their
old
NBA
school
Jam
over the
arcade machine
top
back there. That's so
action
hype.
that we all knew and love.
And that is why we're calling this segment Action Jackson Retro Rewind. Portion. I sound drunk.
Portion of the
Let's
show.
go. Yeah.
That was almost an outtake, but they just rolled with it. Oh, wow. Yeah, this feels like an arcade game.
Welcome to Neon Inferno, a new 2D
She's sexy.
action game which takes place in a cyberpunk New York City. My name is
Mariana and
Sri
Angelo.
Kakanahali, founder and designer at Zenobia Interactive. And today, I'll be walking
Wait, what were the
through the
difficulties?
designer at Zenobia Interactive.
Arcade, hard, medium, novice. Oh, they're backwards.
And today, I'll be walking you through the game's very first stage.
This guy feels like a sex offender. You mean Alex?
In Neon
I
Inferno,
know exactly which
you
guy you're
play
talking
as an
about.
assassin for a criminal organization.
So it's like a fast-paced run-and-gun arcade thing.
As well as dodging
You just sprint.
even more corrupt NYPD. Now, on its most basic level, the game is an arcade run and gun, like Contra or like Metal Slug.
I was
You
just
run,
about to say
you
Metal
shoot,
Slug again.
You jump and you stab.
You know what makes me think action arcade?
What really sets
The
the
enemy
game apart
bullets.
is its
The way they're like
two-plane mechanic,
glowing.
where the stage
The ones that look
actually
like glowing
takes
rectangles that are rotating
foreground
when they fire at
and
you.
background. And I
Don't
would
know
like to
why,
speak
but
out
it's
further
like the
without talking.
those kinds of bullets you only
So
ever
get a
see in
better
arcade
idea
games.
of what that looks like.
You can take cover behind the police car. That's so cool. While shooting into the background. I like the combination of side to side shooting, but also background shooting. It's got a good lighting system for 2D pixel art. It's like 3D HDR lighting on pixels.
Sometimes walking is just too slow, and you'll have
Sick.
to chase down your target on motorcycle.
Can they show some gameplay from Mariana? She was cool.
The game features many vehicles.
You can use your sword to deflect bullets back at enemies. I just noticed that.
You ride your bike as you swerve in and out
It
of
could
the
be pre-nub.
roadblocks. You want to eliminate
Hey, a
the
pre-nub
opponents.
is something totally
You
different.
also want to avoid harming civilians
But important. You do
or
want one of
crashing
those.
into them.
Just in case. Don't let her convince you it's not
Coming up
romantic.
is a
She's probably trying to rip you
dual
off.
boss fight, which pits you against both the helicopter that you saw earlier in this video, as well as
I wonder if you can play this in co-op with a friend playing as Mariana. So you can have both characters out on screen at once.
also features a bullet time mechanic.
This should be an arcade game in Cyberpunk. That actually would fit really well. I could totally see this being an arcade minigame in Cyberpunk 2077. Johnny Silverhand would be all over it.
Seems we finally tracked down our target. What happens next?
It's sick.
You'll have
Look at the
to
art.
play
The art is
game
so
to
cool.
find out. Thanks for watching.
There's good, pretty good production values for such a simple genre of game. God, Mariana's so attractive. Good lord. We never got to see her play though. Wishlist now on Steam. Egg Tart Incorporated. That's a cool name for a production company. How deep does it go? It's an arcade shooter, probably not deep at all. That old man is floating in space in his underpants. Metal Suits Counterattack. Is that the name? Oh, these... Okay. So we're in the part of the show that's all side-scrolling action. Side-scrolling arcade action. Mariana's Trench. Oh, that's what you meant by the deep. That's too deep. Mariana's Trench is horrifying. There's anglerfish in there, and they're scary. Sick. So the concept of this one is that you're a naked old man, kind of like the knight in Ghosts and Goblins. And when you're wearing a mecha suit, you have different powers depending on the suit you're wearing. I could have used bullet time in so many bullet hell games. All of them. Every bullet hell game could use bullet time. But that's probably would make some of them too easy.
Cities will reduce to ruins. A single soldier is sent to battle.
This one's even in 3x4. Like old TVs. I'm gonna stream a bullet hell game soon. Well, a Vampire Survivor-like. The start of next week, I'm gonna stream Brotato. Turn your ship around is a feature. Health bar is also a feature. Like, these are new things. Charge your weapon special. Press button to attack. Feature. Game can also pause. Access settings to change volume controls. Volume controls include 0 for no volume and 100 for all the volume. World premiere. Here we go. Something fresh, bro. Oh. Show us how you'd announce your game. I'd tattoo the logo on the shaft of my penis, and I'd allow it to become erect into frame. As it rises up, you'd see it, like, fill up the frame. And then the logo would be, like, fully inflated at full mast when fully torqued. I won't demonstrate it now because we'll get banned. And also, Jay would cry if he found out he missed out on that. What is this? This is the weirdest shit happening on screen right now, and we're just ignoring it. Is this like a comical parody stock market office simulator or something? It's got a banging soundtrack. Spreadsheet. Sick. I don't know how you play that, but it looked awesome. I will actually wishlist that. What's with the soundtrack being, like, kind of awesome in every game lately? It's got a bit of a lo-fi beat. What is this? Bandits arrive in 1 minute 40. Is this like a Home Alone type thing where you gotta set up traps around your house before the bad guys show up? But like arcadified? Oh, and the bandits are other human players. What are they doing? I think they're trying to steal appliances. This is like between what's that Moving Out game? Party Animals vibes. Yeah, it's like Home Alone crossed with Moving Out crossed with Party Animals. Because in Moving Out, it's also the same kind of isometric perspective, but you and your friends are trying to move house. So you're like putting couches in the van and stuff. But in this, you're trying to steal them. Except the owner's trying to stop you with traps. I don't know if the art style does anything for me. It's a bit too random and goofy. I think I would like it if it was a bit more realistic looking with that same concept. It's a Mies with a Dreamcast logo on his backpack. Look at him. I like this. Oh, there's other human players. What are we doing? Can you imagine walking through town and a bunch of mice parachute past you? Been quite a few Mies games. It's the year for Mies. 2025, year of Mies. Multiplayer games have a disadvantage of needing a critical mass. Yeah, they can struggle a bit, especially if they're indie. Ooh, there's some interesting mechanics in this game. Is this multiplayer or not? I can't tell if the other mice are other humans or not. I mean, if I was an indie dev, I would shy away from multiplayer stuff just because I don't think I want the anxiety of whether my my game's going to be popular enough to hit those numbers that you want. You know, to keep the servers like clicking over so everyone experiences like the game at your peak. If there's not enough people around, then people are just not going to be able to experience the game properly because they need other people. There's no other way around it. We've seen this one before. Survival crafty plane delivery game. This reminds me of Tailspin. Remember the cartoon Tailspin? You do survival crafty things on the islands, but you're ultimately making deliveries at your plane as the primary gameplay loop. All it needs is the airboard. So you can like air surf behind your plane. Cozy as fuck. The mousecap looks very Swedish. I can't even explain to you why that's accurate, but it does feel accurate. What the fuck? What is this? What is this? Are you a robot? Look at what the gun's attached to. It's like you're a robot with a bunch of like crazy frame-like appendages holding the gun in place. That's unique. This is a music gun game, isn't it? Like BPM and Metal Hellsinger. Tempo Punk, yeah. You could see the beat meter in the middle where the reticle was. There's not enough of these kinds of games. I think I can only think of 4.
I never wanted to be an assassin. Maybe a little. Because I'm a perfect killer.
Perfect.
I was just a weapon in the hands of my
Kitty
masters,
assassin.
the city's most feared mafia.
I knew before I saw it because she did the purr, the cat pun. Oh, is this multiplayer as well? Is this another competitive thing? Oh, maybe PvP, PvE. Look more like Hi-Fi Rush with the shoot and rhythm. Yeah, that's what I said. Metal Hellsinger and BPM. Music, FPSs. But that's what I was saying. There's not enough games in that genre because I can only think of 4 off the top of my head, including the one we just saw, that trailer. I don't think I like this game. There's something that's really boring me about this one. I like the cat. The cat main character is kind of cool, but the rest is kind of meh. Ultra Mega Cats. That's right. I did watch a trailer for this once. It didn't have this much gameplay though. Punk is starting to lose all meaning. It is a popular descriptor for a certain art style. And it's an art style that's malleable depending on what's attached to the word punk. Like steampunk is different from clock punk. What is punk supposed to mean? Well, it basically means what it means. It's, you know how like the definition of punk is generally like a counterculture, outskirts, kind of rough and messy, outsider kind of form of art. And then when you apply that to another form of art, it becomes like the counterculture version of that art, if that makes sense. So you take a style of something, and then you make a punk version of that, and it becomes the messier, more eclectic, more outside the box, coloring outside the lines version of it. People like to push it in very obvious ways. I just realized this curtain looks like a vagina. Like the second someone puts punk on the end of something, gritty is a good word. Like, for example, if you have like a really animated, cartoony art style, and they put punk on the end of that, all of a sudden they just kind of not just grit it all up, but kind of pop it all up. There's a lot of pop art vibe to it. So instead of just having a normal menu, there's going to be like graffiti paint menus, which go whoosh, whoosh, and the text is all like tilted, and nothing is lined up properly, and it's all kind of funky and stylish. I feel like that's the stereotypical way that people apply punk to things. Like as soon as they're going for like a punk style, that's usually what they mean in their brain. They're making it all kind of funky. Persona is a good example. Like, I don't believe Persona thinks of itself as punk, but if you look at the UI design of Persona, there's something very punk aesthetic about it, because everything has kind of got this pop art, kind of funky, tilted, and it, like, you can't just press start and have a list of options come up, like resume, settings, quit. Like, you'll press start and the text will be like they'll come out and do like some kind of crazy animation with like a paint streak, and it'll be like this bright neon yellow, and the text is kind of like thumping to the music. It's like, that's the kind of shit that people do with their aesthetic when they're showing off the fact that they're punk. I'm gonna put punk in inverted commas because, like, this is the very shallow commercial version of what this means. Like, true punk, if you go back to like the 70s and 60s and stuff, true punk was just about fuck the man. It was about way of stylizing things in a way that meant you don't care. Like, this is what fashion means right now. Fuck fashion. I'm gonna wear jeans with holes in them. This is what music is supposed to sound like, you know, like Taylor Swift type stuff. Fuck that shit. I'm just gonna make noise and scream into the mic. Because, you know, screw the form. We're out here. We're punk. I don't feel like all games that attribute some aspect of the design to punk are necessarily being true punk in that sense. They're really just taking a form of visual stylization and just kind of being sort of hip and funky. But it's almost the antithesis of punk. Like, punk itself would hate that. It's like you're taking our messy aesthetic and you're making it commercial and slick and fun and pop art. Like, actual punk would throw up at the idea of that.
Sir Solomon and the Saviors of Light depart Castle Cornelius.
Cyberpunk, but a dingy version of the future. Yeah, like, cyberpunk is a good example of, like, how do we see the future? Like, it's all going to be futuristic, cybernetic kind of stuff, yeah, sure. But it's the punk version of that. It's dystopian. It's disgusting capitalism taking over all the corporations. It's the street level people are... There's nothing clean about their version of technology or their vision of the future. It's literally like people in the black market sticking bullshit on their bodies, replacing their eyes with disgusting replacements, and that one gang that replaced most of their body parts, so like their whole face is missing, and there's just these two like little cameras. Like, that's a pretty good example of like going full punk with a dystopian setting. Like, it's a bit off-putting just how dystopian and messy it is. But it's freedom. It's a big part of it. The freedom to do whatever you want. And that includes really fucked up shit. This is old school and cute. It looks like Shovel Knight. Oh my god, that was a bit twisted. Don't trust this man. Based on that opening cutscene, I have a feeling this is going to end like Braid. Remember how Braid had like that subversive ending where the main character was actually like the stalker, not the hero? This little blue knight does not sound like a hero. Stalker knight. You heard him though. He was all like,
I'm gonna save the princess and keep it all to myself.
what the fuck, man? Why would you say that out loud? Little psycho. It sounds like narcissism. Love-ish. Is that what that says? Love-ish? What a weird name.
I was just a normal aspiring guitarist.
He wants the nub. Get a nub on his own time. Oh, so this is sick. You can skateboard on your guitar? What the fuck is this? Okay, this is punk right here. Now we're talking punk. Except the main character waifu is a bit dull looking. Including her voiceover.
Drawn to the sound of my guitar. And every hit I take,
Solar punk's taking the word to a new meaning. I'm not exactly sure what that refers to. I have a game called Solar Ash.
chipped finish, cracked headstock. When I wake up, it's all still there.
Why is this voiceover so underleveled in that there's vacuuming gameplay? Do you get to run a guitar store? Is that part of the gameplay? Okay, you get to play Guitar Hero, sick. This is awesome. You get to design your own guitars from scratch. There's a lot going on here. I don't really get the Tony Hawk part of it though. That's a bit random. Jetstar, Radio Punk, this game is everything. Except for a main character with personality. I think that's maybe the one part they missed out on.
Hi, my name is Maciej Płaczyński. I'm a Senior Business Development Manager at GOG. And I'm here with you today to talk about video game preservation.
Do you have to?
Games are disappearing. That is a
Oh my god. I've actually got some of those boxes behind him. I've got the Baldur's Gate box. I've got the Dungeon Keeper box and the Heroes of Might and Magic box on my shelf in the living room.
If they are available, often they are unplayable.
That's so cool.
This is not acceptable.
Blade Runner as
That is
well.
why at GOG
Except someone
we
stole the
decided to
disc
do
from inside the
something about
box.
it. As you might know, we are an advocate for video games preservation.
Her lack
During
of
the last
personality is her
15 years,
personality.
we've made
That sounds
hundreds,
super
even
punk.
Thousands of classic games available. Today, we are ready to take it to the next level. We are proud to announce the GOG Preservation Program. A growing selection of games we commit our resources to, keeping them playable today.
I wonder how they
for the years
decide
to
on which
come.
games, like
Right
what's their
now, we invite you to
priority
watch the video.
order
Visit GOG.com
for the games they
to check out the
choose.
current selection of games in the program.
Personality punk.
These are your games.
Alpha Protocol?
Games that make
That's
you who you are.
more
Games
recent.
from your childhood. You wanted to play, collect,
Heroes 3
and pass
total.
them on. But they are disappearing. Most are gone already. You can't find them, store them, or play them.
It's true though. Every single PC game I've got that's in the original size big PC boxes, none of them can be installed anymore because they were made on computers that were nothing like the ones we have now.
Buried and used our own resources.
They don't even recognize like the new versions of Windows.
Controllers and resolutions, often correcting game-breaking bugs in the process. We commit to maintaining them compatible.
Sick.
Our guarantee is that they work.
Solarpunk is a
and they will
sustainable
keep
green
working.
future with solar panels. Oh, okay. No, there is a game that I remember doing exactly that.
Always in your hands, not anyone else's.
The trailer was at Summer Game Fest. It was like an isometric RTS type thing where you're building like a sustainable green kind of society. Like the things you build have an effect on the environment. You're trying to bring the environment back to like green and full of water.
It's right here. There's a QR code.
Like windmills and stuff.
Make it happen, and that is it.
I forget what the game was called. It might actually be
Free
Solar
key.
Punk. I don't know.
For our final segment, we've got some cozy and family-friendly
Final
games
segment?
that you
Okay,
don't
cool.
wanna
We're
miss.
almost wrapping up.
And just because it's for kids doesn't mean it's not awesome, right?
Souls-like Punk
You're
or wholesome
looking at
Souls games such as
dude
Crab's
who
Treasure?
helped make Rugrats.
Oh, do you mean like reversing the? I don't know if Punk can be used to reverse the concept.
I can't help it, man. I was getting hostile. Let's get into these cuddly ass games.
I wouldn't think of Another Crab's Treasure as Punk anything, to be honest. I should play that. Ugh. It's on Game Pass. I would like to. But I'm a bit behind on my Game Pass Souls-likes. I haven't played fucking Lies of P yet. And that's been on there for ages. It might actually be leaving this year at some point. I better get on that too. That's more important than... Okay, Wolong and Lies of P are the two Souls-like that are in danger of leaving sometime this year. I might have to do something about that. And then I can get to Another Crab's Treasure. This feels like watching people play Overcooked. But like fantasy Overcooked. If you want to get into a messy fight with your friends or girlfriend, play Overcooked. You won't last long. It kind of feels like a game that would be on the Switch. Sidap, a culinary adventure. There's so many culinary, cooking, and cuisine-based genre overlap games. It's kind of interesting. People are all turning into foodies. What the fuck?
For you, it's about to get stranger.
This is a sham game.
Accident at work has turned
Dr.
to a
Grimble?
vibrant shade of blue.
What are these creatures? What the fuck?
And you're now completely stretchy.
You're a stretchy boy. In a world of weird mutant boys. Oh my god. These are your dreams. This is exactly how you look in real life, Sham. They base these creatures off you.
So join your fellow Grombies. to say
Why are they
your
Grombies?
life is about to get
I don't like
weirder
Grombies.
wouldn't be
Why do
a
all the Grombies stare at you?
complete stretch.
Really? The game is called Completely Stretchy? That is the most uncreative name for a super creative looking game.
A little something about Chromagun 2.
Oh my god, Chromagun 2 Die Hard.
Jumping straight into the
but
game.
Die was spelled D-Y-E.
So right off the bat, we can
Hilarious.
see what Chromagun is all about. So this is a work.
This isn't even a trailer.
And this is a paintable wall.
This guy didn't feel like making a trailer, so he's just like, I'm just going to show you how you play.
We
It's
don't wanna
just a
bore you
gameplay
with
demonstration.
with the nitty gritty, getting to know the game. But the idea is you paint worker droids, and they're attracted to walls that have the same color.
What?
And so this one I paint he's red, and I paint him yellow. So red and yellow is orange, and he's attracted to walls of the same color, which is orange. And then he's dragged onto this thing, and this thing opens the door. So that's the whole idea of the game. So
That's it, that's the trailer. You don't have to actually show any more.
these
We get it.
buttons Here, we get all these droids. If I paint the blue one yellow, it becomes green. If I paint the red one yellow, it becomes orange. And if I paint the yellow one yellow, well, nothing happens because
It's yellow. Yeah, we get it.
So
Let me just play the entire tutorial. And we'll call that a trailer. How about that?
So you still start out with the yellow Chromagun, which is to, make sure that players who didn't play Chromagun, which there are plenty of, should, we want them to be at home. You want them.
I guess
we don't want to alienate
Chromagun must have been reasonably expensive.
Just pretending they know how.
Not
to play
expensive,
Chromagun.
successul.
The case.
I was able to turn
If
on
they're
the
making a
power
sequel.
from here.
So I guess people liked it.
Manually activate the trans-universal matter. Just, you know what?
He didn't even
I'll just call it
retake.
the portal.
He's literally just recording himself playing a bit of the game and just talking casually about it.
Continue.
They really couldn't be fucked
what little
making a
story we
trailer.
had for Chromagun 1, and greatly expand on this. So the story of Chromagun 2 is you at the end of Chromagun
Something
1, at the
something
beginning of
Chromagun.
2,
Got it.
You accidentally break the tricolored Chromagun, and Richard, which is the omniscient narrator here, he's pretty mad at that, and he wants to keep testing.
He could have at least used a podcast mic like I'm using for the stream,
that's what he does.
like instead of the headset mic. I'm really sick of hearing headset mics.
They don't have, so Chromatech, the company that built the Chromagun, they don't have the funds to build a new Chromagun. But fortunately, what they do have.
So what? You're not even gonna try the doors? All the same. That way I don't even have to pretend.
Some people don't like talking, they just want to make games. I mean, he could have made a trailer with no talking in it, but he chose to sit in front of the camera and actually just do nothing but talk while just casually playing his game.
At the top, there should be a vent looping
If he didn't like talking, there are easier ways to do this.
Run through this.
He could make one of those teaser trailers where it's just like cool music with a bunch of like montage footage of the game doing awesome stuff. And just let it speak for itself.
Keep on testing. He wants me to go to another universe.
This is like tuning into someone's stream. Like I'm on his Twitch stream right now. And then it just suddenly ended. That was the most anticlimactic thing ever. I feel like he was in the middle of a sentence too. The showcase got bored of him. They're like, you know what? Show the next game. Before he ends up just playing the entire game in front of us right now. Because he forgets to stop. He might totally forget what he's doing and just start talking about irrelevant stuff. Like telling us how he feels about the Wicked movie. He just saw it yesterday with his friend. And then starts ranting about how he feels about caramelized popcorn. Because some guy was eating it in the theater and it bothered him because he could smell it. I wonder if there are nub sounds. Seems like a really cozy game. So the entire gameplay mechanic here is making mixtapes of sounds to affect the environment? That's actually super clever and unique. I don't think I've ever seen anything that is quite like this. And they went for the crayon drawing art style. Can you put capybara sounds in your mixtape? EBIT tapes? EB tapes? EBIT tapes. Holy shit,
Hi,
cool.
This is Stuntboost.
First person
This is a
skateboard.
platform about skating against time.
This is intense.
Your goal is to finish each level as fast as possible.
Oh, it's a
medals,
it's a
leaderboards,
speedrun
break
game.
records to challenge your friends and the online world.
It's a first person skateboarding speedrun
The
game.
mechanics are simple. You gain speed by crouching downhill, by jumping off ramps, and by hitting boosters. The short levels,
It's very rare to
instant restarts make this a fairly accessible
find skateboard based games that aren't based on doing
As you
tricks.
get more and more acquainted to each of the tracks, you will discover shortcuts and hidden collectibles. And then you race against your personal best or the records of your friends.
Knob Grinder is now the MVP of the entire showcase.
Checkpoints keep track of your current time. When you make a mistake and restart at a checkpoint, the timer is set back, just as you are. This way, a small mistake won't force you to restart the entire run. saving
love
you from
that.
some of the frustration on the more difficult levels.
That's the same as Lonely Mountains downhill.
However, respawning comes with a slight speed penalty.
The checkpoint remembers what time you were at and rewinds the time for you.
Even better times. To keep things interesting,
That seems
the
pretty
levels
fun.
use a number of creative challenges, like these googly eyes, for example, which open passages on the level as soon as you look at them.
That's weird. What the fuck?
Besides that, there are more rooms to unlock, featuring new levels and some basic skating tricks like grinds and flips.
It's almost like it's tricking you into doing tricks.
We are a team of two bringing this passion
He had to look at
project
the
live,
googly
launching
eyes
a
around the
closed
room,
beta
so it actually made him do a
So
full
make sure to save
360
yourself a
in the
spot
air
at
on the skateboard.
stuntboost.com. Thanks.
Stunt Boost. The name could use some work, but yeah, cool. Could have called it Board Boost, or skate stunt. I don't know. Put something in the name that has something to do with skateboarding. You're a raven with an important task. Fly, raven, fly. They're all depending on you. You need to go shit on a Prius. Let that hipster have it. Guide lost souls. Oh, cool. What are the odds of actually perfectly fitting through that board in the bridge? That was good flying. This is not. He just killed the raven 3 times in a row. 4 times in a row. Oh, baby raven. Ragnarok. So you're like a raven in like mythological terms. You're a farrier of souls to Ragnarok, to Valhalla, from Ragnarok. Neat. It's a bird-like. It's bird punk. There's the tree of Yggdrasil. I'm sure that's a dive to Hades. Voron. It's like moron with a V. That's Sir Raven. Was there ever a That's Sir Raven game? There has to have been. What is this? You ready for a witchy adventure? Sure. It's Stardew Valley, but you are a witch. You are a cute, wholesome witch. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. She's a witch, she's a witch, she's a witch. She's a witch, she's a witch, she's a witch. Not a bitch, not a bitch, not a bitch. Just a witch, just a witch, just a witch. Actually, it's hard to say that really fast. I want to do the dance that those frogs are doing, hang on. It's actually hard to do. It's making me dizzy. Grimoire Groves. That's cute. Good name. Good color scheme. There's a duck on a dinosaur. The dinosaur screamed.
Explore a procedurally generated, colorful world.
Why did the dinosaur scream? I suppose I'd be kind of alarmed if there was a duck on my back, but I don't think I would scream.
Battle adorable and maybe mildly scary foes.
Why? Is this like Paper Mario style? What is this? How's this played?
Find treasures and grow stronger.
That's every single video game. Find treasures and grow stronger. Shut up. Of course you do.
Make weird friends along the way.
I don't know why I get so irritated when game trailers point out things that are too obvious.
And take a break.
Interact with the game by pressing buttons.
Like never before.
Whoa, really? Be a character and do stuff. Engage in a gameplay loop in search of dopamine.
Paper Animal Adventure now on Steam.
Art style reminded you of that garden game. I think a lot of garden games all remind me of each other.
Another mixed showcase in the
Clip frog dance imitation.
With all those premieres and exclusives, you're definitely gonna roll into some holidays with a healthy wish list.
Clip it out of context.
I just updated mine, and it's in your inbox.
Hopefully my robe wasn't opening up while I was doing that.
Once again, if you want to check out all of the games from the showcase, head over to Steam and the Epic Game Store and everywhere else where you find the games. Thanks again to Valve and the Epic Game Store for supporting us and the devs.
Yes, and another shout out to our
What are your top 3
incredible
nubs?
sponsors who are helping make the show a reality. Raw Fury, Fork,
My left foot's big toe.
Better Gaming Agency,
My right nipple.
Neon Doctrine, Good Old
And my
Games,
pee-pee
and Fully
is probably number 1.
Illustrated. Make sure to support devs through the
Oh, of the
nonprofit
showcase.
charity partner Experience Studios, who are supporting indies of all walks
I don't know,
of
that was a
life
lot of
to be
games.
successful with their businesses.
We also have gear that you can grab right now.
I want to play. I want to play the one where the girl had the guitar and she was Tony Hawk riding on it, but also running a guitar shop.
Before it's all gone. Thanks again to our broadcasting partners, Twitch, IGN, GameSpot, and
Also, the Swedish Mouse game was
Very
pretty cool.
special Media Indie Exchange salute to all developers
The Mies looked
who
real.
participated in this
I like the
showcase. Without
visual
you
style of the Mies
and
looking
your
real.
passion, talent, and commitment to excellence,
Clipping doesn't work in the app.
we wouldn't have a reason to put
Ah,
this thing on.
that's too bad.
Thank you for contributing your time and
I don't know what it's
resources to
like.
this
I've only ever clipped it on the
And
browser.
a big, huge thanks and hugs to Abe, Travis, Joel, Mary, Nat, Michael, Fully Illustrated,
So they're done.
Timmy,
They're
Matt
just
White,
doing
Mike
shout-outs.
Schwartz. There's a lot of Matts in this piece.
I want to see if Alex says something dodgy. Hang on.
And a reminder to tune in at noon.
What?
And get your Digi nominations into. So that's a wrap?
That's a wrap. This is Justin Woodward, co-founder of the Mix, BVIG, and Terabang Entertainment. All of that. Signing
Nah,
off,
he's
and it was
being well
great
behaved.
having you here. The host with me again.
Yeah, Money Laundry was cool. I like that too.
Anytime, Justin. If you ever want me, you've got my wish list. And
Yep. Have a wonderful holiday season, everyone, and we will
Come on,
see
Alex.
you
Say one
soon
more sus thing before we
at
leave.
the next event. Peace.
Right before they cut, I wanted to be like, I'm gonna head out and attach some clothes pegs to my taint. And then just fucking cut to credits. It's like, god damn it, Alex, we were almost out. Why you gotta be like this, man? I'm not inviting you back to the next showcase. Oh yeah, smooth jazz. Easy listening. Harry Mack. Freestyle. I'm gonna rhyme money laundry with cyberpunk and guitar. Those are my 3 words. But the music stopped. Damn it. I totally would have been able to do it too. Such a good rapper. You have a link from 57 minutes ago when I went to the toilet, when I went for pee-pees. I'm glad I didn't wait for the showcase to end before I peed, because I would have been waiting for an extra hour.
Welcome to another thrilling edition of Who Gives a Damn. If you're looking for that over...
Oh, it's Premiere too. I didn't recognize him for a second. Didn't hook you until you saw you could do vacuuming. I don't know what the deal with the vacuuming was, unless there's actually like a store simulating part of it where you got to keep the store clean, design the guitars, and then like sell them or something. So it's part like music store management, part maybe roguelike dungeon crawling. Oh god, it's Moonlighter again, isn't it? You probably go do the action stuff to come back with materials to build guitars with to sell them. Why is every game suddenly Moonlighter?
Energetic, annoying, loud American man. Tough break. He ain't gonna be here this week. This show is brought to you by Leroy King. That's me. You can call me the Kansas City King. You can call me whatever you like. I'm gonna be doing the show this week.
Why is he reminding me of Michael Madsen right now?
I need a little extra money. You're about to watch me, to your great fortune. I'm going to teach you how to play cards, not just any card
Oh,
games, one
Balatro.
called Balatro. Fantastic little title.
Sorry,
You ain't gonna be
Balatro,
the
as
best,
he
but
calls
you
it.
can learn from it and I'll tell you what, if they get more
He
than
didn't
my
put
alimony
Balatro
payments,
in the
maybe King
title.
will come back and teach you some other games.
I thought
So
the-
go ahead,
the
buckle
algorithm
up,
would like
boneheads,
that.
because I'm about to take you on a ride, and it's got to at least be better than my 7th marriage. Oh, God damn it. Anyway, here's the show, and I don't know, it's overproduced piece of slick intros. Let's just get to the damn.
I like his parappa the rapper.
You know, they call me the Holden Forehead. That was back in my Kansas City
I can't stop
days.
staring at
I
Parappa the
used to
Rapper on
have
his shelf.
Mountains of money. And I lost it all. A couple of bad rolls of the dice, a couple of all-ins that should have been all-outs. But you know what? I've never been
Is he slightly pitching his voice down a bit in post?
a quitter. I've never been one to look fate in the
It
face
sounds like
and
it's been
say,
down
"God,
pitched slightly.
I'm cashing out we're gonna go all the way back. We're gonna start at the bottom, and I'm gonna show you guys that, well, Lady Luck, she can be a cruel mistress. Right now, this time, we're gonna take it back into our own hands, and we're gonna say, call
Dude, there's the chat on the left.
because I'm all in.
Let's see what this game's all about. Well, hello there. My name is Jimbo, and I'm here to help you learn how to play.
Oh, there, the
Your
pitch.
goal is
You
to
removed the
chip.
pitch for the actual
Defeat the enemy
game.
blind. This here's a small
They have the
blind.
Diver's
You only need to
Palacho in it now?
score 300 chips
Yeah,
to
we
beat
saw it,
Well,
actually.
looks like we have ourselves a
There was a
big
stream we did recently where we raided somebody at the end of the stream that was playing Dave the Diver, and he was doing all the Balatro minigames.
Well, I beat your blind, son. Score at least 300, did that right.
I forget who called for the raid, though. Someone in the chat made me go to their raid, their channel.
Select up to 2 cards in your hand and press use on the tarot card to enhance them. I got an idea. Here's what we're gonna do. I feel like a 2 is coming. I need a 2. Lady Luck be kind. I like.
I think I remember making the joke of calling it Balatro the Diver. Or was it Dave the Balatro? I can't remember which one I said.
I already did it. That was it.
$7 bucks.
Uranus. Yeah, well, I've seen that before. Now look here. We have 3 of a kind already. We got 3 4s right off the gut.
I don't entirely know how this game is played.
I didn't know. It was, yeah, well,
I've never really
well, you guys
caught
sit
on
there
to how
playing
it's being played when I've seen other people do
I'm
it.
sitting here playing the real game. I love playing poker. I've played on full tilt. I've played it for years. I won some big pots, and God knows I lost my fair share. Now, look here. Keep your eyes open because you don't want to miss this. Boom. That's called a winning hand. Plus 12 multiplier if played. And
Like, you fill out the top of the screen with jokers, right? And the jokers are essentially modifiers that change the rewards you get for the poker layouts that you create, right?
Mama always told me to play it safe, but
And the idea is to build up jokers and collect new ones and
what is happening?
like build really
Doubles money.
lucrative hands, essentially.
Stone card increases rank of up to enhances.
The only bear shark? Is that the guy we visited?
2 random planet cards.
That sounds about right. There was something trippy like
I
that.
understand literally none of the goddamn shit that was just told to me, and I'm sitting here fighting the big hook. Well, I know that we can get double money. That's good. Now, anytime somebody told me I'll give you double or nothing, I know that's good. Planet cards make your plan hands better. I like it. So why don't I choose this and then choose the 2 queens, and I have a full house, aces and kings? That, to me, seems like a sensible goddamn decision. See, now look, we didn't have none of this hocus pocus shit back when I was doing this in '89. We had to play with guns under the table.
Guns.
Up, you get your pecker shot. So I didn't know I had to choose the thing. I'm gonna upgrade this here queen as well.
I own a Russian roulette game on Steam that you meant to
Now
play
I
in
see all
VR,
diamond cards are
which
debuffed.
looked like it'd be
I
pretty
should've-
fun.
oh, well, I'm not afraid. We're not fishing with a 7. Probably not going to need an 8. So we're going to go for value. I need an ace. Now let's burn a 3 because we don't want to have that. Debuffed? Yeah, we'll get rid of that. We'll thin our deck. I need an ace or a 2 now. You are a cruel mistress. I'll play it. Don't worry about it. We're going to be all right, boys. Don't you worry about a thing. We still got 460, but the hands ain't done yet. I need to... Oh, my face. I really did myself dirty here. I screwed up. What's it? Let me try it. That's still straight. Still straight. I didn't know that the card still counted. That did confuse me.
I'm still kind of confused by the whole process, not gonna lie.
Beginning. What does that mean? The run's over. Does that mean?
I guess it's the kind of game that you learn by playing.
If I skip this blind, I get $1 per played hand this run. No, I'm not interested. I want the money.
There's a Twitch plugin a lot of people use to show their pronouns.
We play these 5.
I wonder if
we
Jeannie
get
knows
some
about
pair,
that.
And we get some money out of it anyway. Might as well get some upgrades.
I should ask her about that on Discord. It sounds like something she'd use.
Well, she's not good. I'll be honest. We only got 2 hands. This is not good. And we only need 1 club. 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 Thank you. Done.
Allegio.io.
Poker game.
What's the Allegio part of that?
It's called.
Is that the platform where people make
A flush wasn't enough.
make apps through?
I didn't really. You need strategy, mate. Wow. Now here's my strategy. Shut the up.
Now, if you guys never played no poker before, it's easy as pie. 100 chips of played hand contains 3 of a kind. Now. Interesting. Played face cards give plus 30 when scored. That's pretty nice, too.
What does it mean, not discovered?
Give me a 6. My favorite hand is a jack.
Does that mean like you've
Jack,
never...
10 suited. Just give me the
I'm
jack,
so
10,
confused
jack,
by this
10, or
game, I
6,
swear.
Jack 10, jack 10, jack 10, or 6. Oh. Yep, that's... Ooh. Yep, that's 100. That's a cash me out. I like this one. Permanently gain +1 discard per round. I like that voucher. Going for the head. All hearts cards are debuffed. Well, lucky for you, a broken heart don't do much. I'm going to tell you straight up, I'm not going to bullshit you. This is a goddamn awful starting hand.
When I've seen other people play this, the top of the screen is always filled with jokers.
I wasn't paying attention.
He seems to have very little jokers here.
Confused. I'm wearing blue light glasses and I can't see through half the colors. Leave me alone, goddammit. Well, it looks like it's one of those times where we say to the gods, we look them right in the eye and we say, listen, I don't ask for much right now. I just need a goddamn spade. No, it's just I'm an idiot. That's the problem here. I feel like I know that these are low cards, but I feel the 2s and the 5s. I feel one coming. That's fine. We still got lots of hands to play. We don't need to rush it. We can just play these 2 pair right here. Watch this. We'll get the points. Don't you worry about it. We already cleared, boys. We already cleared. We did not clear yet. Okay. Well, how about 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King, rip it, grip it, sign it, deal it. Get your points. There's your gamba. You bet on Pete, you win. All right, extra large blind. Ooh, I'm shaking in my boots. What am I going to lose to you in one hand? I don't think so.
I don't think I know enough about poker.
And we get rid of this 3. And
This is his real voice all along. If you play it, you'll quickly understand. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I feel like Balatro is the kind of game that you wrap your head around by playing with it, by poking away at it. You learn it through doing. Watching other people do it, it just is a bunch of nonsense happening on screen. I know how to play poker, but I'm not like... I don't know that much about poker. I don't know all the ins and outs. I just know the gist of it.
2 kings and 3 queens. Let me tell you.
I know what the different kinds of hands you can make are.
Well, looks like we cleared. So now you guys who bet against me.
I'm a bit rough about the terminology.
All flushes and... Excuse me?
What?
All right, well, we're going to go for this. Watch. We're going to pitch these guys. Play it. We get the flush. It's not a lot of money, but it'll do. We're going to use the 2 of hearts so that we'll just get rid of it. We thin our hand out. We don't need that piece of shit. But what we do get is exactly what I was talking about. This is what I'm talking about. That's it right there, my friends. That is it right there. That is what... Ooh, oh my God. It's still counting. It's going to be here a while for us to catch.
Look at all those multiplayers.
$11,000.
So those jokers at the top are doing that, right? They're adding like extra
I'm not worried about you, psychic. Why don't you read my mind right
things to the hands. You remember learning how to play poker from Red Dead 2? I mean, I've known how to play it in general for a while, so I do play it in minigames like in games like Red Dead, but I wouldn't want to play it in real life at a casino for money because I don't even know all the terminology properly. Like when people talk about like the river and there's terms for every round in poker and what they mean and how the rounds work between the players. It's that stuff I'm a bit rough on. I just know the part where like you're trying to make certain layouts. You're trying to make certain suites. I don't know what they all are, so I can at least get that far.
One hand, one beaten down piece of shit.
The jokers add extra rules. So do you collect those and then keep them up there by choice, or is the game just throwing them in there and you just have to live with it, for better or for worse?
Look at that. That's a perfect start. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Suck on this, you son of a bitch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, count them all up, Cerulean Bell, because the bell
Straight.
goes with thee. Yeah, I just need 9. And God damn it, I am so good. 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace, ship it. Royal flush to win the game. Royal flush to win.
Oh, and they're all diamonds too.
Game.
Why's the 4 there?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Get out of here. Don't even need it, just play it anyway. Yep.
So he had to make at least 100 grand. He got to 132.
That was Balatro. If you need it. Hope you guys enjoyed the game. I certainly
It's still tripping me out how he's pronouncing the name. It's annoying me.
We got our money today, and it was quite
Balatro.
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 Sometimes the cards, the fates, destiny, they give you a bad hand.
It's cheap and fills very little on the hard disk. Yeah, people are very much treating it like the portable game,
Does anyone ever tell you that you look like the Kansas City King?
the portable game of the
I've
year.
heard that. I think the Kansas
Like having it on
City
your
King is
Stream
gonna go
Deck
down in history as
or your
one of my
phone,
favorite characters that we've
whatever
ever
you can
played
fit it
as.
on.
You know, if there's a story to be told, or
Doing a little bit of poker on the toilet, on the train, during your wedding, during the nuptials, on your honeymoon, when you're balls deep, just get some Balatro moves in. Why not? You can do it. It's actually been a while since I've seen Premiere 2. I think the last time I've seen Premiere 2 was literally the last time we rated him when you suggested it. You'll poker till you nub. Do you have Balatro on your Stream Deck, Sham? You don't seem like a Balatro girl to me. It's not like I am either, because I'm not really big on card games, but I feel like if I was futzing with it, I would get distracted by it. I would get stuck on it. What do you call it, a Stream Deck? Because I use the word stream a lot more than I use the word Steam, because I'm always on here talking about streaming. So it's just an easier word for my brain to remember to say. Dungeon Crawler released on mobile too. Oh, the one that's like a claw machine, but an RPG where the turn-based battles are decided by doing the claw machine in the background. I remember that trailer. That was clever. You don't play Balatro? It seems like it would be a pretty neat thing to have on a portable. If you're not the kind of person that doesn't want to get addicted to it, like if you want room in your life to do other things, because it seems like people get very hooked on it. It seems like, from what I can tell, there's a lot of unlockables and sort of achievements and things to pursue in the game that people get stuck in a loop pursuing. Which is fair, and that's what you want as a developer. You want to make a game that can do that to people's brains. Somehow this man did it. Like Flappy Bird somehow did that back in the day. That game was mad addictive to people, but why? Flappy Bird was basic as hell. I still can't believe that guy deleted it. Like, he had a mental breakdown about how rich it was making him, and he felt bad because people were getting addicted to something that he made, and that was making him successful, but he felt like people's addictions to it would cause them to suffer in their lives, and he felt bad about that. So one day he just, like, removed it from the stores, from sale, and then vanished into the forest. I mean, by that point he was already rich, but can you imagine getting so rich that it made you feel guilty enough to stop getting more rich? Like, you literally turn off the money faucet because you can't handle it anymore? Like, I can't even fathom that, to be honest. If I had a money faucet, I wouldn't ever fucking touch that handle. That faucet stays on, buddy, until it runs dry. Like, as if you would even. I know it was for a good reason, like it's wholesome the reason he stopped, but I can't really relate to the reason generally. I respect it, but there ain't no way. You know how hard it is to, in life, you know how difficult it is to figure out something that will make you successful and or rich? Like, we're all just going through the motions in general and just getting by. Ever so often, someone does something unexpected that even they don't realize how the fuck that made them so successful. And then you just see how different people react to it. And it's always, a lot of time it's weird. A lot of people react to it differently. I definitely know that I would not run away from it. I'm not the kind of person, I think, that gets spooked by success or riches and then goes, oh, I can't handle this, I don't want it. Like, I'll take as big a money bucket as you'll dump on my head. Like, go for it. Please do it. Please dump a money bucket on my head. If I make like a shitty little indie game, will somebody like make it viral for me? What kind of game would it be? A Biscoff game. It's like Cookie Clicker, but it's a Biscoff jar, and you click on the Biscoff jar. I think I'm too late for that one. You had a security clearance. Isn't part of that being able to say no to money faucets? Oh, you mean when I had like a government job? I wouldn't. That's a different thing. I had a well-paying job that was not fulfilling. That was actually the opposite. My life was very dull, and I hated it there. And the money wasn't worth it. That's different, though. When I say money faucet, like that wasn't a money faucet because that was a job that I was working and that I didn't like. We all do that all the time. Doesn't matter how much money you get. Working 9 to 5, Monday to Friday to make a living, it doesn't matter if it's a small amount living or it's a big amount living. It's sort of the same thing. It's just one, you're making more money than the other. I'm talking about a money faucet. I'm talking about like, I spent a couple of weeks pumping out like a really basic Flappy Bird like indie game, and it becomes so successful that every day I look at my bank account and it's gone up by another 150 grand. And then the next day it goes up by 200 grand. And then by the end of 2 or 3 months, I'm a millionaire. And I don't have to do anything. I already did it. Something I did creatively was a massive viral success. And now I'm just getting rich from sitting on my ass and reaping the benefits. Like, that's a money faucet. It's the kind of instant lucrative success that everybody tries for and thinks they can get if they're clever enough, but it's more luck based, because most people that try to plan for it and make it happen, they do things like they get involved in pyramid schemes, or they get involved in crypto or other grifty kind of bullshit, like get rich quick schemes, and it's always a nonsense. Have you considered money laundering? I don't think you know what money laundering is, Sham. Money laundering is what you do when you already have money, but it's ill-gotten gains, and you need to pump it through a legitimate business in a way that makes it untraceably clean. Look at Breaking Bad as an example. The money he makes from meth, dirty money. There's no way to justify that money to the IRS, because how do you explain to the tax man that you made 250 grand from selling meth? You'd get arrested immediately. But they're going to see 150 grand in your bank account, and they're going to want to know where that came from. You're busted. That's what money laundering is. You might already know this, but I'm just explaining it anyway. Money laundering is a scheme to take the illegal money you've got and put it through some kind of legal process that allows you to have the money in a way that isn't alarming to the authorities. You clean it so you can use it to not scope off the street. No, that's not it. You're not listening. Like, Breaking Bad was smart because they had a laundromat business. So they would funnel the illegal money through the laundromat as if it's like money they're making from people using the laundromat, except it's not. I know what money laundering is. See, I said you probably did, but I got no inclination of whether you did or not because you kept saying other stuff. So I just kept explaining it. Just in case. You had to know. It's an important thing to know, because one day you might have to do it. You might need to do it right now. Do you have money in your basement or in your garage? Did you and your street gang, your rap entourage, did you do a drive-by in another group and steal their drug money? Now you need a way to launder it? You immediately assumed I didn't know. I'm 26, for God's sakes. My mother doesn't know what money laundering is, and she's like in her 60s. But then again, she's never done anything criminal, as far as I know. I don't think she's ever done anything bad, aside from take a dick. I know that happened because I'm here, and both my brothers. That's about it. Oh, there's another link. I didn't see that pop up 5 minutes ago.
Is there a doctor on call, or should I just go through Nancy?
Who dis? Space Boy? I don't think I know who Space Boy is.
I'm here for
Is this
check.
GTA
I'm
roleplay?
doesn't appear to be a doctor.
There's a full-on ExpressVPN and G Fuel watermarks on the screen. Someone's making their money. Someone's making their bag.
On call, but I'm feeling a little.
He did.
You're gonna be okay, James. They're gonna. So you know.
The hospital burnt down, buddy. What?
What's happening?
This is your exclusive ambulance that we put in the.
This is definitely a GTA RP server.
We even painted it for you.
Oh my god.
It's like white, like your
Like
shirt,
cream.
and then yeah, like cream, and then the wheels are brown, like your pants and your shoes.
Why is this lady describing the ambulance to him?
We have a very important thing to tell you about the new hospital.
What is it?
When you're inside the hospital right now, you got a whisker.
Or what?
Everyone in the hospital will hear what you're saying.
Yeah, we heard about Booba's green dick.
Yep. Yeah. How's...
Oh my god.
Shut up.
How large are GTA roleplay servers in general?
I just got out of the hospital. I forgot to consume a meal.
My name is James Randall.
No, my
Jesus Christ.
Pardon us.
I'm from New York, and I would like a hot
taxi.
Is that a copper running after them? Just...
I'm in a cab, and I don't want to be rude to the driver.
Yeah, I think I'll go as well.
So much for the driver.
And lay down so you can surprise Osvaldo because he always is upset to see you. He's on his way.
Where did he get this character model from with the pants all the way up to his tits?
Oh no.
Like, is there a limit to GTA servers? Like, a limit to how many people can be in these? This old man has a sawn-off shotgun for some reason. He just pulled it out of nowhere.
He's crazy.
I'm not doing this shit again. You son of a bitch.
Osvaldo, that's not self-defense. He's already down.
I am not going to stop.
The guy just vanished from existence. That shotgun deleted that man.
Hey, allergy season, am I right, fellas?
This is a pretty chill GTA roleplay server. Normally when you do illegal stuff like this, like commit murders or assault, they get on your ass immediately. You would say 20 to 30 people? Oh, that doesn't seem too big.
Aren't you a hat.com influencer?
Yes.
I would have expected closer to 100. I mean, GTA's city is quite large. I would expect it to have more people for the roleplay to work better. Otherwise, people might not see each other very much. The limit is more in getting talent. Well, I'd say the biggest problem as well would be trolls. Like, you're looking for talent, but you're probably more likely to find trolls that are going to ruin it for everybody.
Are you looking?
I don't see anything.
Made you look.
It's not funny.
Something on your shirt.
Oh my god. This police officer's not very professional.
What?
Why are you doing that?
Oh, I didn't know you were in a wheelchair.
Oh, my bicycle!
Oh my
That is not your property. I was protecting my property. This is America.
She's not property.
Who's the guy in the white shirt just standing there?
It's not a bicycle, it's a motorcycle.
It's a bicycle. How many wheels does it have?
Oh my god. 3.
That lady's a silly police officer.
Who's he talking to on the phone?
I'm reading.
Are all the police officers in this roleplay server female?
Sex?
Every single copper is a lady.
He can tell you himself. He's here.
RP servers have auditions? Oh my god. I mean, that makes sense.
Don't tell me to shut up.
Oh, she's got an eye patch as well. She's seen some action.
Hey, you!
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Oh, yes, hello, Holden.
These two old men are causing so many problems. What the fuck? Someone's computer is not keeping up with the draw distance.
Causing harm to Osvaldo, we need to. You're crazy. I'm becoming an alcoholic.
Is he doing the L on the forehead emote? Is that a thing?
I'm real sorry, young man. These vehicles have a lot of horse. Very fast and powerful. Are you alright?
My stomach hurts.
I don't care.
What's really good, pussy?
No, what do you want?
Well, be nice to him, Holden.
Yes, be nice to
Be
him.
nice to him. Holden! Holden! Be nice to him.
You want some? You want some? I'll give
Holden!
you some.
These old men just keep trying to cause problems.
Man, he's not von Strathenberg.
Okay.
Don't try it,
That dude is so emo. Oh my god.
Holden, you're crazy! Oh my god! Oh my god, Holden, you're crazy! You have to stop, Holden, you're crazy!
I think it's easier to do good roleplay in Red Dead than it is GTA. I think GTA is a bit more... The like modern day urban city kind of setting makes it a little bit more hectic. People are a lot more random in terms of what they're deciding to do with their time.
I keep trying to keep holding it back.
Whereas Red Dead, I think, is a lot more focused as a roleplay. People are much more specific and focused on how they roleplay the Wild West. Whereas this is just... There's no tone or vibe to this. It's just real life. It's just a city. Which is why it seems so fucking random and hectic all the time. People don't really know what to do with themselves. When you're in Red Dead, you know what to do with yourself. It's Wild West. Everyone knows how to be cowboy.
MDM Records. You want to go with me?
Alright, I'm the leader of them.
Yeah, I learned something new about you every day. You know that?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know what I mean? You're a good guy.
It's a nice car.
I'm a good man. Please make it clap for me.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I don't got that big of a butt. Let's go.
What does that have to? What does clapping have to do with your butt? I thought it just meant, can I have a round of applause?
Yeah. I watched this one person make their butt clap, and I was very concerned.
Put me in the stew.
You want? Okay.
Oh my god.
I have really weird like beats.
Okay, I like it weird. Put me in the stew.
Okay. I'll give you the beat.
What the fuck?
Got a horny old man type beat.
Give me a second.
I didn't know GTA Online had this. There's recording studios?
Oh my god.
Who's actually gonna do it?
Papa Viagra and a shrug, James Randall, and you know I'm hung. Big long cock and I hang from the rungs of a ladder. Yeah, a ladder. Yeah, I climb that ladder and I drop a bitch off. I drive through your house and I drop your bitch off. You don't even know she was getting me off in the backseat of the Nissan GTR. I'm a pirate saying yar. It's your booty that time after, man. I got a dick like a tuna can. Short, fat, and round.
He couldn't quite get that line out.
82 years old. 82 years old. 82 years old. Catch me in a Buick. Freestyling. Freestyling. Catch me in a Buick.
He's running out of steam.
Freestyling. 79.
West Coast, baby.
Your girl give me mental head. And we do it on Drake's bed. 500 grand for a sleeping device. I come twice. 3 times.
What the?
Call it shit thrice of mice and men. Got a girl named Ben.
Is this what he said? Wait.
Thought Ben was a man's name. That's cool. Weird name for
Oh,
a
it says
girl.
soon on Spotify. I think it's a
But
joke.
I'm progressive. Your bitch possessive.
I actually thought for real that this was on Spotify for a second.
But I let her go.
He should actually put it on Spotify. That would be kind of funny.
I'm too sober for this. 20 minutes ago, I was over this. But it keeps going. It's shit.
He's 82, but he looks
Drop the
22.
beat.
The way he moves. Oh. Jesus Christ, thank God I had this thing out, bro.
I channeled all my energy into that one, the one about Croc and the ladders, and everything after that was
500 grand for a sleeping device is the hardest bar I've heard all year.
Who is this? Is this Leo?
Hey,
Yeah,
Shay.
that's Leo.
Nice cuddle, Pete.
What are you guys doing inside?
Okay.
The freestyle caught me off guard. Shit was fire.
Music. He shot in the arm.
It did go surprisingly well.
So you
Hey, it's got
like, I don't know, like
it's got
something down your
weather
arm?
changing in GTA Online. Didn't he go in during the summer? Is that how long he freestyle rapped for? He came out it's winter?
Oh, okay. Is your
What the
screams
fuck?
of being shot also in there?
Yeah, oh, we didn't scream. We were tough.
We were tough. I know that there are weather effects in this single player game, but they're like obviously controlled by where in the story you are. I didn't realize that it would just naturally change seasons in the online stuff. When you had a week off, you watched so many James Randall videos. This is number 6 as of 2022. So by now there's probably at least 66 and counting. He commits so many crimes and claims he doesn't know what's happening because he's old. I don't know if I'd be good at shenanigans in RP. Like if I'm playing like an RP game, I don't really want to fuck with the system. Like I'd be more inclined to RP2 properly. Like the idea of pulling out a gun and shooting someone would mortify me because that's not what my character would do. Because that's not what I would do in real life. I'm not going to pull a gun on someone in Coles for shits and giggles. I'm going to buy my cereal and go home. That's how boring my GTA gameplay is. No Pixel not only adds all these RP gameplay elements, but a bunch of interiors. What's No Pixel? No Pixel. .net. Community Discords. Keeps an accurate record of all the characters and events on the allow list in Grand Theft Auto 5 RP. No Pixel 5.0. Oh, No Pixel's a roleplay server? And they add and mod their own stuff in to make it even more RP. Oh, here it is. Grand Theft Auto 5 roleplay server. Many developers and contributors. Run on an official Rockstar multiplayer server system. Contains custom scripts from Koji, Coil, and community developers. Oh, cool. Alright. That's neat. I like the unpredictability of that as well. Like, as they add and mod the thing, you don't really know how much more realistic RP stuff is going to be added to the game. So I guess there'd be surprises all the time in terms of what you can actually do in there. Rockstar pays them or something. Well, it is on the official servers, so that's neat. They did the same thing for Red Dead 2. What, like No Pixel has their own like Red Dead 2 as well, run by the same people. Because I know not all of them require things like auditions and stuff. Some of them, which is why we get a lot of YouTube videos of people trolling, because they'll just let people in and then they find out afterwards that they're trolls and have to get rid of them, boot them from the server. But ones like this seem a lot more professional and fancy. Like maybe there would be an audition process to make sure you're not a dickhead. GTA 6 RP going to be crazy. Do you reckon they'll support that kind of stuff out of the box day one? Like from the very beginning, like immediately have those kind of features and faculties for people to play with? Because they know from GTA 5 what the deal is now, and Red Dead. So they can like skip to having the good shit ready. As opposed to only having the single player story at launch and then having to wait like a year for the online version to appear, and then only after that the fancier online stuff like RP servers. Should be a shame.
Right, Randall.
What other stuff have we got? Ooh. Ooh. Hang on. How about some cozy gaming? I was feeling some of the cozy games in that showcase we watched. the Wholesome channel, right before the Game Awards, they did like an update video on what's going on in the latest of cozy gaming. It's pretty short. It's only a bit over 20 minutes. I might use this as a lead out for the night. What was that guitar game called? Ah, fuck, I don't know. I can't remember now. Wasn't it? Didn't I complain that it was that it sounded kind of not as creative as it could have been? What just happened? Guitar heroin, but spelt like the drug. The fuck is going on? Oh, there we go. There's a cat driving that van. Okay, we've gone to black again. Come on. I want to see some cozy games. I want to see a game where I give my Nana a massage until she comes. Okay, the music's awesome, but where's the picture?
Welcome in collaboration. We're watching Wholesome Snack.
Oh, it's
a
actually broken.
fun-sized version of Wholesome Direct, presented in collaboration with the Game Awards. I'm your host,
Okay.
Jenny Wyndham.
We have a black screen.
Featuring
They
just
fucked it up.
over 20 games, almost half of which are world premiere announcements with exclusives you'll see here for the very first time. If you see a game you
Okay.
love and want to learn more,
We have to listen
head
to
on
her in the
over
dark
to
for a bit, but the image is
wholesomegames.com
going to kick
for all
in
the links and details.
shortly.
Let's get started.
We have to just picture in our head what she looks like. I'm picturing Sydney Sweeney. Now, what kind of game is this? Let's see. I hear a bird. I hear flappy paper. Okay. This is a game where you play as a bird, but it's an origami professional bird. It's a bird that makes origami with his wings, folding the paper. And you run a little origami stall by the riverside, and you sell origami to all the other animal folk of the forest. Also, you make origami for your grandma until she comes. There's a theme to the cozy gaming. You play as a
Adventure,
wallet with
magic,
legs?
and romance
Mm.
await in this transformative life sim.
Damn it! We're missing games. It's too dark. We can't see jack shit. Okay, what's this game?
Settle into your magical new
No, don't
life
tell
in
me.
the world of yokai.
Yokai. That's like a pocket monster, right? But like Chinese mythology? Okay. It's a game like Pokemon, but with Studio Ghibli graphics, where you collect Chinese folklore creatures called yokai.
Bonds with extraordinary islanders.
Whatever she said. Okay, it's an island Chinese community.
Harness your powers of transformation to manage your farm and explore the world.
Obviously there has to be a farm, because you need to be able to feed the yokai.
And uncover the secrets of the Sekyu.
Don't know what the fuck that means. Cover the secrets of Sekiro. Apparently the main character's backstory is they were obsessed with the game Sekiro by From Software, and it broke them down mentally, and they had to move to the islands and collect yokai.
I am obsessed with cozy games. And on my channel,
The end
not
goal is to
only do
collect
we
so
love
many
to talk
yokai that they can
about all
run a
the
train on your
upcoming
grandma
cozy
until she
game
comes.
releases, so we can just get a bit excited for them all together. But I also love talking about all the cozy games I've been playing recently, which ones I have been loving, all in the hopes of
Is that
helping
Minx's
you
voiceover?
find your
Is she the
next
one who
favorite
runs the
cozy game.
the Wholesome
You can
Gaming
find me
channel?
on both Twitch and YouTube as the owner, and it's such an honor to be in the Wholesome Snack. And now it's time for a world premiere.
Oh my god, we're missing a world premiere. Come on. At some point, the vision's gonna kick in. I saw the thumbnail. Not bad. Sounds like a cozy game. Same old music. The game. We're there. And a fucking... What the fuck? What are the odds? what are the odds the moment they fix their live stream, the first image we see is a capybara close up? I'm gonna have to hit him with the air horn. Wow, wow, capybara. He's really hogging the frame here. Alright, good job. That actually made up for the broken stream prior. It's like, you need to hit these guys with the capybara, full stop. This will win them back.
Of the Secu.
Is this the same game we were just... Yeah, this is the Grandma train running game. Cool.
Hi, Wholesome
Thank you for
Snack.
saving
My
us,
name's
Capybara.
Iona, and I am obsessed with cozy games. And on my channel, not only do we love to talk about
She seems
all
like a
the
cozy lady.
upcoming cozy game releases,
I don't know how to say her
so
name.
excited for them
It has
all
too many
together,
vowels.
But I also love talking about all the cozy
AU
games I've been playing recently.
AU1,
which
yeah?
ones I have
She
been
sounds like a Lord of the
loving,
Rings character.
All in the hopes of helping you find your next favorite cozy game. You can find me on both Twitch and
Capybara.
YouTube as Iona, and it's such an honor to be in the Wholesome Snack. And now it's time for a world premiere.
Whoa, that cut her out pretty quickly. Don't break it. Don't break it. Hold on. Okay. You clipped the capybara. Wait, is this Fox building things or painting things? Fox versus rabbit. Rock, paper, scissors. Cool. I think this is like a handyman simulator. The fox is like a craftsman. It's called Piece by Piece. Hello, folks. That's cool. I like the tinkering aspect of building
But I
objects.
want to take a moment to highlight our Wholesome Snack Humble Bundle. Available now.
Jenny
this
Wyndham.
bundle features wholesome favorites.
Jenny
Play
likes wholesome
Farm,
games and running a train on her
Ranch of
grandma.
Riverside, Little
It's an
Kitty
important
Big
part of
City,
cozy gaming.
Spirit
Grandma
City
must come.
Lo-Fi Sessions, Manami Lane, and Rusty's retirement. A portion of the proceeds from this bundle will go towards World Central Kitchen, a nonprofit organization
I'm
first
hungry.
to the front lines, providing meals in response to humanitarian, climate, and community crises.
I'm pretty poor. Am I in
If you'd like to support
crises?
this bundle and receive some amazing games, just visit wholesomegames.com. Speaking of Rusty's retirement, here's a very special update from the developer.
What's Rusty's retirement?
Hi, I'm Jordan.
Nice mic.
The creator of Rusty's Retirement, an idle farming sim that sits at the bottom of your screen.
Oh,
while you
that's
do other
clever.
things. Thank you.
I've never
to
heard of this
everyone
before.
Who supported the game when it released earlier this year. The response has
So it
been
just runs
overwhelmingly
overlapping the
positive,
screens. You can do
and
other
it is
stuff.
a game that I am proud to have made. To show my appreciation to everyone
neat.
who played the game, I've been working on a free
It's
winter
not
update.
really necessary for me
download
because
today.
I have 3 screens for that purpose. Like, I can work on one screen and have a game open full in the other if I wanted to.
I've also added new
But if you're a
new
one-screen
animals,
person, this would be pretty
and a
cool.
brand new character who comes and goes to sell you genetically modified crop upgrades. This whole update is basically a massive thank you.
This guy looks like
And I hope
Harry
you enjoy
Potter's
the
jealous
new
older brother that's mad that he got to be a wizard. Probably bullies him incessantly.
Make deductions in this new standalone game in a beloved series. That's right, it's a world premiere.
Deductions is going to be ducks. This isn't a fucking world premiere. We've seen trailers for this before. Not this trailer, but... Yeah, this was at like last year's Summer Game Fest. What the fuck? Don't tell world premiere to me and have it be an old game. I love the fact that it's fully voice acted. That's amazing. You want to make seductions? I mean, no one's stopping you. Aside from crippling self-esteem issues, I guess.
Don't let it kidnap you and lock you in the ruins forever.
The crocodile is hilarious. Look at the crocodile's face. He always has that look on him in every single scene.
I'm haunted by is my past.
The voice acting for this duck is top tier.
Keep it that way.
Yeah, Duck Detective is not a world premiere. We knew about this a year ago. Why have you done this to me? Why have you lied to me?
Buckle up for our next game, an all-new adventure that puts you in charge of a seaplane delivery service.
We just saw this
Customize
in the
your
other...
plane and take to the
God
sky
damn it.
as you explore the vibrant islands of Luz Lagoon.
This is the Tailspin game that I mentioned when we were watching the Mixers gaming showcase. Except this is a different trailer, because we didn't see her doing that. I'm pretty sure. Unless I was distracted and talking shit about something else. Can you catch oysters for your grandmother? They're a fine aphrodisiac. It'll get her wet in no time. You can't have a cozy game without getting grandma off. That's the rule. Tailspin, oh-ee-oh. Tailspin, oh-ee-oh. Tailspin. Friends for life through thick and thin with another tailspin. Bop-bop-bop-bop-bop-bop. Anyone that hasn't seen Tailspin and doesn't know that theme song thinks I'm crazy right now. This game is made with a government grant from Deutschland.
Many of the games you'll see today
Where's the
are
horny game
featured on
showcase?
Steam as a part of the Game
That is
Awards
interesting that
celebration. Don't
adult
forget
and
to show
hentai
support
gaming
and
doesn't
give your
have any
favorite
kind
games
of
a wish
public
list.
showcase.
Hola, hola, Wholesome.
Maybe because the people that are interested in it, they're not quite extroverted enough to want to be the face of a show. You know what I mean? Like, imagine putting on a showcase like this and being the host and being like, "Hey, Coomers, you want to see some dick? You come to the right place." First up, world premiere, Tentacle Rapist 3. It's great. I'll do the Jeff Keighley, and every time I announce a new thing, I'll be like, "I played this last year while having lunch with the developer. It's pretty good." And it's like, shut up, Jeff. We get it. You know people, and you get to play games 2 years before we've even heard of it. Fuck you.
Some snack.
I'm not... I like Jeff Keighley. Let me not sound like I'm throwing shade, but he seriously does do that, though. Every other thing he mentions on during the Game Awards, he has to mention something about having lunch with the dev and having tried the game, like, early last year or something, and it's like, bro, you made this whole show so you could humble brag about all your game dev mates. They could always use a VTuber model. Should I do it? I'd do it. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if people think I'm some creepy perv that puts on a hentai showcase. He's friends with Kojima. Yeah, does Kojima know that? Hey, stole a joke from the Muppets. Should I do it as a VTuber? Should I get someone to, like, make a VTuber version of me that just looks like me, but like a cel-shaded anime Sean? And then we do, like, a whole show just like this, but of upcoming dodgy games. Like the real sus stuff. Do you think any of the devs would give a shit? Do you think the devs of adult games would care about that kind of thing? Or because it's not an avenue that's being catered for, would they all rush to us? Would they all be like, "Yes, please, showcase our game. Do it as a sexy capybara with big cappy tits, yeah."
Before you ask, yes, these are my two cats, Charles and Gracie. And
Hi, Charles. Hi,
Fierce.
Gracie.
I use they them pronouns. I'm a
Hi,
Twitch streamer
Fierce.
from Mexico who
Her name is
advocates
Fierce
for a world
Axolotl.
that embraces
Question: do you think Fierce Axolotl is a furry? Do you think she identifies with fur kind? She did introduce herself in the same sentence as her cats, and also has a similar name to a cat. And she's wearing cat ears on her headphones. And she's a they-them. There's a lot of they-them furries.
kindness
Look at all these pussies.
fiercely.
Probably take that as a
My
compliment.
community and I primarily play indie games that remind us on how comfort, joy, and compassion can exist within us all.
Her microphone's got a little rubber duck with a sombrero on it. That duck is
We also
culturally
play indie games that
appropriating.
help us process difficult
Rubber duck
emotions.
cancelled?
It is an honor for me to be here with you all, and I'm excited to share that our next game, an emotional hand.
Did you notice she's reading her script?
Love and loss, is ready to reveal its release.
She's got this all written down,
which may be
and it's right
sooner
below the
than
camera
you
lens.
think.
You can see her eyes moving between the dead center of the lens and the and the script.
Pine is an interactive short story.
Oh, it's a daddy
told
simulator.
wordlessly
You
through
get to be a
hand-drawn
forest
animation
daddy.
and music.
Forest Daddy.
It follows the story of a woodworker grieving the recent passing of his wife and is designed to be played in a single sitting.
It's all cozy, and then it cuts to you drop kicking a zombie and dying light. Is that what you're doing right now? Are you dying? Are you dying lighting?
Charming puzzles and minigames celebrate
But-
the happy memories of
but
their
the
time
daddy
together,
game.
while deliberate chores underscore his challenges with moving on.
A story of loss. Oh my god, your wife's gonna die, and you're gonna tend the farm as a grieving mechanism. I'm so alone, but I'm such a hot daddy. If only I had a grandma to please.
Pine will be releasing this Friday
Oh,
on
shit.
PC, mobile,
Oh,
and Nintendo
December.
Switch.
Okay, that's out already, because this is a couple of weeks old.
Rebuild and restore
The showcase.
in our next world premiere, a puzzle city builder from the publisher of The Wandering Village.
Oh, Wandering Village is the city builder that's on top of the giant, where you build a town on the back of that dinosaur that's walking around the desert.
Was not lost.
That was also on Game
In our
Pass,
darkest
but it was early
moment,
access, so I didn't want to touch it.
Saved by the holy eel father. With his gift, we have the power to rejuvenate. We will rebuild. We will.
Oh, is this like a nature
restore
conscious
our river town.
town builder? Where you're restoring like green and water, greenery and water? That's cute. I like how the colors of the sides of the river are all different. That was neat. Do you think you could take the zombie concept and make a cozy game out of that? Like, how would you make a cozy zombie game? This feels very Tetris-y, the way you put this all together. I think that's part of the gameplay. You get specific shapes that you have to use, and you have to Tetris them together. River towns. No nub.
Hello, Wholesome Snack. My name is Chi-Chi.
Did she just call me a
and I'm
snack?
a cozy gamer, co-worker, and artist who has had
She
the
called me a
honor
snack,
of
you heard it.
cultivating a sensory
I'm in.
and lurker-friendly space. You can find me on Twitch as Chi-Chi
Oh,
and
wow.
on YouTube.
Hang on, that was unpredictable. Chi-Chi's pronouns are they, he. That's interesting. I wonder whether he comes into it. Maybe Chi-Chi was born female but is aspiring to be trans male. But she definitely still looks she-esque. I don't know why I got so distracted by that.
On TikTok
Subtitles are censoring the cleavage.
as Chi-Chi stream.
Fail to the subtitle editor.
This next game is set in a lush world with witchy demons, blending a story about helping your friends.
Do you know what I mean though? She she gives off a very feminine vibe for someone who uses the pronoun he. I found that a little unpredictable and confusing, but to each his own. Not like it matters. I just tripped on that slightly, you know what I mean? What's happening? Oh, there's gonna be like a Candy Crush thing, yeah? Spirit Swap Lo-Fi Beats to Match 3-2. That's a fucking sweet name. Oh, yeah.
Yalla, habibi. Let's get swapping.
Lo-Fi Beats to Match 3-2 is such a good name. Is this her game? She gets extra points for the naming scheme. Someone identifies as a he, I'm still going to compliment their cleavage. I mean, no, the cleavage has nothing to do with it. I mean, it kind of does. It's just, I found it interesting that all the visual signifiers, the sound of her voice, everything kind of read as feminine. The only thing that was different was the pronoun choice of he. So I thought that was interesting. The reason why it stood out to me is that most people who have a chosen pronoun, right? It'll kind of match with what they're trying to be, what they're aspiring to, what they're headed towards. So if someone's pronouncing as a he him, for example, even if they started as a female, they, for example, look at Elliot Page, the actor. They start taking on the mannerisms or the look or the speaking patterns of someone more masculine because they're trying to be a he him. You know what I mean? I don't think I've ever personally seen someone who uses a he or a him pronoun, but doesn't seem to be trying to put on any he, him, masculine traits at all. They still dress like a girl. They still have flaunting cleavage. She still speaks in a cute voice. Hair, like there's no obvious like attempts to be like trans or anything.
Lo-fi beats to match 3-2.
I don't care about the spirit swap part of it. It's the lo-fi beats to match 3-2 that kills me. I love that.
'Tis the season to get cozy, and this upcoming game offers plenty of opportunities.
More cozy,
to do
please.
just that. Let's take a look at a whole bevy of fresh areas, characters, and items for the upcoming woodland survival game, Winterboro.
I think we just saw this as well in the mix video. Yeah, this is the same game. But they always seem to have a different trailer. It's like they make different trailers for different showcases, just so everyone gets something slightly different. We haven't seen or heard about this for a year, and now we've seen it twice in one night. Oh, hey, Genie. Just dropping everything on me right now. Links, Biscoffs, and Hydrates. Well, we've already seen some of this, so I'm going to eat Biscoff while this mouse does his thing. Indie bullshit? I mean, I wouldn't say bullshit. Maybe one or two of them. There was a capybara. That was a standout moment. Oh, did that say... Wait, did that say Game Pass? Oh, hell yeah. Guess who's playing
If you're wanting more of the gentle
indie
world
mouse
of
bullshit
Moon Valley,
in the
you're
future?
luck. We've got some news to share.
Don't mean it negatively. I mean, sometimes they're bullshit. You know, like, they're varied. I'm not into everything they show. Just an awful lot. I don't know how to feel about Moomin, to be honest. I know that it's based on like a long-running franchise of like kids' books and stuff, but I don't really know much about Moomin. Aside from the fact that it's got pedigree. Wilds, if it hits game... What's Wilds? Do I know this? Or did you just... Is there a longer name to that that you're... that you're shortening? Snuffkin.
There are still plenty more.
I keep
world
calling it
premieres and
Moomin, because that's what I know the
exclusives
character's
left in
called.
today's show. But don't forget to follow
Oh,
Wholesome
you're talking about
Games on
Monster
social
Hunter.
media for more
I thought you were
news
talking
and
about
game
something totally
recommendations
different.
every day. You can also sign up for the mailing list at
I think most of the time when you refer to Wilds, I think
newsletter
you
that
usually use the
recaps
acronym
all of the
MHW, don't you?
upcoming wholesome and cozy releases each month, plus extra surprises in every letter.
I still don't know if I'd want to put the time into a Monster Hunter. I've usually avoided it. That doesn't mean I have. That doesn't mean I have to always avoid it. There's no reason why I can't play one of the newer ones. Oh, MHW is already Monster Hunter World. Oh, that's messy. They did it on purpose.
RPG is gonna have you dazzling the hearts of some disgruntled villagers. Don't
Wow,
forget
she's
to
got
check out
thick
the
lips.
demo that's
Jesus
available
Christ.
today.
She got them DSLs. You can quit up the story. Is there a big difference between the focusing on story gameplay and the grinding completionist stuff? Is it one of those games where like you can beat the story in like 20 hours, but then the game itself you can fuck around with for like 100? Massively? Yeah, I thought so. It seemed like that might be the case. She got a Botox shot. This is trippy. Look at the graphics on this. It looks like it's made of clay. Like a claymation Indian game. A little bit Bollywood vibes. So it's also a bit of Paper Mario. It's like got turn-based battles, but it's active turn-based, where you have to time button presses. Aikyam?
Hey
Aikyam.
there, wholesome gamers. My name
couldn't
is
read that
Fawn,
font.
Pronouns they, them. I'm a queer, Canadian, non-binary, neurospicy variety streamer, and I love playing all sorts of new indie games.
I'm actually-
But I have a special place in my heart for games with a unique story or
The
important...
fucking antler headphones. There is a bit of a correlation here I've noticed between like queer, LGBT, any kind of pronoun focus group and cozy gaming. Like whenever you watch like a Wholesome Gaming showcase where they feature the devs, there's a shocking amount of them. Like I'd say like 95% of the devs are kind of like from that world. You just saw the Laura Luma Blue Sky, but oh, the thing that I posted in Discord. Yeah, she's hilarious. It's like I was deleted just for existing. It's like, yeah, you see what it feels like to be on the other end of conservative bullshit? Stupid bish. I don't like that woman. I don't hate her as much as someone like, what's her name? MJ? Marjorie? She has 3 names. You know what I'm talking about. Jewish space laser chick. She's a nutter.
Message. I try my best to showcase games that are for and by marginalized creators, with stories and mechanics.
Oh, Marjorie.
Reflected
MTG, that's the
that
one.
We love.
Yeah.
You can find me at Fawning Games on Twitch.
She's got to be one of the most
and other
hateable
online
people,
places.
and she's got a
Now, hope
punchable
you're
face
ready
too.
for it, 'cause it's time for another world
Marjorie
premiere.
Taylor Greene. World premiere. Could it be a cozy game about torturing Marjorie Taylor Greene? Tying her to a wholesome cozy game conveyor belt that's going through like a thicket of thorns. You've got a little dog. Little rocket lab. So it's a cozy game about being a lady scientist that's building a rocket lab in her yard? Factorio style? That's fucking crazy. Yes, bleach blonde, bad built, butch body bitch. That's still one of the best things ever. What a sentence. I feel like you could start a band and call it that. A punk band. Oh my god, the Rocket Lab's coming together. It's bigger than I expected. How big is this chick's yard? That was cool.
Loftia is an upcoming cozy MMO where you can form friendships and build a sustainable city with players from around the world. Loftia is launching its Steam page today.
Someone titled
and
book
also
that?
unveiling a new feature
Yeah, I saw the
called
cover.
Neighborhoods, where players can form communities, host social events, and live alongside friends, both old and new.
She has nailed the cozy gaming announcer voice. Like if you're hosting a wholesome / cozy gaming event, this is how you have to sound. Listen.
This is just one of the many cozy social features waiting for you.
Doesn't her voice sound cozy?
Hi everyone, I'm Mick.
And I'm Martina.
And we're building our
Okay, you two aren't being very cozy.
We're launching our Steam wishes page today along with this brand new feature you're just about to see.
Thanks for coming.
Are they a
along with us on my
couple
journey, and we
developer?
hope to
Because
see
that's
you
really
back here
cute.
soon.
Imagine being a couple and making a game together. I'm too dirty for that. What, to be a cozy announcer? To do cozy narration? How do you do the man version of that? You gotta kind of do you gotta try to do like a deep, soft, safe, fatherly voice. Hey there, cozy game fans. Welcome to the show. We've got a couple of farming sims for you. That's maybe too sexy. I'm in the right ballpark there. You gotta go low register, nice and soft. Nice and soft and safe, but I think I'm putting too much sass on it. Like I'm trying to ASMR your vagina. I sound like a sleazy radio talk show host that thinks he's mad charming. Midnight radio voice. Yeah, that's kind of what I was just getting at. Now I feel so conscious about that. I tried to be cozy and wholesome and I ended up being low-key sleazy. Fail. Loftier. Cities in the sky. But are they capybaras? Whoa, she's attractive.
Kiwi on the Sticks, and I'm a Twitch partner and ambassador and a long-time fan of
Kiwi on the sticks.
my community, the Snack Shack, has helped me cultivate.
I wasn't
a space where
expecting
we can bond over
one of the
video
devs to be
games
this
and
hot.
playful competition and just being silly. Through gaming, we've made friends and chosen family. Most importantly, the
Be cool,
love
everybody,
and
be cool.
dedication of game developers has shown us the compassion it takes to truly make
These women are
things
so
better.
ugly, they must be jealous trans women that are hotter than
And for
them.
the devs of all of the amazing games we're seeing here
I mean,
today,
there's all types. Whenever you do like a cozy showcase like this, you see like every type of human being imaginable. We just saw the glamorous Barbie doll version of a cozy game dev.
rich and vibrant and exciting, and I'm so happy to celebrate you all today.
And then there was that very feminine Indian girl whose pronouns were he him. The one that threw me a little bit. That was a new one.
About guiding a colony of spacefaring birds.
There's the very, very cozy, overweight lady with the blue hair.
Horizons.
We haven't seen many dudes yet. Except for the one that was like a dev with his girlfriend. You're talking about the Laura Loomis and MTGs. Oh, them. Laura Loomis is not the ugliest person in the world. It's just her personality is ugly, so it's whatever possible attractiveness she could have had as a waste. MTG is hideous. She looks like one of those Easter Island Eds. Like, she looks like she's made out of granite. So what's the deal? Oh, this game. I remember this. You build little resource operations on tiny asteroids. Like a resource gathering RTS, but like on a small scale. One asteroid at a time. Right, Chica City is too. It's because they've got hate in their hearts, that's why. Starbirds. Okay. Why are the birds running a asteroid harvesting operation exactly? Where are the humans at?
Our next stop is a world premiere that's on track to release next year. All aboard!
Maybe it's because I wasn't putting enough cheese into it. If you try to put charm into it, you come off sounding as like trying to be wholesome sexy. You need to drop the charm and add the cheese. You need to be kind of corny to do it correctly. Oh my god, I actually like this. Wait. I like where this is going. So you're like a bear train conductor that has to run the train? Fill it with resources? Furniture? Take customers on board, seat them, serve them, probably pack their luggage in the back. Actually ride in real time to different destinations, maybe? This is actually fucking awesome. I like this one. Locomoto, yes please. Thumbs up. I will wishlist on Steam. Can you play with friends? Can you have like
Immerse
a
yourself
friend run
in a
the train with you?
relaxing,
That would be even
minimalist,
better.
and colorful adventure about exploring a mysterious river. Out now on PC and Nintendo Switch.
Ooh, art style. Are you a dryad? Naiad? Wait, what am I thinking here? Which one is it? It's dryad or naiad? Water nymph. Naiad. This is really cute. She's also very naked. In a wholesome, family-friendly kind of way. Essence discovered. Patriarch. You have found a crocodile. He does not care about you. You are a naked blue lady. I don't know if being submerged in a river with a crocodile is exactly cozy. That seems a little stressful. This is cute. I guess it's gonna be one of those like arty puzzle adventure games where the things you have to do in every area probably
Here's
changes
another quick
dramatically.
reminder about this year's wholesome snack.
A
Humble
naiad
Bundle.
is a water dryad. Dryad is a
now,
forest.
this bundle features
Okay, that's
wholesome
where I got that word
favorites
from.
Bay Farm, the Rancho
Dryad was
Fluttershy,
more in my head.
Little Kitty Big
That
City,
I was more familiar with.
Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions,
I just didn't know where I was getting it
Menominee
from.
Lane, and Rusty's retirement. Proceeds from this bundle will go towards World
Yet you
Central
told us
Kitchen,
about the fucking
Vegetarian,
bundle. Let's get this
amazing.
thing
I'm
finished.
Milady
Here we go.
Confetti. If you do not know me, I am a nerdy
Milady
historian,
Confetti.
games reporter who loves deep diving and talking about my favorite
She also loves
things, which are
tiaras and
cozy games,
skateboards.
indie games, and anime.
She's a
With
skater.
some horror mixed in there. I have a dedicated column
Date
in gaming
everything when?
magazine called
Good
Confetti's
question.
Cozy Corner. I talk about upcoming cozy games, I do mini reviews, and talk about some throwback cozy and indie games. In my community, we enjoy everything from the cozy to the chaotic. We
When
are
does that
focused
come
on
out,
to people
or
who
is
want
it
a
out?
cozy space to hang out with, who want to laugh and just have a good time. Now get ready for a cuteness overload with our next announcement. It will quack even the most stone cold of hearts.
Don't you show the duck detective game again. Okay, good. It's actually just a duck simulator. Awesome. A Waterful Life. Perfect name. Big thumbs up. Can I date the ducks? Can I introduce them to my horny grandma? She hasn't had much cozy action lately. So what do you do in Waterful Life? Do you just have to look after baby duck? You have to make nest? Yeah, you have to make nest big. I guess you have to get baby food. You have to fight off predators. Pulls out a switchblade. Gets into a fight with a wolf. Valentine's Day? Perfect. That's an amazing marketing strategy. You can give your baby ducks little hats. I wonder if there's an end goal to this, or if it's just like, you know, doing duck
Sky
things.
is a free, award-winning
Sandbox
open-world
style.
adventure game from the creators of Journey. You can explore solo, with friends, or make new connections in-game, and there's even a guide feature to help new players get started. With year-round special events, my favorite is Days of Bloom, a beautiful
Holy shit,
spring
cool.
celebration. There's always something new to discover. Stay
Go back to
tuned
that?
to the end of this trailer for an exclusive look at a new event taking place this holiday season.
So this is a game from the makers of Journey, she said? Yes, that game company. I love them. What's that game they made before? Flower. Flower is really underrated. I kind of had a majestic night with Flower. I felt things. This definitely looks like a game made by the creators of Journey. They have a vibe. There's Moomin again. What is with Moomin? I don't get the popularity of Moomin. I think it's the one she was talking about, Aurora. Why is it their human characters always have, like, those arm-covering robes down to their feet? They're the one-word
Hey,
title
Wholesome Snack.
studio?
My name is Arif Johan, and I'm a creator
Wait,
based
what?
in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, focused on highlighting Southeast Asian games and Southeast Asian voices, many of which have been featured on the Wholesome
You mean
Games
that game
platform
company?
in the past. I also co-run the 20M podcast, a show
Hang on,
not
shush,
only
dude.
about
Players get started. Discover. New event taking place.
Where the fuck is it?
New event taking discover. Stay
Oh, you
tuned
mean
to
because
the
all their
end of this
games are
trailer
called
for an
things like
exclusive
Journey
look
and
at a
Flower?
new event taking place
I
this
guess.
autumn. There's
I mean, that sounds like
Or
that's what they're doing.
20M podcast.
I mean, their games have a simplicity to them, so I guess the whole one-word thing makes sense.
Pinball, and every bounce brings you closer to helping a neighbor and rebuilding the town.
Town rebuilding, I'm into it. I like the feeling of progress in games where you rebuild a town or a city or a base. I like to see my environment upgrade and change based on my progress.
In this
Always coming back to some kind of
cozy
hub
adventure game, the
that
world of
that
Pimbleton
evolves
Park
with you
becomes one
is
giant
a
pinball table
conceit in
with the
gaming that I
aid of the
like.
spirits who dwell in the village shrine.
Holy shit! What? It's a town building pinball game? What?
Help out your neighbors, gather lost spirits.
How much time
and
is left?
craft the world into the perfect
About
pinball
7
table
minutes.
to take down the corporation bent on destroying your home.
I was not expecting this. That's kind of nuts. It's giving me yokai. No, wait, what's that game called? The one that's like a Metroidvania, but it's also a pinball game.
This next game is a slice of life adventure about childhood
Yokai's
in Quito,
Island
Ecuador
Express,
in the year
I think.
2001. Fully voiced in Spanish and with visuals captured on location, experience the world through the eyes and ears of a young, soccer-obsessed boy. Explore the town with his friends.
There's also
and
a
get to
game
know
that's
his
like-
neighbors as you pass around a soccer ball. Here's the Switch.
It's like an
announcement
action
trailer for
adventure game,
Despelote, coming to all
but it's
major
crossed with-
platforms in early 2025.
It's crossed with Arachnoid, the paddle thing where you knock the ball into the bricks with your paddle. That old Nintendo game. It's like a combination of that and like a Zelda adventure game. I think it's called like The Creature in the Well. I'm always very intrigued when people find ways of taking two genres that have nothing to do with each other and somehow fusing them together. What is that soccer game? We haven't seen this in about a year. I thought this had come and gone. The graphics in this are really unique. I don't think I've ever seen a game that looked like this before. It's got a lot of personality. Brazil. I think it's set in Brazil. Breakout, yeah. I think that's what it's called. There's different names for it, like... On the Nintendo, I think it was called Arknoid. Or Arachnoid or something like that. But Breakout, I think, is the more common original name. But yeah, Creature in the Well is a very good game. The action sequences are basically turn into Breakout, where you're hitting these balls with your sword. Like the game will switch to top down, and it'll become like this little kind of almost action puzzle scenario of you trying to figure out how to like use breakout physics with your sword and ball
Your fancy.
to like hit switches and kill enemies.
Welcome to Sugardew Island.
It was very clever.
Your cozy farm shop. A cozy haven where you
I
can
actually played that
relax,
as a potential
unwind,
YouTube Let's
and
Play
find the
recording.
perfect
I have the
escape
recording
from
of it.
daily life. Take care of your farm. And gather resources.
It was about time we got a Harvest Moon Stardew Valley
Own
knockoff.
little farm store
You can't get
and
through a
sell
cozy
goods
gaming
to the
thing without this.
adorable forest folk.
I thought that he would have got it over with much earlier.
Restore harmony by fulfilling small orders for the Harmony Tree.
To Harmony Tree.
Care for your animals and build meaningful bonds with them.
I will. Let me.
Enjoy a stress-free experience.
Those
with
cats
no
are gorgeous.
in-game time and a
Very good
turn-based
cat
day-night
designs.
cycle. And if you wish, give love a chance.
Oh, shit.
See you soon at
This is a very wholesome looking game for it to have
store.
dating. They can snoo.
We'd like to take a moment to thank these developers and publishers
Raw
for
Fury,
making
yay.
today's show possible.
That game company, yay.
Thank you so much for your support.
Everyone else, I don't
and
know your
amazing
names.
games.
You're new to me.
Hey Wholesome Snack, I'm Sarah Sunstone, and I love experiencing
Sarah Sunstone
all kinds of games.
is a 2D
especially
lady
those
that animates in
bring people
frames.
Together. I'm incredibly passionate about the comforting space I've created with my community on YouTube. So if you enjoy bonding over video games, and
Her
sharing
2D
good
persona
company,
is very
we have you
attractive.
covered.
I wonder what she looks like in real
Get ready
life.
for a world
If she lives
premiere,
up to this or not.
expanding on a wonderful witchy world.
It could be a dude, and the voice is just AI. You never know.
Mother, I must tell you about this charming island I've discovered. I feel like anyone, regardless of circumstance, might be welcome here.
I don't think this looks
Anyone.
familiar.
Even
This has got some
those who are like
really
us.
good animation.
My hostess is Miss Vivian Wild.
Wild Society.
And she seems to be at the
That
center
sounds
of
like a hentai
society
game.
here on the
Not gonna lie.
island.
Join the Wild
Much more
Society.
than that.
Get wild.
She's unlike.
So this is going to be all female Harry Potter, and adults too.
And as
A
for the
magic
rest,
society of nothing but
I'm not
female
sure you
magicians. It
believe
looks like adult female magicians.
me. You must come and see for yourself.
Where's the gameplay? Ah, gypped. Didn't get to see what the actual game looks like.
And that brings us to the end of our program.
Oh, no.
Thanks to everyone who contributed to today's showcase, to Jeff Keighley and the Game Awards for hosting us, and to our wonderful
Wait,
guest
what did
hosts.
Jeff Keighley do?
Remember to visit wholesomegames.com.
Hosting us? You're on IGN.
Today's show. And we'll see you again for Wholesome Direct 2025. But for now, here's one more thing.
Oh my god, world premiere? We're going out on a big one? Something monochrome? Tome 2. That's my guess. Tome 2. Holy shit, called it. Oh my god, how did I do that? Major League Gaming. I just got the vibe, man. I saw the black and white. I saw the camera hanging from the tree. And I was like, can it be? That looked a lot more 3D. I know it's just a teaser, but the vibe the graphics were giving off in the teaser, it looked like Tome might be going a bit more 3D than it was before. Like maybe it's not going to be locked fully into like an isometric view. Maybe it'll be like a third person kind of viewpoint this time. Sarah Sunstone. Kiwi on the sticks. There's a lot of wholesome gaming and cozy gaming communities out on YouTube and Twitch. You don't get much visibility of them until you look at something like this, and then you realize like how much there is out there. I want to be a cozy gaming community. Except for all the times we play things that are so not fucking cozy. I'm looking at you, Lonely Mountains Downhill, puckering my asshole until I had diamonds popping out. Cozy. Not cozy in the slightest. The stress, man. The stress. Good game, though. Alright. What did Genie send? Dupe. Eternal Strands. Isn't this what you posted to,
I was dreaming about becoming a point.
to Discord?
To do it
It's this game
alongside a
again.
renowned weaver band.
We actually saw this tonight. During the Mixers showcase. They had it popped up briefly.
It's a chance to make history.
The Surgeborn.
Okay, wait, before I keep going, is there a date on this? Because it's getting a bit ridiculous. January 28th. Oh, close. Yeah, very close, like 20 days. Thank fucking God for that. This is turning into one of those games that I feel like I keep seeing trailers of over like 2 or 3 years straight. And yet, like, it never seems to come out. Like, every time I see a trailer, it's like, I thought this would have come out by now. And I've felt that like 4 times in a row.
Had us on our back foot for decades. Ever since.
Like, they had a trailer for this at this year's Summer Game Fest, I think. And last
Here
year's.
to help. We're ready for anything.
Plus another trailer for it later in the year at a different showcase.
No matter what
There's
happens.
only like 3 trailers. I've seen this more than 3 times. Although sometimes showcases, they share the same trailer.
This could mean an all-out
So there's a chance we could have seen the previous trailers more than once.
Your reckless conduct has unleashed an enemy that nearly destroyed us 27 years ago.
Let's not lie to each other. I like you.
Can't say the feeling's mutual.
Do you remember when, wait, what date did this trailer come out? December 6th. Not too long ago.
I still believe.
Recognize the voice? I do not.
If it takes us to restore it,
I don't recognize voice actors very often. I have a tendency to go too immersive brain on things, so I kind of just see the character, and I don't think about who's actually doing the voice. It's the Baldur's Gate 3 narrator. Oh, the narrator. Designed with Creative Studio 3. Do you remember when we saw... I'm pretty sure the first time we ever saw a teaser for this game, like, ages ago, there wasn't much to it, but it gave off the vibe of being, like, Fable crossed with Shadow the Colossus. Like, the original teaser was kind of heavy on the main female warrior chick versus some giant thing. It's like they just showed that part of it, like her dealing with this massive creature, and then that's where the trailer cuts out. It's obviously like way more it's way more just straight Fable, like just a normal open world action adventure RPG with the occasional like fairly large boss creature. Amelia is the voice of the villainess. Mike Laidlaw. Wait. Mike Laidlaw but meh? Who's Mike Laidlaw supposed to be? That's a pretty cool looking sword. Nice handle. Pretty dope. Pretty dope. There are some other showcases I want to look at, but I might save them. They were hosted by the Game Awards in the lead up to it, but I wasn't aware of it till after the fact. I might look at them next Sunday. Like the women-led gaming showcase is one of them. Probably not very long, is it? No, it's like 20 to 30 minutes at most. Day of the Devs had their own showcase before the Game Awards. The Indie Game Awards happened apparently right after the Game Awards. So Indie Gaming had its own award showcase. I don't know who hosted it though. Not a huge fan. He owns the chuds. I can tolerate him. Oh, like he claps back. Had chud behavior. Nice. Not bad. Do. Okay. I think that's probably a good place to take off then. I think we've seen enough for one night. They're complaining about the female lead. What are they complaining about with this one? It just seems to be a generic action RPG. Like, there doesn't seem to be anything about it that's particularly wokey for them to get mad, aside from the fact that she's just a chick, which I guess sometimes is enough. It's just the things that they've been mad about recently have had extra elements. Like, they're mad at Interstellar because not just because she's a chick, but because she gives the chuds lesbian dyke girl boss vibes with the shaved head and stuff. That's that extra ingredient that really triggers them. Witcher 4, they're triggered by the age factor, the fact that it's old series, so she's not as sexy as she was in previous Witcher when you play as Geralt. They don't want non-whites as male. I mean, yeah, generally that's like the baseline of it. It's just that lately there's been a lot more reasoning behind the last couple. Like, it's not just she is chick, because that's a bit harder for them to justify. It's easy to call them out if it's just that. So they kind of pile on extra reasonings. Like with the age thing in The Witcher, it's not just the age thing, it's also the how come she's showing traces of using Witcher powers when women can't be witches? It's that bullshit. Despite the fact that there's things from the books that could explain that too, if they knew what they were talking about. And then on top of the girl boss dyke lesbian bounty hunter thing that they hate about Interstellar, there's here's a picture of the actual voice actress that the model's based on, and look how sexy she is versus look how sexy she's not in the game. Despite the fact that the picture they're using of the real chick is her in full glamorous makeup from like a red carpet, and the version of her in the game is someone who is a bounty hunter / mercenary who would have no use for makeup or even hair, to be honest, which would be a combat disadvantage. So everything about her design, the version of that woman's look in her game character model, is fitting of that game's career and place in the universe. But I mean, logic and common sense is not part of the conversation, I suppose. They never tried because women are just baby factories. See, that's the thing. They can't actually argue their points like that. We know that that's how they actually feel, like deep down, and that's really what it all comes down to. But they never actually say those things that blatantly because they need to still sound like they have an argument. So they have to sound somewhere in between. Like, it's obvious to us, but at the same time, it's like, you know, they pretend like they've got legitimate arguments by latching onto other things. But it's the blatantness with which they explain themselves, which makes it obvious. Like, you know how many tweets I've seen on Twitter about Interstellar, where they've referred to her as like a space lesbian or a space dyke? And there has been no actual confirmation or info at all from Naughty Dog about her sexual orientation. It's the fact that she's a sassy woman who shaved her head. They automatically jump to like, oh, she's like a girl boss butch lesbian, and like, why would we want to play as that? It's like, no one said she was that. You've plucked that out of the ether. You pulled that out of your ass yourself as something that you claim that you don't want. But like, it's kind of incriminating to say, I don't want this is hateable because of this, and it's something that it isn't. You've attached it to that, and the only reason you've attached it is because you're saying this is a thing that's hateable, that nobody would want. And it's like, well, that's just straight homophobia at that point. You've decided she's a lesbian as a way of saying, this is why I hate this. But it's like, no one said she was a lesbian. You're just standing here hating lesbianism in a vacuum. It's kind of blatant. I mean, the game could come out and the characterization of Jordan could actually be that she's, you know, a lesbian or pan or something. Like, we don't actually know because we know nothing aside from what she looks like. But I kind of hope that she's just a generic cisgender straight chick, just as a, yeah, where did you get all that other bullshit from? Her haircut? Good job. Literally nothing like what you've described. Within the lore of The Witcher. Oh, the baby factory thing? I don't know. I haven't read all the Witcher books, but I've seen people talking about it on Twitter and explaining stuff about the lore that actually does explain how she'd be doing Witcher stuff now. So, you know, it's there. I should stop moving the desk. It's making squeaky noises. Bloop. Anyway. Fun. What is it today? Sunday, Monday? Okay. I'll finish Moonlighter tomorrow, and then we can move on to the new schedule. Yay. I really hope I actually do. I need to come up with a game plan to blast through the rest of that game, so I'm not caught dawdling again. No more dawdling. Gotta get things done. Otherwise I'll fall behind. Oh. There's a story of Ciri drinking Witcher potions when she's not one. Yeah, well, things like that. That's what I mean. But it's not like any of these people are going to actually go and read all the original Witcher books in order to try and make their shitty points. But people would rather live in ignorance and just assume stuff. It's easier. Oh, I'm peckish as well. I might have some chips. I have some twisties around here somewhere. They claim they have already. They haven't. They're just saying that because they're on the internet and no one can actually prove them otherwise. There's no such thing as a gamer profile for books where we can look at their gamer score and see which games they've played, but just book related. Wouldn't that be amazing though? When someone's giving a shitty opinion online and you could look at their book profile and be like, oh, I see you haven't read Catcher in the Rye, so you're talking out of your ass. Good job. Why was that the book example I used? That's interesting. I sound learned sometimes. I was a straight A English student. There you go. I have certificates for that. I can prove it. Including an English Department Honor Student Award that I received on stage with a little medal. That means in my entire year in the entire school, I was like the chosen English student of the teachers to get like a special award for the English category. They had one for H1, maths, social studies, blah, blah, blah. What year was that? Might have been year 8. I got that around here somewhere, that certificate. I should frame it. Makes me look smart. Oh. Before I go. Unlicensed streamer pointed out something interesting to me earlier. I was wondering if you knew about it. I'm going to paste it in the chat. Hang on. Have you been to this before? The link that I just posted? Unlicensed streamer said that it was a Twitch plugin that allows your profile to show the pronouns. When he told me about it, I was like, that sounds like something that Jeannie would be using if she doesn't know about it already. I opened another tab, but I didn't actually go through and have a look because I was streaming at the time. So I just had it off to the side. Okay. Been using it for over 2 years. Oh, you have? Yeah, I thought that might be the case. Like, if you weren't already using it, you probably would if you hadn't heard about it yet. Cool beans. All right, I'm gonna go get some chippies and try to wind down. Halfway through that stream, I started feeling randomly drowsy. I don't know where that came from. Like, you know when you suddenly get a wave of drowsiness where you actually get the noddies? You know when your eyes start to, and your head does that? I'm not even that tired. Like, I don't even feel like that now. But, like, right in the middle of the stream, for maybe a good 20 to 25 minutes, like, it just came out of nowhere. My brain just wanted to shut down. And now it's normal again. I don't know why that one little passage of time suddenly wanted to deactivate me. Maybe I didn't get enough sleep yesterday. More catch-up sleep. That's me now and started yesterday. Need to go back to bed. You're procrastinating on Twitch. I'll let you go do that. I'll go try and do the same after snacking. This gown is not staying closed tonight. I'm being a slut. Your brain is too active? My brain might be too active if I eat those twisties. The cheesy goodness might give me energy. Maybe that's not a good idea. Nah, I'm hankering. I need to taste it. I need to taste the cheese. Okay. You're seeing Beetlejuice 2 in 7 hours. Why? Interesting choice. I love Beetlejuice, though. I have the first one on Blu-ray. I don't feel terribly compelled to the sequel. I'm a little intrigued, but I'm not chomping at the bit. Michael Keaton and what's the girl's name? That was Wednesday. Your sister's taking you as a Christmas present? Oh, neat. If someone told me they were going to take me as a present and I didn't have to pay for it, I'd 100% would go. I just don't feel like spending money on it. Doesn't feel necessary. God, what's that girl's name? She's very attractive. Especially if you like goth chicks. Jenna Ortega. That was it. I feel like the only reason to see that movie, especially if you were paying any money for it, is Michael Keaton and Jenna Ortega. Everybody else is like, whatever. I'm not even that excited to see fucking Winona Ryder again. I know a lot of people are psyched about that part, because she goes way back. I think I got my fill seeing Winona Ryder again in Stranger Things. She's very good in Stranger Things. It made up for a couple of years where she was a little bit of a weirdo. You know that period where she wasn't in any movies, but she kept on appearing in the news, like either on drugs or robbing stores, like being a weirdo. What is that thing where you can't help but steal stuff? Is it narcolepsy? Or is that the one where you fall asleep? Never seen Stranger Things? It's good. I like Stranger Things. Some people dislike it because of its popularity. Like, they haven't seen it, but they have a bad attitude about it existing because it was such a a TV event that everyone was always talking about. It's kind of like the people that hate Game of Thrones. Some people hate Game of Thrones just because it's Game of Thrones, and they're like, they take pride in the fact they've never watched it. But it's like, that's just contrarian personality bullshit. Like, it was so popular that you decided not to watch it on principle because fuck everybody else. Oh, you think this thing is so big and amazing? Well, I'm not going to watch it. Stranger Things copped a bit of that as well. And the seasons vary. They kind of go up and down in terms of how good they are, but they're never bad. It's been good all the way through. It's not your jam. I don't know, there's something about it that I thought would be. I'm a little surprised that it's not your jam. Like, it kind of fits very neatly into our kind of age demographic, for one thing, in terms of our nostalgia berries. I don't do horror. That is a fair call, although Stranger Things is an interesting... how do you just explain this? It's an interesting side case where, like, it's not really horror. It's not like watching a horror movie where the point of the movie is to scare the fuck out of you and just be unpleasant. Like, it's got a very low-key horror tone to it because it's got a spooky storyline and concept that is tense, but I think that's the worst it gets. Like, Stranger Things at its very worst is tense because there are stakes to the oogity boogity stuff. Like, it is potentially dangerous, but it's not so dangerous that, you know, like a movie that has to do with creatures or some kind of alternate spooky dimension, like, it's constantly gory and it's constantly got this body count amounting. Like, that's the usual horror thing. Like, Stranger Things season 1, I'm pretty sure only one person dies. One older teenage girl as a stake setting kind of thing to prove that this is like a serious thing. Like, you know, kids can die. They got to be careful. But then none of the actual main cast of children actually die. Like, they go through some spooky, tense stuff, but nothing particularly bad happens. There's some close calls of some Resident Evil-esque creatures. Like, what do they call that thing? It's like a beastly thing that runs on all fours and it's got the flower head that opens up. That thing shows up a lot. And it's like, oh shit, when it does, but at the same time, it's like, it's not like it actually eats any of the kids. Kleptomania, thank you. That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, so I sort of lost interest in Winona Ryder during that period when she kind of lost her mind. And then she wasn't in movies anyway, so it's easy to forget about her until the news just reminded you that she'd gone crazy. But when Stranger Things is what kind of brought her back for me. Because I hadn't seen her in anything up until then. And then she's like a main character in that show and she kills it. Is it like RE5? I mean, it's less horror than RE5, really. Because RE5 is wall-to-wall zombies and creatures and monsters. The only thing that makes it seem less scary is the fact that you're constantly blasting it all. Like, it's not like Silent Hill where you've got troughs and peaks of spookiness. It's pretty much just constantly like, is there something spooky? Well, you have a shotgun and a rocket launcher, so don't worry about it. I think that's what makes Resident Evil seem less scary to you. It's got all the trappings of horror. It's just that you're always blasting at it. So there's no time to sit back and go, oh, this is creepy. What's going to happen? Am I safe? Am I going to make it? Because you're too busy fucking lock and loading and pumping that shotgun. You know you're going to make it because you've got like an inventory full of shells. So it's almost like the difference, the thing that's similar about Stranger Things and RE5 is that they both don't register as like full horror, because the one, you're too distracted by the action because you're constantly just protecting yourself and there's no issues, and the other one is more like child-friendly horror. Like it's that weird middle balancing act of like you're in a horror setting, but the cast is kids, and so it can't be gory or particularly violent or have a big body count because that's not the tone. You're going for like early Spielberg, family-friendly thriller, where yeah, you're worried that the kid might get hurt, but he probably won't. But there will be a lot of close calls. That's the best defense I can make for a horror standing there. But just the nostalgia bait of that kind of Spielbergian early 80s kids on bikes exploring some kind of spooky interdimensional mystery. They nail that really well, better than even some of the stuff from the 80s that it's nostalgia based on. And Eddie plays a Metallica solo in the Upside Down to distract the monsters, which is a dope scene. I don't even know how we got to talking about that. Oh, because of Winona Ryder. True. Remember when I played the fucking Stranger Things top-down Nintendo RPG on stream? That was on stream, right? That was so random. That was based on Season 3. That game came out of nowhere. What a weird tie-in. I just played it because it existed. It was very old school. It fits the tone well. Alright, I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna get my chippies. Good night. I'll see you next time, whenever that time might be. And also whoever's still lurking. I don't know whoever's still back there or just fallen asleep. Sham might have passed out. Unlicensed streamer's probably chilling. Either way, good night to everybody. I'll see you tomorrow night, maybe. The end of Moonlighter, hopefully. Yes, good night, good morning, good afternoon. I could have done the Truman Show thing, but I did it in the wrong order. Damn it. See ya.